Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the light.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from conscience. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
The moon haunts you!
Welcome in, everyone. I'm Vaudable, one of the hosts and casters for EMEA Ignite, and I have a special interview for you all. Team Heretic's one and only coach, Line Pro. Run us through a little bit of, how things go with setting up scrims and coaching them through matches and getting ready for match day itself. What does that look like for a professional coach?
Part where I'm lucky, I think I just have a very good group, because I did work with a lot of different groups in the past as a player and as a coach, and this is by a long far my favorite group. And the reason I think so, it's because it's really hard to find people that match your passion. It's funny because Heretic slogan, it's you can't teach passion, right? But the thing is, like with previous teams, there's always someone that's like maybe slacking or doesn't want to put the work in, or maybe sees the game differently or has different priorities, which is normal because at the end of the day, you want to have your life as well. But here, I'm not okay in my head, like I dedicate a lot of time to the game, but I'm with other 6 people that they also dedicate a lot of time to the game. So I feel like my job is really easy. And the way I operate as a coach, I don't tell them what to do or force them to do stuff. I like debating. Obviously, I consider myself a very smart person and that I think I understand the game really well. But I think I can be wrong. So the way we do it, it's usually the day starts with like at least 1 hour of team talk before the game, before we do a scrim, where we talk about what drafts we want to run, what maps we want to play, what's our goals for the scrim individually for players and as a team. And sometimes if we have time, we do a bit of a VOD review on some key moments from the day before, where like maybe we didn't do really good on this part on this map. Was it map? Was it positioning? But as I said, I never like say, hey, it has to be done like this. I share my opinion. I want to hear my player thoughts. Sometimes I even ask them, instead of me telling them, I ask them, what do you think went wrong here? And I want to hear everyone different opinion, because the more it happens and every single day we are more and more and more on the same page where we all think like the same way. And usually after that, we do a few blocks. We do at least 2 blocks a day. And after we finish, like honestly, people can they can leave, right? They can go, but we always stay a few more hours after because we're just enjoying like our company, and we keep talking about the game, watch some more VODs, maybe one-on-one with drafts, and we debate which draft is better, why, people share their opinion. So I don't know, I'm just like very lucky because my group is really simple to manage. They're all very professional and they all put the work, which is honestly what matters for me.
Preseason host, baby! Yippee! With the conclusion of the Season 6 MRC for Pacific, we saw the birth of strong teams from both Asia and Oceania. With the Oceania side of things, we saw the likes of the Chiefs, DXA, JFT, and Baxium Japan all qualify. Starting with arguably the strongest roster to qualify out of the MRC Season 6 Pacific, the Chiefs have emerged as the favorite due to their mastery of the new dive-centric meta that has come from the latest patches. The Chiefs have been early adopters to the Venom and Vanguard pool combination, as well as an Elsa and Daredevil duo thrown in the mix. Starting with their Vanguards, Donald has a wealth of experience and has been playing since the Marvel Rivals Invitational 2025 with Kanga. Donald has shown the ability to play an effective Magneto, but has also adapted to the new groove of the Chiefs with the Vanguard pool. That experience being passed down to his younger Vanguard partner in crime, Beastnode, who does have his own experience playing with Brainstorm, pioneering a looser style of play with more focus on flexibility. Beastnode can play a lot of the heroes demander of the meta outside of the staple Vanguards, such as a Hulk if called upon. Checking out the duelist lineup for Chiefs, it starts with experience. Having Jongvek also have previous stint on Kanga, but not at the same time as Donald. Jongvek brings a heavy dive pool of characters to the Chiefs lineup, with Psylocke and Star-Lord being comfort picks. Reno complements the dive style with being a menace on characters like DD, but will also dip into the Vanguards too if called upon, as well as Reno and Beast Node being able to whip out a pocket Wolverine if they need a little bit more firepower. Rounding out the lineup is a ton of strategist experience with Zycrick and Bubblecar. Zycrick being a part of the GZ Chopper Mag team that qualified for the first international LAN in Guangzhou, China, but didn't get the opportunity to play at the LAN, but there was some time soaking up the experience. Zycrick has also dabbled in different pools of heroes with a brief stint as a duelist for Exodia. Chiefs get heavily enabled by Zycrick's Jeff, allowing mass healing across everyone that's diving. Bubblecar has also been there since day dot, with stints in Bethany that would eventually be signed as this Chiefs roster. Bubblecar has shown impressive mastery of the entire strategist lineup of heroes, with his Invis being the comfort pick.
Hey rivals, Matt's here. Today, we're going to be talking about newcomers who are no stranger to competition. Next up is the former Moshi Moshi roster, it's now known as DXA Esports. The scrappy underdogs had a harder road through the qualifiers with their loss to the future preseason Ignite Asia team, Team Loyalty, in the upper bracket quarterfinals there. DXA is a team that's used to fighting their way out of a sticky situation, and that shows with the adaptation to the meta. With willingness to try things out on their Vanguard lineup, with Nev and Gact having a diverse pool of Vanguards at their disposal. Nev has the most experience of this roster, with his stint in competitive dating all the way back to Season 0 of the Marvel Rivals Championship, where he actually placed 9th to 12th there under the Team Oz tourney. So with his play showing strong recently under the Fury banner, but he did feel that a change of scenery was necessary there. And Nev's always thrived in that Vanguard role, with specialty picks like the Venom and the Vanguard pool being heavy in this season. Gact holds up space for the team with heroes like Magneto, Doctor Strange, and Emma Frost, and a Pocket Thor for the dive every here and there. Oh, we love the OTP. But Gact is a stable presence that holds the team together when things get chaotic. The duelist duo of Paz and Tashi shows the flexibility of this DXA roster. Paz has a reliable hit scan pool of heroes, with Phoenix and Elsa being staples, but can shake things up if the team requires it. To complement DXA's style, Tashi, who was previously known for his very dominant Star-Lord play and Wolverine, has taken to the new seasons, expanding his hero pool dramatically to the point where we can see Tashi on virtually anything and any role. Completing this roster is their strategist team of Fix and Rexy. Fix, self-dubbed Saipe of OCE. Fix's hero pool mimics that of Saipe as being a threat on the Invisible Woman and Loki. Rexy, a newer face to this roster, with this addition only coming after DXA's qualification into the preseason for Ignite Oceania there, previously playing with the core of the now JFT roster. Rexy plays an effective and communicative strategist with hero picks like Cloak and Dagger and Jeff, enabling the team to commit to fights more with the main source healing.
One of the more experienced teams to qualify for the preseason Ignite OCE, JFT bringing a lot of name value on paper as a roster, with the majority of the team coming from previous Ignite caliber rosters Exodia and Pig Team. The Vanguard lineup for JFT is an impressive one, with consistent attention to taking space. OPWL and Wosh have an extensive pool of heroes that they can draw on, and have also been recently taking to the dive-centric meta with most of the MRC cohort. OPWL is probably the strongest Emma Frost that's entering into the Ignite, with heavy attention to creating space as well as a Magneto pocket pick if necessary. Wosh on the other side is more attentive to diving, with the Venom and Captain America being in Wosh's pool of mains. Wosh has also a ton of experience with his stint in Pig Team, as well as some other collegiate experience playing in the AEL University competition against some of the reputable names in MRC's previous, where he placed 1st and 4th in the competitions overall. The chaotic combo of Joji and Peter the Panther is where this team shows its light of success. Joji, much like Wosh, with a flurry of uni experience, also translating that into MRC with Pig Team and Exodia. Joji has shown mastery of a variety of heroes in the duelist role, with more relevance to the melee heroes like Daredevil and Wolverine. The signature Bucky from Joji or Star-Lord never goes amiss when locked in during the bans and locks. Peter the Panther has also shown expertise in the styles of play that favor the metas of late, with hit scan stables like Hela and Phoenix, and also adding to that with the Elsa. Rounding out the roster is an interesting one, with Winter and Slippery being the strategist duo. Winter has always been a mechanically sound player, attention to a lot of meta picks like Invisible Woman in recent times, using ultimates to sway fights into the favor of JFT. Slippery, the most accomplished of this entire roster of stars, with a first place finish in a previous MRC with 6969X. Partnering up with future preseason Ignite players from Asia and OCE in Illicit and Ancient. Slippery has a very diverse, flexible pool that allows JFT to change styles very quickly if necessary.
Now we're going to be talking about Baxium Japan. They're a whirlwind roster that was thrown together with the pure intention to qualify for preseason Ignite. There are a lot of question marks surrounding this team. They're a roster that has a ton of experienced individuals dating all the way back to MRC Season 2. The first iteration of this roster was Axiom Japan, born under the leadership of Axo Leo, and one of the founding members, Proxies, was actually on this roster, now playing for Rival Esports. So, on the other side of Ignite in Asia. Eventually, heading towards Stage 2 Asia in 2025, this roster was reborn under the Ravati banner in the open qualifiers there, until eventually transforming into the U-Winx banner when they did play in the group stage there, and they placed 9th to 10th overall in the competition, so not too shabby, but had a little bit of a break in between there. And after some time, this roster did return to its roots, with a spin on their original name returning, as they are now known as Baxium Japan. The remaining members from MRC Season 6 are Axo Leo, playing in the sub role, 2 and a second, also playing in the sub role, Deep Impact, going to be one of their core players, and Dylan FPS, playing as one of their core players even still, with the remainder of their roster since being refreshed for the Ignite preseason. The Vanguard duo of Crime and Somble is a formidable one for this Baxium team, with Crime's previous experience in Stage 2 Oceania playing under the Vicious, as well as first place with 6969X in Season 4 Marvel Rivals Championship. Crime plays a lot of dive-centric heroes like Venom, but can also run the Doctor Strange and standard Vanguards for Baxium. Somble, on the other hand, brings a wealth of America's knowledge with his previous stints in Ego Death and Shikigami, North America there. Somble's hero pool is similar to Crime, with Venom and Magneto being staples, but they can also bring a little bit of Captain America into play when required. Duelist combination of mainstays is going to be Dylan, FPS, and Deep Impact there, bringing a unique spin with their specializations in their role. Dylan plays a more the hit scan orientated duelist picks there, with picks like Phoenix and Elsa, as well as Star-Lord, whereas Deep Impact is happy to be more of the flex player. That role allows them to be seen on pretty much anything you can think of. Strategists Smiley and Sushi round out this roster with strong backline support. Smiley, known most for his stint in 6969X, the winners of MRC Season 4 Pacific, has always lent on strategist picks like Jeff throughout his career, and continues that to this day. Sushi, the more technical of the two, with mastery of Loki for the necessary copying of the Gambits with Raging Royal Flush there, if they made it through the ban draft that is, as well as the Invisible Woman being able to match that invisible boundary there, and it's always a treat to watch.
And that's the batch of new blood joining the seasoned veterans in the preseason Ignite for Pacific Oceania. Excited to see how it all unfolds.
Hello, hello, hello! We have so much to go over today. It's OCE, Oceania, I'm Keg, that's the one and only Mr. Dan himself. We gotta go through a lot today for the group stage, man. We can waste no time. It's gonna be JFT versus DXA to start things off.
Yeah, we got day 2 on deck here in the Oceania region for Ignite preseason. I'm so excited because day 1 was already insanely intense, and now coming into day 2, it's gonna get even hotter in the land down under.
Oh yeah, is that your best Australian impression?
I could go a little better, but
yeah?
We'll see. We'll see how long it takes for it to come out.
Okay, fair enough. But you know what? We have more interesting things than Dan's Australian impression, though. That's pretty good in of itself. I am so excited for the Hellfire Gallop because it returns. Capture the epitome of Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's alluring ace costumes. That's CB's favorite. Available April 23rd at 7 p.m. Pacific to May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific as well. The cameras are flashing, Dan. Are you ready?
I might be ready, but I feel like CB was ready like a week and a half ago. But either way, the Vampire King is also free, so yeah, you got monsters lurking in the shadows. They're roaming the city of New York because Dracula, out of nowhere, just came back into Marvel Rivals. So you're gonna have to team up with the team of 4 players to save New York City in our latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt. Test your limits with different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night to his undead doom again, which is available right now. So welcome to the next chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. Will you hunt or be hunted?
And now look, a big reason why I love watching esports broadcasts besides our pretty voices is the fact that there are Twitch drops. Brand new Twitch drops arrive with the Ignite preseason. Tune in to participate in channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards. Flex on everybody that isn't in the know and doesn't watch the esports side. Maybe they'll join us in the future because they're missing out, including sprays, nameplates, emotes, and exclusive costumes for both Daredevil and Gambit. Daredevil's available until May 15th, and Gambit's only available until May 17th. So watch, support your favorite streamers and your teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up.
Yeah, it's just gonna heat up even more. Like, we're going into day 2, OCE day 1. We got Asia playoffs happening over on the main channel of Marvel Rivals. If you're tuning into Marvel Rivals OCE, thank you very much. We're gonna try to make it as fun as possible over here because this side of Pacific is just as good. And I'm all for it, man. I'm like trying to make sure everything is ready, make sure everyone is good to go because one of our first matchups is going to be a bit of a rematch from a few months past.
That's right. It always comes back to MRC Season 6. We saw how strong a lot of the winning teams had been. That's AAAD and Pirates right now. They were the top 2 teams to win inside of Season 6 to qualify for Ignite. But what about the 3rd place team? What about JFT? They're the team that came close to beating both of them, but still didn't quite make it. And now they're on a different continent.
Yep, now they set their sights to take over OCE. JFT is also up there, but you also got DXA. If you remember DXA, they used to be called Moshi Mosh. They placed top 8 inside of MRC Season 6, and that was enough to qualify them for Ignite OCE. Shout out to Metzi for being the honorary cheerleader. Yeah, the cheerleader for DXA. But, you know, we gotta cheer on these teams throughout the entirety of this group stage and playoffs of OCE preseason. Keep in mind, these two are separated for now, for at least for preseason, but once stage 1 rolls around, playoffs will have a mix of OCE and Asia teams playing for those spots at LAN. That'll be happening in the distant future.
Oh, I can't wait. We don't know where the land's gonna be yet. It could be anywhere in this world. Maybe Central Park, maybe Atlantis. Maybe they'll recreate an entire stage of this game. You know what they'll do? They'll build a 1-to-1 recreation of Warrior Falls, and that's where we'll cast.
Can I cast inside the waterfall? Just have,
yeah, of course. Well, naturally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, we just need waterproof technology.
Every time we make a mistake, we get Jeff ulted.
Oh yeah, we just got thrown straight into the abyss. But either way,
$50,000 on the line for all these teams in total. But the championship-winning team, Dan, 20,000 smackaroos in their bank account.
20,000 bones. You know how many costumes you can get? You know how many Gambit costumes that CB can buy with 20,000 bones?
Not enough.
Yeah, exactly, not enough. But you know, it's gonna be a lot at your disposal. But either way, even if you don't get the top prize of 20,000 USD, you still get a chance to get a decent amount of cash injected into your bank accounts. Maybe even the runner-up with 10K, 3rd place, 6K, and then so on and so forth. So a lot of prize money on the line. And keep in mind, this is only preseason, so if you're able to pop off right now in preseason, imagine how well you'll do in the later stages of Ignite.
I know, I can only imagine what the prize pool in the future is going to look like. 50,000 to start off 2026 for our region is incredible. But, of course, what's the map pool going to look like? Who is going to benefit most to get that $20,000 grand prize? Well, there's a lot of different maps and stages that each team can go into. Convoys, dominations, convergences. My favorite thing about Marvel Rivals, and there's a lot of them, Dan, but one of my favorites is that there's teams that just do so well when it comes to certain game modes, like convoys or dominations, and other teams just cannot for the life of them win a conversions map.
I mean, we saw over in Asia, right, how popular the museum was back in that group stage, and a little bit of playoffs, actually. But here in OCE, at least for day one, we have not seen museum, I believe, at all, albeit very rarely. It's been more popular. Yeah, it's more catered towards Araco. It's been catered towards Yggdrasil Path. These maps have been somewhat unpopular over in the Asia side of things, as well as other regions. Not a lot of EMEA and America's teams have been running those maps as a whole, so you could maybe argue that OCE knows something that we don't.
Oh, yeah, you think they're meta definers?
Maybe. They could be pioneering something special, but something that's been very, very important throughout this entire Ignite stage is the ban draft, and you can see how much it affects, because if you ban one hero, it's only banned for the other team. If the other team wants to ban that same hero, they have to commit a ban themselves, so a lot of strategic depth involved, and you could literally win or lose games right here.
Hey, look, you want to talk about meta-defining, man? It was Asia that really started bringing out the Mantis reserves, showing how strong damage amplification was going as far back as last year. And the fact that it's getting popularized now, still in Asia, and a variety of different regions, really goes to show that the bans and locks are important for how unique and diverse a lot of these drafts will go. Each team starts off with a ban, and it diverts from there. It's not going to be universal bans for both teams. It's multiversal. So a team can reserve one, ban another, and so one team could potentially say, use a Doctor Strange, and the other team can't.
I was going to say, right, going off that Doctor Strange, we've been seeing a lot more trends towards some Doctor Strange being contested in the ban draft, but what these teams are here for, look, you got the teams right here. You got qualified teams,
true.
you got the invited teams coming in from seasons past, getting that direct invite back into Ignite. Then you also got the qualified teams that had to go through the ringer of MRC Season 6. And, man, Chiefs, JFT, Baxium, DXA, they have made sure that they deserve their spot here in Ignite to go toe-to-toe against some of the invited teams like Gen G, Fury, Kanga, and Vulcan Red. But I know a lot of fans that are tuning into the OCE side of things know that Gen G are the hottest team probably in the entire world right now.
You know, it's a little silly for us to assume that the invited teams should be, like, objectively the better teams. You know, the amount of funding that they may have behind them, boot camping, it might not matter, because if there's anything to go off of from MRC Season 6, the winners of that, Pirates, have steamrolled every single team in Asia thus far, including the playoffs run. Just because you're an invited team, and just because you made it through from the qualification of MRC, does not mean you are any less of a team. It could be just as wild here for OCE. We got to figure that out in group stage.
I mean, yeah, you can see it right here for Group A, right? Chiefs coming out with a win. This is one of the MRC teams. This is also one of the biggest orgs down in the Oceania side of the esports scene. So this is already a great look for Chiefs coming in, swinging on day one of OCE, but now, as we head into day two, we're just going to have to see if they're able to keep that hot streak going, as Vulcan Red also coming out with a win, I believe, against Baxium Japan with a convincing 2-0 fashion as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of 2-0s when it came to Group A. Group B was a tad bit more diverse coming through. I think today we were debating about this in the green room. It could either go a lot of 2-0s again today, but I think this could also be the start of where teams start taking their scrim practice, bringing things out from day one, now having data on them. Probably a lot of counter adaptations coming into today. I imagine games will at the very least be closer, Dan, but I could still see it go maybe 2-1s for a variety of different matchups.
I mean, there's so many chances for that to happen, right? We got Gen G and Kanga both coming in with a win. They're playing each other tonight, so This is going to be a really, really spicy matchup. I'd argue it's going to be the match of the night.
The
but
marquee?
the marquee matchup, you could say. But then again, you've also got Vulcan Red going up against Fury as well. That could be a banger of a matchup. These are two invited teams that are trying to get an edge over one another inside of Group A, and there you go. Look at the matches. We got JFT versus DXA headlining the first best of 3 of the night. This is in fact an MRC rematch of X It's Bugged versus X Moshi Mosh. So gonna be excited for that. Vulcan Red and Fury, 2 invited teams coming into Ignite OCE, are going to be playing each other. Gen G, the legendary Chopper Mag roster, going up against Kanga, and we finalize the night with Chiefs up against Baxium Japan.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark for me today, Dan, is going to be JFT versus DXA. We've seen these teams in MRC. We don't know what kind of things have gone on behind the scenes with them over the last month or so. This could be a team where maybe DXA, having that brand new moniker of DXA, could have elevated quite a bit more. It really, there are unknowns here. And even though we did get to see, I believe, every team play yesterday, I won't say that one day's worth of play matches really defines what the last months of practice look like either.
Oh, yeah. There's still a lot of more games to play, right? You got day 2, you got day 3 coming up tomorrow on Sunday. But just a little bit of background, right? JFT is the top 3 team coming out of MRC Season 6. We talked about it for a little bit just now, and there you go. This is the roster that did in fact make it onto the top 3 of MRC 6 and got that invite into Ignite OCE under the It's Bugged banner, then got picked up by JFT, and now they are playing under that exact banner.
So let me ask you, Dan, because we were debating about this way back 1,000 years ago when we casted the finals for that. Because we had seen AAAD go for a monstrous lower bracket run inside MRC, a lot of the placements for these OC groups especially seem to be a little weird. Like Bixum Japan just barely made it into Ignite in general, and we thought they would have really high placements. So could this be their chance for teams like JFT, 3rd place, DXA, top 8, for them to maybe show us what they are truly made of?
I mean, they had a lot of time to prepare for this exact tournament, right? You've had, ever since you qualified into Ignite through MRC Season 6. But then again, it's also Season 7, so a lot has changed. Keep in mind as well, these teams are still playing on the Season 7.0 patch, so no Black Cat, no Lower Manhattan happening here inside of Ignite Preseason just yet. We're gonna have to wait until Stage 1 for that, but yep, there you go. DXA showing up on the screen. This is a team that used to be called Moshi Mosh, now rebranded into DXA, so again, top 8 finish in MRC Season 6. Maybe they got something cooked up. Maybe the meta favors them more. Maybe the meta favors JFT more. We'll see how it turns out, because then again, you've also got the band draft, and both of these teams have gotten a taste of how it turns out. So we'll see if that experience from day 1 translates here in day number 2.
It's not the highest hopes in the world when it comes to both these teams. They're both coming off of a loss yesterday between Kanga and Gen G, which do seem like 2 of the strongest teams in all of OCE right now. We're starting off on Burn and T'Challa. Neither one of these teams got a single point on domination yesterday. This has to be their chance to turn it around. But there is a silver lining in this thread, Dan. Neither one of these teams played on Burn and T'Challa. They could take what they've learned from domination as a whole and show off something new.
I mean, JFT were able to make their series against Kanga competitive. Yeah, they dropped the map on domination, but then again, going into maps 2 and 3, they looked even better. So that's already a testament to how strong JFT might be. DXA might be a little bit more of an unknown. They got a really tough matchup off the get-go in the likes of Gen G, who have got world-class talent on their roster. That's the ex-Chopper Mag roster that we all know and love. And yeah, we're gonna have to see what DXA have been cooking up, see if they're able to, at the very least, go toe-to-toe with the top 3 team coming out of MRC Season 6.
Look, I'm gonna editorialize really quick, man. It's gotta feel so bad to start off facing Gen G in the group stage, man. But like, you know, the glass half full too, right? Like you get probably the toughest team out of the way. right away, right? You have great, let's just consider it scrim data. You have that done. You could really use, it's like gold, right? You could use that so much to figure out what exactly went wrong, especially on the macro end. Focus on your fundamentals, caster buzzword. You could definitely use that opportunity to turn it around.
Yeah, and what better way to start it, right? In the band draft. We talked about this time and time again. How strong the band draft can be. If you cook in the band draft, you can cook in game. And you could literally win games off the band draft. We've seen it happen in the Asia region. We've seen it happen in other regions. Having certain picks getting leaked over one-sided just meant that one team just had a massive advantage over the other.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the drafts are going to look like. I think that's probably my biggest question coming into this is that, again, one series worth of data doesn't really tell us the whole story of what we can expect from either one of these teams. Again, it's a tough hill to climb on if you're trying to win the drafts against Gen G. That's not going to be easy for you, man. So I think for both JFT and DXA, this will be a much easier foot to land on going into day 2.
Yeah, again, MRC rematch, but then again, you got Ignite band draft in the mix. I'm curious to see how they're going to handle the band draft, right? We've been seeing a lot of dive at the start of preseason over in other regions and Asia when they started their group stage. So dive was pretty much ruling the meta, but then Brawl started to creep on in and slowly take over things like the Cloak and the Loki backline. Loki and Adam, if it does even go through. The Cloaky, yes, I love saying Cloaky. It's one of my favorite backlines. It's also arguably one of the strongest 2 strategist backlines we have seen. I mean, we've seen Mantis Ultron supercharging Elsa, or a Phoenix if Elsa does get banned out. So there's a lot of variety in terms of what kind of compositions you want to go for, but one thing has been constant, and that is the Gambit being first banned almost everywhere towards the tail end of preseason.
Well, let's see if that changes for OCE or not. We're heading over to game number 1 momentarily. Will there be a Gambit ban first, or is that just going to be the Asia special? Maybe OCE will be doing something completely different to throw us off.
Oh, we'll see about that, but for now, we're starting to load right on into the band draft. But I also want to talk about this for a little bit. We saw Doctor Strange being contested a little more towards the end of that band draft. Yesterday in playoffs, there were some teams that committed 1 save, 1 ban to make sure that Doctor Strange is one-sided.
Even
and
earlier
that is
today.
Wild stuff. Yeah, literally just now, currently XOXO01 are playing against Triple AD on the main channel of Marvel Rivals. And I believe, both teams have committed a ban onto the Doctor Strange. But as we navigate further and further into this ban draft, we talked about this literally at the start. Gambit being first banned everywhere. DXA, though, will commit their first save onto the Elsa Bloodstone. So far, it's been pretty constant of what we've been seeing in the past in other regions, but JFT will commit their first save on the Daredevil. That might be a little bit of a stray towards the path that we're used to.
Yeah, a little bit of a stray. We've been seeing more Daredevil, especially on Burn and T'Challa. The nooks and crannies all around benefits from the wall hacks that he has quite a bit. I'm thinking especially on Warrior Falls. He can be so lethal for backlining. It's important to note, too, that we are seeing from JFT side triple damage amplification bans coming through. They do reserve the Invisible Woman just in case, but any sense of damage amps outside of Storm, I guess, is not going to be a possibility for DXA.
Oh, that is a interesting ban coming in from DXA, taking away the Phoenix. So if that Ultron does go through on the side of JFT, which should be likely as DXA are looking to commit their last save on the Loki, that just means that if they're gonna use the Ultron, you quite literally can't, because you don't have a reliable source of damage amplification. At this point, your best bet would be the Star-Lord, whereas JFT, they do commit bans in order to prevent the Elsa from being enabled. We've been seeing this a lot more once a team decides to commit the save, onto the Elsa Bloodstone. The other team are going to have to approach the ban draft a little bit differently because of how much this Elsa influences the entirety of that ban. Because JFT, you can see it right here, they committed a ban onto the Ultron and to the Mantis that both enable the Elsa Bloodstone. So this is going to be an Elsa that doesn't have damage amp, but then again, this is the Elsa that hasn't been nerfed yet. So that 2-second dash onto the left shift ability is already still going to be a nuisance.
I think it's worth noting too that we have plenty of hit scan bans against JFT, so if this Daredevil pick, or whatever Joji wants to go for, looking like the Daredevil right now, doesn't work, he's not going to have a lot of super strong options to swap off in terms of non-brawlers. You don't have the Phoenix, you don't have the Elsa. You could, if you want to stick for hard hit scan, maybe theoretically go for Punisher or Star-Lord, but again, you're pigeonholing JFT a lot more in the macro.
Yeah, at this point, using those bans to your advantage, it's gotten to a point where you know what kind of composition JFT would want to go for, and it's looking oriented towards the dive. DXA do have a lot of ways to counteract it. You could have Gekt, maybe to peel with the Maelstrom of Madness. Pars has a lot of mobility to work with. Rexy and Fix have Guardian Shields, they have Dark Teleportations, they have a lot of resources to try to stall out that dive. But then again, we are in domination, so that first fight is going to be oh so important. OPWL on the Deadpool could mean the difference if he's able to get that ultimate in a timely manner.
Plenty of info gathering early on. The Star-Lord discovered, trying to sneak on by. Can't get past Tashi though. Does escape, seemingly, barely. Having to recall back so quick though. Pars, not a care in the world, wants to go for some early strikes. That's the first KO. Joji falls. And JFT again, this is not the start that you're looking for. DXA are coming out swinging.
Yeah, OPWL just couldn't stack the ultimate in time. He only just now gets it. And Pars now with maximum instinct charges, he's got that 2-second dash, and he's already cooking with 3 to his name so far, and that's going to allow DXA to get the first point. And now they look, do they want to go for the full push? Do they want to hold back for a little bit? We'll see what DXA decide to opt for, as JFT are going to hit the reset button and see if either they switch up the composition or just try to find different approaches in. They're going to have to make a lot of rotations, but Peter the Panther, oh no, you are cooked, my friend.
Oh, Panther's gone. That's unfortunate. The Star-Lord, unfortunately, just not doing enough damage. You're relying a lot on OPWL and Joji to find the majority of that on the front lines. Star-Lord needs to be there for the back lines. Chip away that damage, but Pars, again, can just do everything. BRB beacons out once again, dedicated to the Vanguard. Last time it was used was for Joji, and he was instantly assassinated. This is just a barrage of colors all directly onto the domination point. But the most important thing as the It's Jeff goes down, Dan, is that this still counts up for DXA.
Yeah, unfortunately, Slippery just wasn't able to slide on through to the edge of the maps, and DXA will keep on holding. This is a surprise because JFT, this is a top 3 team coming from MRC Season 6, and DXA with the top 8 finish are showing that they are here to play. They aren't messing around at all. Gakt even threatening with the Eye of Agamotto. Rexy could even create space with the Eternal Bond. Winter also having CYA on the side of JFT could be huge if he's able to tie it with Joji's ultimate.
And Peter swaps over to the Punisher pick. That'll be good to help maybe destroy early on Gakt's shields. Just needs a way to break through for the front line. CYA, that damage amp's going to help out quite a bit more. A yellow venom,
oh, no.
That's something you see too often. A pool of mess all over is going to help out more, but Agamotto from the sky. Who does that get? Is that the entire backline gone? Gakt is certainly good for one. Slippery's gone. Tashi finds another strategist. That is the entire backline decimated for JFT, and they're going to have to start looking for map number 2.
Yeah, Portal's not going to come in time. No one is there in time to touch either. So DXA will get that shutout round 1 win up against JFT. And now we head into the second sub-map of Stellar Spaceport. Unfortunately, we're not going to get Warrior Foes unless JFT decide to lock in and clutch up for a third and final sub-map. But man, what a statement coming in from DXA, going in swinging with Pars coming up huge in that first fight as well, making sure he gets the eliminations, making sure to stack up those stacks of instinct quite quickly to make sure Pars has all the mobility he needs to just run through JFT.
It's really a battle on 2 fronts, right? You have Pars on the front line alongside Gakt and the 2 strategists pumping in all those heals, but really Nev and Tashi taking an alternative route, contesting people, trying to also take that secondary route, mostly Wosh, and at one point Peter the Panther too, ensuring that they could be shut down and not hurt the back line whatsoever, made things incredibly difficult for JFT. And we're seeing the hurtingness of the bans coming from JFT too. Peter now onto the Psylocke, a tertiary option when the Star-Lord and the Punisher didn't work. Hopefully this can change here with OPWL.
Oh,
Bring out that.
trap.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a portal trap.
No,
Can Gak make it work?
portal.
Oh, where's
where's it going?
Where are we
Hello?
going? This is
Is a
some.
portal going to the
Oh,
portal?
we're just going to a portal into a portal. This is a chain reaction. All right. I mean, if it works, it works. I mean,
Sure,
they're
man.
just gonna go in swinging. First fight again, very very important. DXA are gonna use the Freedom Charge into the Devil Out, but is not gonna find any eliminations just yet. OPWL goes in, stuns up the strategist of DXA, and they both go down. JFT will win this first fight.
Pars is soloing the entirety of JFT. This is unbelievable. Doji's there for the follow-ups. Don't get me wrong, a beautiful quad in his name. Okay. Well, DXA, they had a strong start, but Joji for the follow-up just saved the day.
This is a great start for JFT. First fight win. They're running dive as well, so if they're able to get that mission area, they can do whatever the hell they want in terms of how much space they want to give, how much of that dive potential they want to do, and look at how much this enables JFT. They're able to get the space they need. Joji's even threatening the back line, but Tashi is there to spot him out because both teams will have a Daredevil at their disposal. Fix will commit the invisible boundary. Slippery is there with the Fate of both worlds, but with the Winter threatening a second wave of strategist ultimates, Rexy needs to come up huge here.
Beautiful work off of Dance of the Butterflies, threatening out Fix's invisible boundary, not on sight. Instead, Winter could do the same on top of an Agamotto, maybe for the counter. Eternal Bot is out for a counter again. But beautiful work overall. Ult management for both these teams has been sound outside of Fix, but then again, when it comes to the group fights, it's all DXA.
And Rexy comes up huge, provides a path for DXA to walk on in. Gact even committing the Eye of Agamotto to take out Slippery inside of the invisible boundary. So if that boundary does go down, it's going to be all up to Winter to provide all of the healing for JFT, and it just wasn't enough for him to handle, as DXA will complete the retake and will go for the full core press. Now JFT, with less map space, it's going to be a little bit harder to facilitate this dive.
Really curious where OPWL is going to bring out this Agamotto. If I'm DXA, I'm trying to force out that option very early on, pull a Fix, and make that ult used directly in these small rooms. Can't use it on point.
You can't. Pars even having the Apex Predator available as well. DXA have their next rotation of Freedom Charge into Devil Out. It has been a very devastating combo that DXA have been using. Whereas JFT, they do have a lot of ultimates as well. Jody's going to kick things off with the Devil Out.
Devil's out, baby! Who can be found inside? Agamotto used in the small room, not on point. Peter the Panther from down below can't find Cutterfly just yet, but still a meltdown. Shutting down Daredevil mid-ult is what you want, and it's JFT again.
Huge retake. DXA, we're trying to rely on the win condition of the Daredevil, comboing it with the Captain ultimate. Now JFT with 66 and climbing. DXA will have ultimates to work with. Peter the Panther has to shut it down quickly, but DXA already have it. Is it going to be target focus? Is it going to be the neutral area being taken over? We're going to see, as Tashi already finding Peter the Panther. That is absolutely insane.
Wonderful work. Can he take down his doppelganger, though? Two devils fighting each other, but one soon to fall? No. A disengage. Instead, choosing to go for the majority of the group. Doji wants to rack up, letting the devil out very early on. Pars is still around. That's
a huge pick.
What a surprise, but a freeze comes through, Dan. You're absolutely right. A freeze stops the Elsa in her tracks, but Pars just keeps on going. Pars and Gact have completely dominated the KO feed for DXA.
Ooh, this is looking very push and pull. Huge pick coming in from Pars to take out the Invisible Woman before the invisible boundary was able to be expired. So huge look, and that allows DXA to get a little bit more value out of their own invisible boundary because Fix was able to preserve his life, and now DXA pushing on forward. You're going to have to find a way to counteract what could be an insane retake coming in from JFT. Peter the Panther and OPWL could come up huge on top of Slippery, who does have to Fate of both worlds, but Winter is being chased down by two members of DXA.
Oh, the back line destroyed. That's Tashi gone, forcing out Eternal Bond. 98% overtime out. Pars once again finds much more impact. The Fate of both worlds counters directly on point.
Great push.
Agamotto directly into the back line. A second eye. Now we can truly see. But speaking of the lack thereof, that's Tashi to remove Joji. That's good. And DXA, once again, they're finding that consistency. Even with JFT finding so much extra value in this second point, they are still falling short.
my.
Yellow beam is out once again, gripped by the Venom Purse, destroys the tendrils away. But challenging that back line, getting rid of these strategists is going to be the piece of the puzzle that DXA need to complete a beautiful picture that is game 1.
Oh my goodness. JFT, they had a chance to come back there, but unfortunately DXA just win out on the tail end of that second round. It got to 99-99. Great looks by JFT, starting to warm up a little bit, but just weren't able to capitalize on that final fight. They had a chance to get the portal down, but unfortunately didn't come in time, wasn't able to save the team. I don't think there was any resources for JFT to even make it through the portal relatively safely.
No.
I think the best thing you have is either a Strategist Ultimate, which probably likely wasn't available, or an Adam Warlock swap into the Soul Bond. That's probably your next best option. But man, DXA, they have definitely stepped up their game. They got an unfavorable matchup against Genji back in day 1 yesterday, but coming into day 2, going up against the third best coming out of MRC Season 6, this is already a great look for DXA.
Look, if you're in chat and you're a DXA enjoyer all the way back from the MRC days, you're really not sweating the loss against Genji, at least not yet. They probably the best team in the groups. It's hard to beat them out because they've just had that historical run. But DXA being a top 8, one of the lower placing teams to barely squeak through getting that Ignite qualification, beating game 1 against JFT, a very healthy third place winning team for that same run. That's absolutely a dub for them in their books. It's just a matter now if that's only going to be a domination run, or maybe can that continue into the next match.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, because JFT now have a chance to pick a map of their choosing. And this is a best of 3. I know Asia playoffs are in a best of 5 kind of scenario at the current moment, but we're gonna have to see what JFT decide to cook up, because that first round looked really, really rough in map 1.
Yeah, I think a lot of that came down to the lack of synergy when it came to the team's cohesion. Once we saw Peter the Panther not putting the blame entirely on him, once we saw that switch over to the Psylocke away from the other hit scans, JFT, despite losing, looked so much better, Dan.
Yeah, but DXA, it's got to be all credit to Pars popping off on the Elsa Blood Zone in that first fight, and that momentum just kept on going, and they just didn't look back. We'll see if DXA decide to keep that momentum as we head into map 2. So we're going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! From touch. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Will Daredevil be banned again? Will Elsa be let through in the drafts? Plenty of questions, no answers yet until we get into game number 2. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan again. We get to see if DXA can make magic happen twice.
We'll see about that, because DXA were able to get the one-sided Elsa through, and that proved to be insanely valuable. DXA, back in round 1 of map number 1, just had the Elsa pop off, go KO, and they just won outright because of it. And now JFT losing out on map number 1. Now the ball is in their court. What map do they choose for map number 2? And we get our answer literally right as I talk about it. It's going to be Araco, a popular choice here in the Oceania region. It's already been picked twice back in day 1, and now we see it a third time in the Oceania stage.
Hey, we talked about if you're a fan of DXA, that was a fantastic map 1 for you, but if you're a JFT enjoyer, you are singing the praises of this map choice. This was the only map that this team had won versus Kanga yesterday, and it was a healthy 3-0.
Oh, wow. Yep. If it's a full push into a full hold, that is already a testament to how well JFT are playing on that map in particular, because quite frankly, this is one of the more unpopular maps in other regions as well, right? Americas, EMEA, they all haven't really ran Araco a whole lot. But in Asia, we know XOXO01 there, shouts to them, really love their Araco. We saw them cook all the way back in day 1 of preseason when they rolled out on the Black Panther, the Hulk, the Doctor Strange, and the Magic. And that is already insane of a combo to just go off the rip with.
I'm thinking right now, just off the top of my head, do you think the reason why teams don't like to run Araco as much is that it's like museum, but just wider, less environmental room?
Yeah, more environmental room, more chance for environmental KOs, especially at the halfway point before the first checkpoint. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really short corridors that a lot of teams really didn't want to go for. Back then, there was also very dive heavy. So if a lot of teams are just going to bunker up in a bunch of those small rooms that are very, very present on Araco, it's going to be really hard for dive to go in. I feel like that's one of the reasons why a lot of teams haven't really been going for Araco as much, because there's just too many ways to counter what was the dive meta being so popular at the time.
Hey, let's see if that continues again. We're heading into game number 2 now. Bans and drafts starting momentarily. Will Elsa be allowed? It's going to be a double Gambit ban to start things off. That's a given, but this first reserve from JFT could spell the entire story.
We'll see. JFT haven't really committed the Gambit ban. They're thinking about it, but no, yeah, you literally can't get the Gambit through. If it's one-sided, it's going to be so difficult to work with. So JFT not gonna take any second chances, which does allow JFT to get the Elsa for themselves. Is it going to be one-sided is the big question here.
I don't know. Mantis bans
so.
L.
Depends on what DXA decide to save here.
Honestly, I think they have to go for another Elsa.
All right, so I mean, there's a world this becomes a full mirror at this point. At this point, just ban anything that enables the Elsa Bloodstone. So both sides will ban out the Mantis. Do we see a Loki ban? Do we see Ultron getting taken away? Ultron, I'd argue, isn't the best option here, but Loki could be beneficial, especially if you don't want teams running that cloaky backline.
I'm being contrarian to you, Dan. I think Ultron can be good attacker side of Rocco just because you can hide in a lot of those corners, but Wolverine ban is good, anti-backline. Have to worry about the brawlers now with a giant funnel on a convoy map like this. I'm not against that.
Yeah, I'm not against it at all. JFT will take away the Invisible Woman, so there's a high chance that DXA are going to run the Loki and the Cloak and Dagger. Are JFT going to match the Wolverine ban?
They do. Now,
all right.
I mean, we can see the hovers. The teams can't see each other's hovers. I wonder what Peter the Panther would run. Gee,
I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know, man. He's kind of hovering something similar to a Panther. I don't know for sure, but
it was
in
actually
the end,
Peter Panther.
DXA though.
Oh, come on.
I mean, if the Elsa's there, you gotta take it. Like you can't just give it up. I mean,
That's the new Peter Panther.
It would be a ballsy move to give up the Elsa to play Black Panther instead. But
That's
DXA
true.
though will commit
XO
their
did it.
final ban. They commit their final ban onto the Vanguard Deadpool. So they finish strong in the ban draft here, as both sides will get access to the Elsa Bloodstone. Daredevil also sliding through in the ban draft as well, and so does the Loki for both sides.
I think the pressure needs to be out now for JFT on this next matchup to watch out for the duelists. Obviously, yes, the Elsa was not available back on Burn and T'Challa. A lot of hit scans were also removed for DXA. It worked out well for them. But JFT, oh, I'm sorry, a lot of hit scans were banned out for JFT's side. Peter was forced to go for Psylocke, Star-Lord, and Punisher, and really only the Psylocke found value. If we can see the same magic Pars found on Elsa happen for Peter the Panther, we could be in for a long series, man.
Yeah, this could be absolutely of a banger. JFT, they do choose the attacking side for now, so we'll see what their initial rollout will be. They're gonna put Wosh on the Angela to provide a little bit more disruption, maybe to manipulate the line of sight on the side of DXA. We'll see how DXA decide to counter it, because they've got a lot of anti-dive measures. Gact on the Magneto, Nev on the Captain America as well. Fix even running the Loki to, at the very least, counteract it. And with Tashi getting that first pick on the Slippery, DXA's momentum already going off strong.
Deal's been broken. First KO is out. That's a strategist down for JFT, but at least they don't have far to go with a near spawn hold immediately. Maybe a reason why we don't see teams play Araku as much is that it's wide open as soon as you leave that initial spawn point. It's one of the hardest times in the entire game to get that early value. Speaking of which, though, that's going to be a dip and destroy against Pars. Wosh, great revenge for game one.
Yep, great pick with the Assassin's Charge. Now looking for another great bubble coming from Gak to prevent himself from getting skewered. So Wosh needs to just peel for the team for a little bit, wait for that charge to get back online, ready to go. As JFT still poking and prodding, trying to find some sort of ultimate to work with, as Peter the Panther already nearing closer and closer to the Apex Predator. Winter as well, getting close to the God of Mischief. It's going to be a race between the Lokis, but with JFT just coming in, guns blazing, that ultimate race just goes out the window.
Yeah, again, this spawn hold's so important for defending teams. Not to worry anymore, though. JFT have broken it in spades. Another one down, and that's gacked away. And nobody on DXA have found their proper footing yet in this matchup. That's first point.
Oh my god. Yep, first point, quick as you like it, without using a single ultimate because of how fast JFT were playing. And there you go. Now with ultimates coming online, you already have a point to your name, so you're comfortable with contesting some of these ultimates. But it's just a matter of, can JFT keep the convoy rolling on through, because if they get stabilized by a great retake by DXA, it's going to be hard for JFT to, at the very least, get a foothold onto the convoy, because this second point of Araku is notorious because of that uphill battle that JFT need to go for.
I feel like every point of Araku is notorious one way or another. That's Tashi again, though, terrorizing the back line. He's able to peel out just in time and terrorize Nev, too. Oh, I apologize, not Nev. Wosh, that's going to be huge.
Oh, no.
Oh, Apex Predator right down the funnel. That's Panther doing it again. Mr. Peter. Put a name to it. That's unbelievable. The entirety of DXA wiped out.
Hey, and you said you needed Peter the Panther to get the magic that Pars had back in map 1, and there you go. You get just that multi-man ultimate coming from Peter Panther. That's only one ultimate invested on the side of JFT, and with both sides having so many ultimates at their disposal, do we see an ult dump here in this next fight?
It's the nuclear arsenal from JFT being brought out. Mutually assured destruction as we see Rex bring out the meteor, the eternal bond. It's making my brain lobotomized. There's so many colors at one stand, but through it all, eternal bond survives the meteor M. I was waiting to see if the snipe would connect. It did not, but through it all, though, letting the devil out. A second Meteor M does not connect. It's blocked by the shield, but it doesn't end there. There's another Apex Predator. So many ultimates at once, and Pars makes it work. It is a blender, and we are making JFT stew.
This is a really important fight win for DXA. Both sides invested everything that they had. Yeah, it keeps going. Pars looking magical in the final tail end. Yeah, no one is going to be able to escape the hands of Pars, just ripping through JFT. But again, huge fight win for DXA, I'm sorry, because now they're able to stabilize. JFT are going to have to build up that ultimate economy unless Peter the Panther comes up clutch here, as Nev already takes down one maybe, but the Guardian Shield is able to help him out.
Nev is in such a scary spot. I'm not sure if any strategist can reach him for heals. He'll have to peel back immediately. Tashi falls. That's good for JFT to find their heel in the ground again to get back onto the convoy. Again, this has been largely dictated by strategist ults and how the Elsa ults can impact each other. Joji's good for one, that's got gone, and terrorizing again the entire back line, forcing these defenders near to their own spawn as that convoy reaches the end of P2. It's exactly where you want to be. Portal.
DXA are struggling in the neutral area. Portal does come in just in time, but is it enough? There isn't any option for DXA to, at the very least, contest and brawl this fight out because they don't have any ultimates to work with. All they had was a Loki Green, and that's about it. Joji goes insane with a triple, and this Daredevil needs to be stopped, but he just keeps putting down the gavel.
That's P2 going to JFT. What could possibly happen here? We've moved away from Daredevil territory a while ago from DXA. Tashi now on the Ultron, may be able to get that long range against the Daredevil, make him not nearly as big of a target in case he wants to overextend again. But Amajamp against Pars, or for Pars I should say, would be huge.
Yeah, and Tashi going up into the sky as the Ultron means that JFT are going to have to find different ways to shut down the Ultron. Pars now has access to some sort of damage amplification, but with the Eternal Bond and the Meteor M contesting each other, it's going to be the Eternal Bonds coming out on top as Apex Predator comes in, but with Bartrox being at 1 HP, it's not going to matter too much. Rexy now going in with the Eternal Bond. Wosh is there to counteract. Winter could get a better second cast of the Invisible Boundary, but no, it's just going to be used to neutralize as Tashi onto the sky with the Rage of Ultron. It's just a war of attrition. Who comes out on top here is Rexy already going down to Peter the Panther.
Another nuclear war, Dan. No survivors again. Everyone else who can survive heavily damaged and skacked. Still with the Meteor M on the bay, letting the devil out now. Joji looking once more revenge as he dips on down below, tries to outlast the Meteor M, and Gek barely bubbles himself to survive, but it might not last. Blast to the face. Peter's there. The Panther is way up. And now a matter of getting past this dip down below, getting around the final corner. A minute 30 left on the clock. Still plenty of time to make it work.
Yeah, that bottom area right before third is so hard to get through, but JFT are able to break on through. Yeah, they've gotten past it. Now they're getting closer and closer to that full push potential, but right now we're in a state where it's all going to be down to the neutral fight as Slippery only 20% away. Par is getting closer and closer to that Apex Predator, and so does Fix with the God of Mischief. So now with ultimates coming in, who comes out here on top?
Predator, maybe. Tashi's down below, nearly had the snipe on the Captain America. Wosh and Slippery fall. Gek and Tashi are there. Gek for the double. Make that a triple. This is absolutely what we want. The introduction for OCE to the world to see. And DXA once again have shut down these attackers.
I mean, DXA, they stabilize, but they haven't been stabilizing for long. As soon as DXA went out of fight, JFT come in swinging for wave 2 of a retake attempt. And with now JFT, look at how close everyone is to their ultimates compared to DXA. All they have on the side of DXA, yeah, it's Ultron ultimates coming up. God of Mischief's coming closer and closer to the ready. But right now, I think the attacking side has the upper hand here.
Let's see, though. They have to round this final corner, and the Tree Man absolutely makes it. Eternal Bond out, divided out by an invisible boundary, and through it all, Apex Predator back line. That's Fix gone. Eternal Boundary gone. What can happen from here? Peter the Panther continues his reign of terror, needs to find it through despite all the ultimates. Another invisible boundary has come down. Rexy set up for the Eternal Bond. could be set up and ready to go, but the damage amp is out. Peter the Panther relying on this Ultron as much as he humanly can, but Tashi's hiding. Does not want to be sniped out here. Gets caught out by Peter the Panther. It was a blind spot. Rage of Ultron. The robots are angry, but through it all, still holding on. Overtime, the yellow beam is out. Can it be enough? Who could hold on? Peter Pars up
Oh!
the top. Elsa duel. Pars wins it out. Shows who the better Elsa could be. But again, damage out. No strategist alive. Slippery, barely clinging on with Winter, hoping for dear God that they can make it through
Meteor,
and get
Meteor.
the dream. Meteor M, Eternal Bond, Portal.
Doesn't find it. Doesn't
Where
find it.
will
Portal
go,
just come in.
Dan? Peter
Portal's
the
gonna
Panther's
go-
not on Elsa.
Yeah, he
He's
can't.
back onto the Daredevil. You're damage amping nobody. And through it all, the tree says no. Portal today. I do not care. And all the back line severed, hemorrhaged, looking to get back into a cohesive unit.
Oh,
A
no.
smack to the brain, and there's no way back.
I don't think JFT were able to step foot onto the site. They had all the sustain. DXA were able to push them away. What an overtime fight from both sides. Both teams just had so much sustain. They had Captain America Ultimate, they had Loki, they have Cloak and Dagger, they have Ultron. That's 4 sustain ultimates throughout that entire fight, and both sides just could not shut down one or the other. It all came down to either OPWL or GACT on the Magnetos respectively to shut down at the very least one of the Cloak and Dagger or the Loki ultimates, but that just could not happen. Both of these teams just playing to absolute perfection. Overtime goes so long, but unfortunately, it came down to where JFT just couldn't stay on the convoy, and they had to miss out on that full push.
I just love that we saw so many very wild hero changes coming out, especially from JFT side. The Ultron swap, the portal from Joji's side, the team willingness to move away from what seems like some of the strongest, at least damage dealers on your team for that sustain really goes to show that it's a group effort.
Group effort indeed. But now the side swap, DXA just have to match what JFT did. But with JFT not completing the full push, we're not going to need extra innings in this entire map. Once DXA are able to match, they win out here in a convincing 2-0 fashion. But right now, the job is only half done. DXA need to match that push.
Yeah, it's a matter now to see how this plays out. Once again, Tashi's going to remain on the Ultron. We do have Wosh still on the defensive Angela this time around. The amount of disrupt you can get when Spawn's that close makes me wonder if this is worth it.
I mean, with the environmental KO potential that Wosh has right now on the Angela, I'd imagine as soon as DXA get closer and closer to that first checkpoint, or even achieve that first checkpoint, I'd assume Wosh will swap out of the Angela. Just right here, right now, is where Angela does shine the brightest, because you're able to get the Assassin's Charge down into the Abyss. We saw him do it back in that first round, and he's looking to do it again. Yeah, there's a lot of room as well, but I think DXA know what the plan is for Wosh, so they're just going to be able to get onto the left side of the cliff, make sure that they have enough leverage to counter that Assassin's Charge, and with Pars taking down Winter, momentum is starting to swing towards DXA.
I was really worried that JFT were giving up very valuable space off of that potential spawn hold just to allow the Angel to maybe get the Assassin's Charge. Unfortunately, though, Convoy rounds that corner. Not one to be seen. Do we see that swap?
Not just yet. He can't really go back into the spawn room to change. That's waste too much time. He's still fishing for some sort of kidnap, but everyone on DXA are bunkered up, but if you're bunkered up like that, you're just gonna fall victim to the Glartrox, but Gak goes down because of Glartrox, so now the momentum is starting to swing for JFT.
Okay, JFT finding their footing now, sending everybody what seems like back to their spawn. Convoy's nowhere near them anymore, and there's not a care in the world. Damage amp is back out. Tashi actually has a great counter to the Angela by also flying. Gonna be tough to allow this Elsa, even though it's hit scan, you'd have to divide your crosshair away to focus on the flyer in the sky. Beautiful work overall. That's gonna be the change over into the Ultron, it seems. Could it work well? Rage of Ultron is out. Joji up into the sky. Has plenty to work with here. But can you snipe Daredevil? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The devil is gone.
He does find the Ultron, now finds the Cloak and Dagger. Not much healing available on DXA. They don't even commit ultimates to, at the very least, keep this fight going because they know it's already cooked. With Tashi going down, and so does Rexy, just means that DXA quickly hit the reset button. They do have 90 seconds to work with, so there's still time for a retake attempt. But with JFT, all eyes are going to be on OPWL with this Meteor M.
Yeah, Meteor M. I'm expecting Rexy to bring out that Eternal Bond. And if that doesn't work out, there's no contingency plan. Rage of Ultron's not the same, and Fix is nowhere close to getting God of Mischief. There it is, though.
Oh, wow.
Heaven, maybe getting the Retribution off of the invisible boundary. Here comes the moment we've all been waiting for.
Oh, great bubble!
Does not find it. What a save! That's the Eternal Bond laying its carpet down all over P1. That's what you want. Invisible boundary down once again. Cinematic view. Seeing the force pushed back by these defenders. 45 seconds left into a small room. This is Joji's time to shine. Him and Winter, a duel of death, finding more impact.
The XA just need to bunker up. They don't have an opportunity to do that. Once they push on forward, JFT just get the dive onto the backline. They're not giving DXA time to set up down into those small rooms because that's where dive doesn't really shine as much. This is a Racco. There's a lot of places to do that. But with 20 seconds left, DXA need to get in position quickly or else they just get cooked outright because Pars with the Apex Predator is going to be uncontested. But with Wosh taking them down, that's already huge for JFT.
Yeah, this is looking great for JFT. Needs to be major changes right now. 7 seconds left. Doctor Strange is available. Gak already makes that swap, but I think it's far, far too late. Can somebody touch this convoy? Yes, they can. Will that be enough, though? Unfortunately, not long for this world. That's one Vanguard, a pivotal one gone. Yellow bar going down very quickly. Gact is there, seemingly alone. Does have friends coming along the wayside, but will that be enough? The devil is inside the portal. And through it all, it's going to be Eternal Bond. Will help move things forward. Peter the Panther is there to roar again, sending away so many of these attackers off of the convoy, allowing that yellow bar to drain even more. Seems like one left, soon to be 0. Full cap. We go to game 3.
We need a third to separate these two. Great hold coming in from JFT, not giving DXA time to bunker up in those small rooms, and JFT, they just go for the dive. They don't give them room to set up. They just bring the fight to JFT, and now we need one more map. This is already a spicy MRC rematch we're looking at right now.
Yeah, we had such a hard time calling how this first matchup would go. I think all the others are a little bit more predictable about what the outcome could be, but the fact that this is going to map 3, we had no idea who could win this one out, and it goes to show that both these teams have leveled up considerably since their last seen MRC run.
I mean, you gotta give shout out to Joji and Peter the Panther. They both came up huge. Joji was able to find the disruption into the backline and getting the final hit as well. 18 to his name with 22,000 damage to boot as well. And then there's Peter the Panther going toe-to-toe with Pars. Both these Elsas have been showing that this is why they're the ones piloting the Elsa Bloodstone, the server admin, you could argue, of this entire lobby. With Peter the Panther, 13 final hits, 36,000 damage as well. He has just been that consistent cornerstone that JFT were just able to rely on.
Even if the MVP goes to Winter, and I don't blame them, that's a pretty good choice. Peter the Panther getting 41 total elims and only 2 KOs is such a huge stat line compared to everybody else in the lobby. And remember, JFT had Elsa banned against them in game 1. We didn't see this Peter show up at all. You have to wonder, okay, as we go into game 3, surely the Elsa gets banned out, right?
I mean, maybe? Do they want to go that far? Or do they want to go that early in terms of taking away the Elsa? Because, I mean, we saw trends over in the Asia region, right? The Mantis being more contested over the Elsa Bloodstone. But I think here in OCE, a lot of teams really want that one-sided Elsa Bloodstone. But for now, we're going to have to see what DXA and JFT decide to cook up. And maybe the Elsa finally gets taken away. Maybe the Mantis shines through instead. Maybe they decide to ban it first and let the Gambit through. Because, quite frankly, he has been non-existent this entire weekend so far.
Yeah, definitely a lot of decisions have to make. This first reserve off of both of these teams could be absolutely pivotal about how it all plays out. We have one more matchup in our first matchup of the day. Don't go anywhere. We got to see how map 3 plays out. We'll be right back.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from conscience. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Nothing but surprises today, my friends. Who's to say Map 3 won't be a banger just like the last two have been? DXA versus JFT and MRC's Season 6 rematch. New names, same teams, facing off once again in Ignite preseason. I don't know what to expect, Dan.
I mean, we're effectively now in a best-of-1 situation. Both teams get a map to their name, and now we head into a third. And again, you talked about it a little bit, right? This is an MRC rematch. These teams have played each other before, back in MRC Season 6. And it feels like it's been like an eternity away now at this point. And now both teams getting a taste of Ignite action with the Ignite Band Draft. All questions are on how these teams want to facilitate the band draft. Do you want to go for the Elsa 1v1 again, or do you want to take it away this time around? Because that's really where it's going to come down to. We're going to have to pay attention a lot in the first half.
I guess it really depends on what you think the win condition was for JFT. Was it solely Peter the Panther being on the Elsa, or was it a lot of the enablement of the people around him too? Ours does wonders on Elsa, but considering he got 30 less elims compared to Peter the Panther, you have to wonder, is it just him, or is it everyone else, you know, really building him up?
We're out to see, because, I mean, if you do let the Elsa Bloodstone through, you just take a different approach. You take away stuff that enables the Elsa Bloodstone. That's where the branches of band draft stray away, but if the Mantis...
I've seen your flowchart.
Yeah, you've seen my flowchart. It's looking like several different directions at the same time, but thankfully, if the Mantis does get saved instead of the Elsa Bloodstone, you have a lot of ways to facilitate the band draft. You don't really show the other team your hand of what kind of win condition you want to go for. And with Mantis, you can either maybe use the Elsa Bloodstone if it ever does go through. That hasn't been the case if the Mantis is first saved for the most part, but if anything like that happens, Mantis just enables so much of the team, and especially if you get that one-sided, you essentially have a huge advantage with that 12% damage boost.
Yeah, damned if you do and damned if you don't, man. Like, do you ban the Elsa first and allow the Gambit through? No matter what, it feels like JFT had a huge advantage here, at least for the starting part of the draft. So, curious to see how it plays out. We know that Central Park is going to be our last match of the series. It's going to be Convergence. So far, DXA, they haven't played Convergence at all in preseason.
Yep, I mean, they lost out 2-0 against Gen G, so they weren't given a chance to go for a third and final map if they even wanted to. DXA even chose Convoy that time around. So we'll see how DXA play out in Convergence. Again, this is their first look at Convergence here in the Ignite stage as we head into the band draft very soon enough. Central Park going to be where we settle which team is going to come out on top, because quite frankly, with a performance out of DXA back in map 1, it could be anyone's game at this point.
It really could be. I don't know how I'd call this one. It goes down to both ways. We saw DXA have a pretty dominant win on the domination map, and we'd seen JFT win Convoy very convincingly. Believe it or not, Convergence has both of these. So if DXA's defense holds out well and keeps it on the domination part of this map only, I could see this going 2-1 in their favor.
There is a world, but so far, the world that we've seen time and time again is both DXA and JFT are likely going to secure the Elsa for both sides, and then JFT likely will commit the Mantis ban.
Yeah, nothing too different yet. It's the same exact bans we saw back on Araco.
Yep, and now this is where the ban draft decides to be like, yeah, let's stray away for a little bit. As DXA, they take away Joji's Daredevil.
That's really strong. I'm not sure where Joji's going to go from here. I imagine the Wolverine could be a solid choice. They can't ban out the Wolverine against DXA anymore, but that should be the natural follow-up.
Yep, JFT will commit their final ban onto the Loki as well, so DXA won't have access to the Cloak Loki composition in the backline. So questions now are on DXA. What kind of strategist lineup do you want to go with? You don't have access to Loki, you don't have access to the Invisible Woman, so your next best bet would probably be the Luna Snow. But what do you complement the Luna Snow with? Maybe the White Fox, maybe some sort of triple strategist lineup that DXA could look to go for. As JFT, though, they have a lot of different options. They have access to the one side of Loki. They even have Jeff if they want to commit the Vanguard, Deadpool, and the Venom. So, again, JFT, I feel like win out here in this band draft.
DXA are going double-double, though. 3 Vanguards, 3 strategists. You have the White Fox, you have the Cloak and Dagger, and the Atom. A lot of good resurrection potential here.
We'll see what DXA do decide to roll out on. We're able to get a good idea of what DXA want to go for, whereas JFT, they're still in attacker spawn, so they can still shuffle around their composition if they so choose to. But right now, we see the final rollout for DXA. They're going to commit the Rocket Raccoon and the Atom Warlock, so a lot of resurrection potential coming in from DXA. But the win condition really does come down to Pars if he's, one, able to stack up the ultimate quickly and efficiently, and if Pars is able to stay alive, because JFT, once they realize that this team is playing around the Atom Warlock, they're going to try to find Pars as quickly as possible. But it's going to be a little bit more difficult because JFT don't have access to that Daredevil to scout him out.
That's right, but there's not a lot of room to go around either. It's just a simple castle, and Joji, as long as he can get that distance in, has the Wolverine to backline and find someone like that Pars very quickly. There it is, though. Portal's out. The BRB beacon is gone. Backlining completely. Any safe spot that this Atom could have relied on is gone.
Yep, and most teams would go towards the high ground and just spread around, but it looks like JFT go for a different approach. They instead bunker down and try to flip the spawns of DXA so that now it looks like DXA are on the attacking side. They're going to have to take position in the main area as JFT finally getting things open. Great Pharaoh leap, but Tashi's able to trade out Joji. Pars is back thanks to the Cocoon, and the Soul Bomb keeping DXA alive means that this fight should be winnable.
One tick down, JFT already looking dominant here. Again, the fact Peter the Panther feeling so much more confident than we saw back on game 1. The Elsa availables making it so useful for them. Joji on that Wolverine, though, slicing and dicing away. Can he find much impact? He does. No Cocoon available for Pars anymore. A great start with a Pharaoh leap taking down what seems like at least this positioning is Angela. Follow-through's not there, though. He'll back up Tashi's side. Another Vanguard gone, though, from DXA. They're struggling to keep these defenders afloat.
Yeah, ultimates are getting closer and closer to the attacking side. I don't think the Adam Warlock is close enough to get that ultimate ready to go. Well, Pars is actually at 98.99, but him going down is already bad news. JFT will secure first point.
Peter the Panther, though, once again shows how he can panther things up. That's going to be 5 minutes on the clock.
5 minutes in the bank. JFT have a lot of ultimates. If they make the first move here, there's a chance that if they're able to catch out Rexy somehow, some way, what a clap down coming in from Wosh as well. But Rexy, he's going to have to come up huge with the Eternal Bond, but with so many threats on the side of JFT, it's going to be really risky, because surely JFT make the first move, try to bait out Rexy's ultimate, and then try to shut it down as quickly as possible so that the rest of DXA go down to other ultimates at their disposal.
Always a big fan of JFT, holding on to their nuclear arsenal, building it all up for this final slay. Eternal Bond is out, and JFT can do whatever they want. Widger brings out Eternal Bond. That's Monster Hulk in return. Tashi is swapped off of the Wolverine, goes into the Ultron. Dune to get that damage amplification. Will that be enough as an Agamotto comes on down? White Box repositions, and through it all, it is still JFT City. They're going to have to rename New York after them. It's looking great.
I feel like it was a little bit overkill for JFT. They used so many of their ultimates, I feel like it wasn't really quite
all
necessary.
Of them, except for one.
Yeah, they used literally everything except Slippery. So now it's essentially flipped. The concept now with DXA having the better ultimate economy means that Slippery, again, now will have to come up huge with this Eternal Bond if they even need it, because JFT, they've already secured second.
Yeah, there's no Meteor M on JFT's side to shut down any potential for, say, Rexy's ultimate if it comes on forwards. Meteor M is available from Gakt, though, but Gakt is not alive. As long as you can continue to maintain this distance, force out Meteor M early, Slippery has free real estate to use that Eternal Bond whenever they want.
Yeah, Slippery could use it whenever he wants, but he needs to be careful where he places the Eternal Bond and put himself in a position to make sure that he doesn't get taken down by a one-tap potential of Gakt on the Meteor M. Nev could also threaten with the clobbering time as well, but with DXA, with a lot of ultimates, JFT need to find ways to delay the aggressive moves coming in from DXA, because I'm sure DXA would want to make that first move.
I mean, with the amount of distance left that DXA had to defend, even if they use all 5 of these ults, starting with the Apex Predator, there's still 4 minutes on the clock. Eternal Bond is out, shut down by Gakt, Meteor M. That's 2 of the ultimates from DXA gone. Nev and Fix, I'm watching those Kumiho and the clobbering time. That could be huge.
I mean, I think this is fine for JFT. They have a lot of time to work with. They can just hit the reset button, find more time to stack up those ultimates, and then look for a second opportunity to go for the ultimate dump again. I mean, that's how they secured second.
That's true.
Surely that's going to be a way to get the third, but DXA do have countermeasures this time around, and with Peter the Panther going down, the push is going to be delayed for just a few more seconds.
And you can wait it out if you're JFT. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for Wosh and Joji to get their ults back online. Joji gets flown a whole football field
that's
away.
Huge.
Takes
That
down
is huge.
Fix. And now, when we see that reinitiation for Peter the Panther, Fix will not be there.
Fix is going to be there to sustain the team with the Kumio Unleashed. Tashi, thankfully, does have the Rage of Ultron if he needs to. He will use it, but Winter is there to counteract. DXA still have a lot of ultimates to crowd control all of the attacking side, but we'll see if that even comes up clutch here.
Double Eternal Bond out, 1 for each team. It's going to help out well. Cinematic view. We have a shields getting pushed away from the hands of who knows what. I think maybe Apex Predator. Wosh brings out Monster Hulk, and Nev is there. Clobbering time in return. No stuns available, though. Pars falls. That's going to be good for OPWL. Agamotto into the back line solidifies Rexy. They're gone, and it's a little late. Kumiho has finally been unleashed, and with the Eternal Bond directly on top, it provides a quite literal red carpet for JFT. They get themselves the P3. They've gotten rid of a lot of the back line. That's Fix and Nev gone. One's a flyer. They can't touch right away. Pars brings down Apex Predator, and that's going to help. Brings 4 people back to the spawns, and unfortunately, Pars does it in vain. Nev swaps to the Captain America, and that will help get the speed back on, but fortunately, it's just too late. 3 points for JFT.
Yep, JFT, they did exactly what I said. Ult dump and win the fight. Quick as you like it. They had a lot of time to do that as well, DXA. They were able to counter what JFT were throwing at them a little bit. That was a good Meteor M by Gakt to shut down Slippery's Eternal Bond. But unfortunately, there's just too much time for JFT to work with, and that just allowed JFT to get those ultimates ready to go, and then go for the final ultimate dump, and that's where JFT have gotten that edge here. Now we flip over to the defensive side. Can DXA force overtime here? Because, quite frankly, JFT looking like they are the better team right now.
Yeah, JFT have really stepped it up, and I know I've said that a litany of times so far this set, but it feels like each time I say it, they've unlocked a new benchmark thereafter. Peter the Panther especially too, disappointing game 1, gets the Elsa back, and he's been looking golden ever since.
Oh, too bad. Was hoping you'd be
And
on the
Joji,
other side.
yeah, dude, he has been cooking on the Wolverine.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the Daredevil, that's fine. He go for the Wolverine as
And
well.
having
Now,
a buff.
yeah, he's even got this. He's even got the rocket super jump. So if Joji is able to land onto someone with the Pharaoh leap, he can just send them straight to the sky. I like to call it Wolverine Airlines because he just goes way too high up and just keeps someone out of the fight and potentially even go for an isolated KO. Now, how does DXA decide to roll out here? They're gonna take over as much as main as possible. Nev on the Hulk is gonna give them the space that they need in order to just poke and prod until either they find an elimination in the neutral or the ultimate comes up, and then that's when DXA strike.
Important note, defense here, JFT, most certainly not double-double like DXA had brought out. 2 duelists to work off of. 2 strategists, it's 2-2-2 across the board. Wosh and OPWL, they might be the weak spot. Are they going to be enough to hold the front line?
I mean, if Wosh is able to disrupt as much of that back line as possible, Joji goes up into... No, it's actually Tashi going up to this guy with Wolverine Airlines, trying to find the isolated KO, but they're not able to do so. OPWL on the Groot just cooks down Gact, who just doesn't have the resource to keep himself sustained. And now JFT pushing on forward. There's Wolverine Airlines from Joji. He trades his life to take down Nev, but I think that's a hashtag worth for Nev, actually, because he's on the attacker side, so his respawn is going to be a little bit closer.
Hey, as long as I get a biscuit and free coffee, I'm happy to go on that airline any day of the week, man. Still, though, not a single point has gone in DXA's favor. They have even barely touched the point up until now. Eternal Bond is out. That's going to create a litany of distance. Gamma Shield underway to help out Rexy, but unfortunately, the Evil Hulk was also there for the Exile, shutting down the Eternal Bond in its tracks. A secondary one comes out from Winter's favor. Fate of Both Worlds has been brought down in response. Unfortunately, Slippery, not yet on the Eternal Bond, will have to come out as soon as Fixes falls. That's going to give a big advantage to DXA. As I say that, though, Slippery, now with an Eternal Bond, is there for a big macro-level advantage. The heals across the board. Joji for a double. That's going to be so many power players gone, and... no? Gact?
He's gonna get staggered.
All right, there.
He's just gonna get staggered.
Yeah,
Tashi's
that's
trying
really
to make sure he runs away, but it's gonna be a little bit of a cat fight with Joji and Tashi just swinging at each other, claws amuck. But unfortunately, oh wow, what an ultimate coming from Joji, catching down 2. That Eternal Bond really could have swung the tide for JFT, but. Yep, Joji instead was the one to come out on top, and okay, well, we got a Wolverine 1v1. There was some assists coming in from the Hulk to try to bubble down Joji, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough, and we keep fighting on. DXA have the man advantage. Wosh gets dangerously low, but is able to get big just in time.
OPWL was forced into a corner, fought back, takes down Tashi, walls are up, tries to get back onto the platform, denying DXA the chance to get that 3rd tick. Portal's out. Blocked by a tree, blocked by a portal, blocked by a shield, blocked by blocking anything you can. With a fortification to finally come back up, all you need now is a moat.
He's just standing there menacingly, trying to force away DXA. Hey, don't get onto the site. Yeah, we don't want you here, but DXA find the Joji in the end, who does swap over to the Wolverine again, so hopefully the defending side are able to stall just in time, but no! They're not able to do so. Rexy is there to make sure that the point is secured, and now DXA move on forward.
Oh my god, DXA littering the KO feed. Destroying JFT, forcing a reset. That was all Tashi and Pars.
And that's a great look for DXA, finally pushing on through. Winter and OPWL on the side of JFT do have ultimates at the ready. Slippery is there for an extra precautionary measure. Nev getting closer and closer to the strangling prison, maybe to try to combo it with Tashi on the last stand. But that's all wishful thinking. It's all theory at this point, but can they put it into practice? As Tashi finds 2, Gokt even capitalizing with another, and DXA will push forward.
I don't know what clicked for DXA. This attacking side is making them look fantastic.
Goodbye, Whoosh. He's gonna get staggered out even more on Puny Banner, so JFT, if they want to go for a retake, they're gonna have to do it down a man. As Pars pushes on forward, the strangling prison is outside of the Eternal Bond. That is disastrous for JFT.
Oh, but Pars
no!
keeps it going. Oh no! Eternal Bond is out. Damage amplification helps out here.
That second.
The second point.
Oh my god, this is... That was crazy from DXA. Huge ultimate coming in from Nev to get everyone of JFT pinned up outside of the healing carpet that Slippery tried to provide, and with him going down 2, just insult to injury. Even the Eternal Bond getting shut down. Tashi is hiding down in the low ground. No one is being detected just yet, but JFT though, they're gonna have to find something here. Winter is surely gonna copy Slippery's ultimate, but Gact is gonna have to come up huge with the Meteor M.
And Gact has been out of sync from Slippery and Winter when it comes to these ults being brought out. Every time he's been eliminated, it feels like those ults have come out in return. Gact has been saving this Meteor M for the longest time just for this moment. And Peter the Panther, I see that runway. Perfect for the Glartrox! It's brought out in return! It's a giant battle of monsters and through it all, the wall from the Groot saves them, but could it be in vain? No, maybe not. It helps out so well, and once again, JFT, they have found their footing, they get back on, and Pars keeps the Glartrox.
Yep, Pars will hold on to the Glartrox. Rexy, though, will allow DXA to get the space that they need in order to try to contest the fight. But if Whoosh on the Angela is able to find someone to pin them down to the abyss, maybe he finds Rexy. That would be insanely valuable if they're able to get that down, but it's going to be very difficult. What a leap coming in from Tashi.
That was unbelievable. Pars hanging around the Wolverine, helping out too. Looking to proc up an opportunity, what seems like, again, a very aggressive Apex Predator should be coming out momentarily, but look at JFT, 5 ults at their disposal. Peter the Panther close to getting another Apex Predator from the time Pars has even used 1. It's going to be a nuclear war, Dan. We have to see how it plays out. What will the fallout look like? Meteor M, Eternal Bond. Any which way you go, we fall to the face. Oh, that's got to hurt. But Peter's ready.
That's gonna hurt, yeah.
And Nev keeps going. Strangling imprisonment, that will be good. Winter's there for the Eternal Bond, and Slippery is racking up as fast as humanly possible. They get the follow-up there, too. Winter, Joji, Peter the Panther, all there for a 1-2, knock him down.
And now we cross into final fight territory. 43 seconds and counting down for DXA. They need to get a move on here. But with less ultimates than they started with from the past fight means that JFT have a lot of leverage to work with. And if they're able to find the elimination onto Whoosh, that would be insane. But a great Loki regen domain keeps him alive, and he's able to disrupt the team even further.
Let's see, though. Pars down below.
Great
Joji,
leap.
environmental KO. That's Nav gone. Don't have to worry about him. A sacrifice made. Apex Predator soloing Joji. Everybody else is falling. What is happening over there with the Cloak and Dagger?
I'm not entirely sure. Nev is going to respawn and charge up the portal. 2 seconds left. Overtime will surely be triggered. Nev is surely going to use the portal to cut off the main area from JFT's POV, so that everyone on DXA are able to keep the push going and get even more space. And now they get to breathe a little bit because they're able to take control of the throne room to get a little more open space. They don't have to worry about the environmental.
Last chance, Dan. Their last chance to take it back, bring things to overtime. Meteor M to the face. No, it misses completely. All the Coyote has to do is make it a few more meters to confirm for overtime. But so far, these defenders, JFT, elevated, they have done so well, holding the line, but slowly but surely, it is trickling out. The yellow beam once again, that overtime bar slowly going down. That's Pars are now to take down 2, with that 3. Half the team of JFT are gone. 3 meters, 4, 0 to go. That's overtime.
we're going to overtime. JFT, though, have a lot of time to work with compared to DXA. They have 3 whole minutes to get as far as possible. But a great push, though. I gotta give credit to DXA for getting the ult dumps perfectly. It's really been ult dump after ult dump, but that has been the difference throughout these entire fights. DXA were just able to come out on top just by a little bit off of some really clutch plays. Nev with the Strangling Prison back in point number 2 just came up absolutely insane, and that was where the momentum came in. JFT did have a chance to stabilize for a little bit with some great Pharaoh Leaps coming in from Joji. Peter the Panther also coming up huge with Glartrox a few times. But it really just came down to the micro. Both teams were showing that they have the clutch factor, but it's just going to come into overtime. Who comes out with the better clutch than the other?
Oh, DXA has to make it work, Dan, because 1 minute on the clock compared to the 3 minutes, 8 seconds that JFT has. JFT has the room to make mistakes and reset themselves. DXA, no sir.
Nope, no chance, no sir. In terms of the push, they have to push, and they have to push perfectly. Only 60 seconds. And if that overtime meter does come up, it stays up. There is no way to refresh that time bank here in overtime.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Now the countdown comes in. OPWL is setting up the Ironwood wall to make sure he doesn't get crowd controlled by any sort of Pharaoh Leaps or even any sort of Glartroxes as well. So how does DXA play this out? They're not even going to commit the portal just yet. Trying to use it for final fight territory, it seems like, as DXA march on forward. And maybe they get ultimates down, but they're going to have to find something in the neutral. It's going to be a little bit difficult to do that, I feel like, here in overtime.
And you really can't play neutral here with 30 seconds left. Half of the time you had for overtime was just getting on to the point. Now you have to do the real hard part, fighting it. That's going to be a big Pharaoh Leap high up into the sky up against Wosh. Unfortunately, Puny Banner's out, and he's not long for this world. That is Gag taking him down. Your Vanguard defensively is gone. DXA making this work slowly but surely. Even with the loss of this Wolverine, there's still enough distance to maybe win that battle of attrition. Winter's at 75%. You know for sure that they're going to go for the Eternal Bond as soon as they humanly can. Joji takes down Nev. You're right, another Vanguard is gone. And through it all, that yellow beam again. Keep an eye on it. Tashi swaps to the Star-Lord. Needs to rack up Galactic Legend as soon as humanly possible. Can't do that when you're KO'd though. Peter the Panther finds the strike yet again. Hanging down below, portals out, far too late. DXA find nothing in their overtime attack.
Either you win out in the neutral or you try to get your ultimate as soon as possible. DXA just couldn't get any of that to work, it felt like. They do find a pick onto Wosh, onto the Hulk, which was a huge advantage for DXA just for a tiny bit, but then JFT just came up huge in the neutral. And with the ultimate from Slippery being online and ready to go faster than anyone else on DXA just meant that the Eternal Bond kind of just sealed the deal. If that fight got extended any further, it was just all JFT in terms of winning out on that fight. And now JFT, their work is pretty much cut out for them. They just have to get to a third of the mission area, and that's it. JFT will win out here in map 3.
You have to think that DXA now may have to start facing the music. The fact that they have 3 minutes on the clock against them, they have to win that battle of attrition. And we know JFT love to play patient even when times are tough. Like to hold on to their ultimates. Who's to say they won't go for a 5-6-man ultimate again? Dumb. And just win the match.
But it's going to come down to here in overtime. DXA need to play this perfectly. Because JFT, 3 minutes on the timer. That is a lot of time to get a third of the site. But then again, this is also Central Park. We've seen full hold into full hold. And resulting it into a draw, but OPWL and the rest of JFT, they want to end this quick and fast.
They don't have to worry about an Atom anymore for this defensive side. They're not even a rocket for the BRB beacon. It's almost like Tashi knew. Tried to go for an early kidnap directly into the portal. Back lines elevated. Behind the scenes looking for a way to sever out and swap the roles of DXA, making them in the attacker spot, and that's not a comfortable spot to be in. Early on though, Gamma Shield for the full team, trying to create that distance. Pigeonholed into a box. JFT have nowhere to go. Cars up above. Can they win this 1v1? They can! Peter the Panther falls. Wolverine Airlines, Tashi sends them away. Saying goodbye to OPWL. I think that forces a reset.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be a reset moment here
Oh,
for
they're so
JFT.
staggered.
They're
How do you
trying
escape?
to hold. A Slippery is going to go down to try to get the reset going. And JFT, they're getting so staggered. That is a lot of time wasted. 1 minute already down, 2 more to go.
And that build-up for the ultimates, the 6-person nuclear dump that we see normally for them is not going to be available yet. They'll have to wait another minute at most and hope for the best. The final minute of OT helps for them.
There's no way this ends in a draw.
I hope
There's
not.
no way. There's
And that would be
no way
impressive.
we need a
3
map
minute
for it.
hold for DXA?
That would be insane if DXA are able to hold for 3 minutes straight, but Winter wants to change that with a great Eternal Bond, and then the Groot Ultimate is going to try to stabilize DXA, but we'll see how that team fight decides to roll out here.
Beginning of the end, Joji's good for 2, another falls on DXA's side, and there it is, a single tick. That's all it took, was one ultimate to lead
There
the
we go.
way in, and JFT win it 4-3.
Hey, if they lost the first fight, you just try again. With a lot of time left in the bank, they only use half of it, and that's enough. That'll be a huge win. In the end, yeah.
Wonderful work overall. I mean, it felt like there was a lot of individual prowess when it came to the first 2 matches, especially that last win from JFT's side, but the fact of the matter is that this was a cohesive team through and through all of Central Park, and if this is again how they want to start off group stage, you know, besides yesterday, I think this is looking pretty good for them.
I mean, it was a close loss against Kanga on day 1, right? Now coming into day 2, it got a little close against DXA, but JFT now finally are able to claim a win here in OC preseason, albeit it was another 3-map banger, but JFT were the ones to win it out here, and already this is what we expected, right? Coming out of MRC Season 6 as the 3rd seed means that they're gonna have to, at the very least, try to go toe-to-toe with some of OCE's best, and they do just that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more expectations on JFT too. They were the 3rd place team. They lost out the Triple AD and Pirates when it came to their MRC run. They're the team that people don't, they're the cutoff team that people talk about a lot when it comes to Asia. They need to show that they can be up to the snuff to everybody else, but if JFT can continue to keep playing like this, they're looking good.
I would hope so, because again, they're one of the higher seeded teams coming out of MRC coming into Ignite. And this is, yeah, great look, honestly. Everyone on JFT are looking so good. Joji on the Wolverine, putting on those melee DPS or duelist characters as well, just doing so well on the Wolverine and the Daredevil. Peter the Panther piloting the Elsa Bloodstone. We'll see what he decides to go for if the Elsa Bloodstone ever gets banned out. But so far, in terms of the pattern that we've been seeing here, only in this first best of 3 of day 2, I feel like this Elsa Bloodstone is going to get put through a lot
of value.
more and more. Yeah, it's just so much more value.
I think so too, and it really goes to show the confidence of these teams too, that yeah, you can ban out, say, the Daredevil and try to hemorrhage either Tashi or Joji, but the fact that they would still have that safety pick for the Wolverine goes to show that there is a contingency plan in case that doesn't work. For JFT's case specifically, I'm a little bit more worried for Peter the Panther if they can't play Elsa. I just can't stop thinking about the triple hit scan run that we saw from them back on Burn and T'Challa. That did not work for them at all.
I mean, Peter the Panther's one of the greatest duelists, or hit scan duelists inside of OCE, because holy crap, this guy can aim and he will fry the entire lobby if he's given the resources to do so. I've seen him pop off on Hell, I've seen him pop off on Phoenix, but if he's given the Elsa Bloodstone, yeah, you just gotta take it, man.
Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, you know, it's the same thing that people say about Gambit. Like, if there's a Gambit available, somehow it works. You gotta play it. There's no alternatives. And yeah, makes perfect sense.
And now it looks like we are getting word that we are gonna get an interview on the side of JFT. It's gonna be Slippery, so we're gonna get him on the phone in just a few moments. I can't wait to pick his brain and see how JFT have been cooking throughout the entirety of Ignite, because this is very different from what you're used to back in MRC.
That's right. And look, as a strategist backline too, you have a bigger, wider macro view of what's happening. You have to keep an eye on who has what ultimates and when you can have to bring out, especially in Slippery's case, the eternal bond so many different times. It's going to be important. But here we go. Slippery on the line. How are you, my friend?
Hey guys, how's it going? I mean, yeah, ecstatic.
Not too bad.
Ecstatic is all we can say.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, man. So, first of all, congratulations. You all played amazingly. And we were just saying before we got on the line with you that you specifically are going to have such a wider view of what's going on in the matchup. You have to keep track of so many abilities and ultimate cooldowns. Does the perspective of a match that's so intense like this change for you after a loss into a win?
To be honest, I think like when you're playing support and you can see everyone, the loss, when you come from a loss, the nerves kind of die down a bit, and I don't think you're that nervous to win anymore. You're more confident to press your Q button, I think. In our case, in those games, it felt a lot easier. But like coming off domination map, we played a comp we've never played before, so it was a bit nerve-wracking. But we definitely eased into it. It got a lot easier.
I do want to ask also as well, right? You came in from MRC Season 6 as the 3rd seed. You're a little bit more used to the MRC ban draft sort of procedure, but now you're coming into Ignite. It's a little bit different here. How have you guys been preparing for like that kind of ban draft?
I mean, look, like MRI bans are like, they're stupid. It's like there's a big 3 when it comes to MRI bans, and it's Alsa, Gambit, and Mantis. And like everyone in Oceania seems to be like a Mantis crutch. It's so disgusting to play against because we're just not a Mantis crutch. And so it's like the bans kind of get a little bit difficult for us, but I think we sort of persevered through them. I think it's gone good.
So if you think a lot of other teams crutch Mantis, what is your plan for damage amplification? Do you rely on that?
I mean, it just comes down to ult cycling. And like, we have Peter the Panther and Alsa, so whenever they support ult, we just like rely on Peter to hit like a 6-man nuke. And then we have Joji on Wolverine, so then whenever he 6-man nukes, it's just like, hopefully everyone dies, no matter what support ult they have. But like, we just hate the comp, man. We just hate it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Great offense is a great offense, you know. If you're able to shut down those defensive options, then you just straight up win outright. But one more thing before we let you go. Is there anything you want to say out to the world? This is your first win here in OCE preseason. This is probably one of your best chances to show the world, or at least tell the world what you guys are made of right now. So stage is yours, my friend. You can go crazy.
Man. I mean, look, like, if you guys watched yesterday, we were a little bit sad because we went into Kanga underdogs and then we full held them on the 3rd map, and then like we obviously lost and we never expected to lose. I mean, we got to the final point, we were so happy to win. But I think like that's technically our first official together. We're pretty new to the scene and we're already growing to compete with some of the best players in the region. It's like JFT, like the team we have, I mean, I wouldn't even call them like teammates, they're all our friends. We're all like really friendly together, really good community we have together. And like, yeah, I mean, the team's really good. Also, shout out Genzo, and shout out Random Kid, and shout out Minion.
All right,
those three have got us through.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you have them on their side. Slippery, thank you so much. JFT was an absolute joy to watch. I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you either. You guys are looking strong, and we're very excited to see what the future looks like for you and your team.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Slippy. Well, that's one down so far, and we have so many more best of 3s to go, Dan. I'm very excited to see what the next series brings.
Yep, we just got through JFT coming out in a 2-1 victory over DXA. You can literally see it at the bottom of the screen. It says it right there. Nice little banner, you know.
Thank
Make
you,
sure
production.
you know. Yeah, very, very great. W prod. But now we got to set our sights onto the next best of 3, the second of 4 that we will show tonight. Vulcan Red up against Fury. 2 partner teams going at it. We'll see how they want to facilitate their compositions, how they want to play against each other. These are invited teams after all, so they're going to have some heavy hitters coming in. So we're going to take a break, give them some time to figure out what they want to run. So we'll be back and they'll be ready to go.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
이 밤 위로 올라타 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode be breath free shining flying higher feel the spark of flight mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat gonna get it high we're switching up the lead
Child!
Never falls!
Oh, quel dommage.
Little love!
Our next matchup of the day when it comes to OCE is going to be VR versus Fury. We have a flawless team so far for their first day in the OCE group stage against a team that unfortunately hasn't found success yet. My name is Keg and I'm joined by Dan once again. Dan, lay it on me, man. What can we expect here?
I mean, this is two invited teams coming in to Ignite preseason here in the OCE region. Vulcan Red up against Fury. Fury did lose out 0-2 against the Chiefs, but Chiefs are a very, very strong team in its own right, so I feel like there is no surprise that Chiefs came out with a 2-0 win up against Fury, but then Vulcan Red as well, getting a win up against Baxium Japan back in day number 1. As of you can take a look here, Vulcan Red, if you're a fan of the Americas region, you might see a familiar name here. Impunity coming in from Americas, joining the roster of Vulcan Red. You've seen Impunity play on, I believe, Dark Zero back in the Grand Finals in Atlanta, so he's got world-class experience to bring into Vulcan Red's roster.
And hey, look, going 2-0 so far, it certainly shows, my friend. It just hopes that they can keep that streak going.
Yep, that streak surely will keep on going. Vulcan Red already with a win to their name. Now going up against Fury, who have looked good against the Chiefs. It was a 2-0 loss, but it was very, very close. And this roster as a whole has so much potential in terms of how well they can pop off.
Yeah, and I mean, look, considering the last series we just had, having a defeat yesterday, no matter how close or how far, doesn't mean a whole lot. It's the first day. It's tough to, start off on that heel, but the fact that we just saw a miraculous comeback come out in our last series goes to show that really anything is possible.
Oh yeah, anything can be possible. We'll see what both teams decide to facilitate. So far, we're starting to see a little bit of a trend, a little bit towards some sort of meta report on what OCE has to offer. A lot more Elsa Bloodstone compared to some of the other regions like Asia, who are prioritizing the Mantis a little bit more. But now with both teams coming in here, we'll see what kind of approaches they do. Maybe it's more oriented towards the Elsa Bloodstone. Maybe we start to stray towards the Mantis. That in itself is a whole different game.
Hey, look, we got intel from Slippery that a lot of teams like to play Mantis, so maybe that'll be the first reserve for one of these teams going into the next matchup. We are going to Krakoa first, a domination matchup, so maybe we'll see it here. I feel like originally, way back in 25, we saw a lot more triple strat Mantis domination matchups, but I think as we moved into this year, Dan, it's been more so on convergences and convoys that she's truly shown.
Yeah, but Krakoa as a whole is just very, very dive-friendly of a map. I believe there were some statistics on how well teams have been doing dive on Krakoa, and it's almost like, what, 90% win rate?
I believe it.
If you do run a dive composition on Krakoa, and if you're able to, pop off with it. But now with the meta being somewhat dive favored, maybe a little bit less, you could argue, with the rise of brawl compositions like the Gambit Rogue, team it up with the Mag as well, maybe even Wolverine getting brought into the mix. Daredevil even could brawl if given the right resources to do so.
Hey, we just saw it.
We did in fact just see it. But again, there's a lot more picks that are very, very well could be beneficial. Either you want to run dive, either you want to run brawl, or you go very, very passive with the anti-dive with the introduction of White Fox being brought into the mix as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of White Fox so far.
That is true, yeah.
We saw her a little bit, I believe, back on Central Park, maybe a bit on Burn and T'Challa as well, but mostly, again, just that overtime anti-dive facet there when it was double-double.
Yep, and we'll see what happens here, because Brawl has been definitely rising up. We've seen different strategist backlines. We've seen Loki and Viz. That's been the staple, I feel like, if you're running a two strategist backline. If that doesn't work out, you got Cloaky in the back as well. That provides so much space, and especially with the carpet lasting for a whole 13 seconds, that's a lot longer than an invisible boundary.
That's true. And
it's like a whole 5 seconds.
Yeah, but the thing is that the invisible boundary covers so much space. Invisible Woman can go invisible, doesn't have to be beholden to being inside of the ultimate, so it makes the Meteor M at times a lot more difficult to land. Yep,
and again, like, there's a lot of different variations that these teams can go for, because I mean, one thing's for certain, right? Gambit surely is going to get taken away, right?
Right?
So far, the entirety of playoffs in Asia has been that case. I know CB is in shambles because she can't talk about the Gambit skin inside the game, but
hey,
one
you
day
in shambles too after the XO win, knocking down Triple AD.
True, that did just happen. If you're watching the Marvel Rivals main channel, XO did in fact come out with a win against Triple AD, and they do knock out Triple AD. I'm so excited. I never doubted XO. I know my prediction made me look like a fool yesterday,
You're a
but you know,
prophet.
it's better late than never. I'm just saying.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
You saw too far into the future. We're just waiting a few more moments before we get into our first matchup. All the team members are looking to lock in. Looks like they do need an extra minute before we get into our first drafts and picks. So let's theorycraft a little bit, Coach Dan, while we have some time. Assuming that Gambit is going to be the first ban, what do we think the next ban will be? Are we going to be targeting more of the duelist line, those divers, or is it going to be more of a strategic ban line?
I mean, if it's the same as the last matchup between DXA and JFT, it's just going to be Mantis being banned away and then Elsa being saved. Again, we don't know if that's going to trend the same way. Maybe there's more emphasis on Mantis. Maybe the first save goes over to that instead, which does stray a little bit from what we saw in the last series, right? With the Elsa being saved, that essentially changes the entire ban draft. Now, instead of doing whatever you want, you have to put a little more emphasis on the Elsa Bloodstone. You have to ban things that complement it, like the Mantis, like the Ultron, and anything that really just enables the Elsa to do as much damage as possible.
A lot of teams are focusing on damage amplification now, so we've been seeing Mantis bans, Ultron bans, naturally Gambit bans too, but we've been seeing the rise of Ultrons and Luna Snows to help facilitate that. The flyers of on Araco, we saw a lot of Ultron prowess coming by to help enable the double Elsas to come through, but even on Central Park, we saw Fate of Both Worlds from Luna help out quite a bit in those clutch moments.
It's not just the healing as well from the Luna, right? You also got the damage amplification, the 40% damage boost that you could toggle on and off, and we've seen teams combo it with certain ultimates, most notably the Ensong Inferno. If you're able to time the damage boost perfectly, you just wipe out the entire lobby. So if that's the teamwork that they need in order to get themselves a fight win, so be it, you know? That's where Ignite shines the best at, right? It's the team play, it's the coordination, it's really comes down to some of those micro plays at times that really set the difference between both of these teams that we could see in a few short moments.
You said it right, buddy. We're heading into game number 1 now. Bans and drafts soon to be started. We are going to the Hellfire Gala to see exactly how this domination will play out. It's very, very dive heavy. What's the over-under for us seeing Spider-Man?
I'm not entirely too sure, honestly.
20%?
Yeah, I'd say 20. Yeah,
Okay.
I think 20% is a safe bet.
I'll take it.
Well, we'll see, because Spider-Man hasn't really been too popular, at the very least in Oceania, but I mean, the only chance that Spider-Man could pop out is if a duelist goes down early in Final Fight territory and it has to get to the fight as soon as possible. Either you run the Spider-Man or you run someone with the very, very high mobility like the Star-Lord, but that's its own concept theory craft shenanigans. The one theory craft we need to know is how these teams are going to approach the ban draft, but so far, nothing too crazy. Gambit mirror ban, but do we find more emphasis on Elsa? We do,
There it is.
at least for Fury.
Elsa gets the pass through from Fury's side. Keep in mind, Vulcan Red went 2-0 yesterday. They are looking all hunky-dory coming into this. They used their second ban to go for the Mantis and reserve the Invisible Woman. This is a natural lead-through for Fury to ban out Elsa.
Yep, and oh wow, yep, Vulcan Red actually going to stray away from the Elsa Bloodstone. Do Fury want to ban it away?
They
will.
Here.
Yep, they will ban it away, but that's at the cost of a one-sided Invisible Woman on the side of Vulcan Red.
Ultron as well. Even though there is the reserve onto the Elsa, again, having that Ultron distraction would mean that the Elsa can't focus on the main line or the back line, just racking up ultimate, getting those shots down. And there's damage amp.
Ooh, interesting approach coming in from Fury. Take away the Captain America. Make sure that if Vulcan Red want to either sustain during a fight or look for backline KO potential, Fury then use their save onto the Jeff. The Vanguard Deadpool and the Venom have gone through in the ban draft. That's been a trend lately. A lot of teams have been starting to not take away the Vanguard Deadpool at all in these ban drafts. So Fury, they have a very, very strong combination with Kanya on the Jeff. It means that he has to team up with the Deadpool and the Venom. So he has so much healing potential, and that's going to be the reason why the Jeff can be facilitated in the two strategist backline. You need those team ups in order to mesh the healing coming out on the other side, whereas Vulcan Red, they're going to run a triple strategist composition. Lick going to be on the White Fox. Chronix is on the Ultron to damage amp Ancient, who is running the Phoenix. Because if you don't have the Elsa Bloodstone available, Phoenix is your next best option.
Yeah, and having triple strats on both sides prioritizes, again, a weaker front line. You want to keep them alive, and so banning out that Captain America against Vulcan Red ensures that at least someone beefy with a lot of speed can't go terrorizing them.
And now we head into the first fight. I think Netra on the Doctor Strange is probably going to open things up with the portal. Fury are just going to walk it down main. So how do they want to go for it? Fury actually aren't... Oh no, they are running the Vanguard Deadpool. Somehow I completely missed out on that. But Fury also running a more dive-oriented composition with Silver on the Daredevil, IX-9 on the Venom. It's going to be depending on how much disruption they're able to get away with on the side of... onto Vulcan Red, because Impunity does have Peel with the bubble. Netra even helping things out with the bubble as well, and Chronix just goes in guns blazing, lasers down Haluk.
What a way to open up the seal of this series. There we go. Opening pick comes out. That's Haluk gone, and that's your Vampool removed. So much pressure now on IX-9 for that survivability until he comes back into the fray. Triple strats, keep in mind, really need to rely on these two Vanguards to stay alive and be that shield necessary for them. IX-9 does end up surviving. As I say that, he falls.
All right.
Ancient and Netra doing a great job capping point and extending that distance even more.
Yep, and Vulcan Red will keep that percentage going. Impunity is just there being a nuisance, jumping in and out of the backline of Fury. And just that line of sight manipulation is already enough for Vulcan Red to capitalize on. If at any given moment Impunity draws the attention of the strategist of Fury, Vulcan Red have a slight window of opportunity to get a burst right onto a member, onto Fury. And that's what Impunity really is doing. Sometimes he peels back with the bubble, sometimes he jumps into the back line as Silver is able to find Lick and might even find even more. IX-9 is trying to help him out, but with Silver gone, IX-9 needs to pick up the pieces.
Absolutely, and Song Inferno set up and ready to go. Haluk could use Banhammer, shut down one of these duelists early, maybe even the Rage of Ultron, but both these ults come out at once. Daksu set up, has that Apex Predator set up and ready to go. That could be huge to see, but we're not going to have that moment just yet. Chronix is there, using that Rage of Ultron, finding some value to dissuade members away, but Fury has capped the point, and they're slowly racking it up.
Fury are climbing further and further in. Ancient is going to reposition up into the high ground. Impunity is still making his way back into the site, so he's going to need a few moments to get right back in, but the portals will help him join the team very, very quickly, as Fury they have so many ultimates at their disposal. Netra and Solman could get their ultimates online to try to counteract what Fury are going to throw at them, but they need to get there. And if they're able to pull the trigger, things could get catastrophic. Daksu already finding Solman, Ancient going down as well. Fury have the upper hand in this fight.
There we go. May have to bring out that nuclear options. It's Jeff early on, directly onto the point. Impunity brings out Monster Hulk in response. So far, Fury littering up the KO feed in their favor. Daksu still has not needed to use Elsa's ult.
Nope, still can hold on to it. Might just wait for any different opportunities. Silver and IX-9 could really disrupt the backline here with the Devil out and the Feast of the Abyss coming in online. Silver's already going to pull trigger, draws out the invisible boundary, and now it's going to be up to Solman if he's able to, at the very least, help Vulcan Red move onto the site, because Fury, look how aggressive they are holding. They know that these ultimates are available on the side of Vulcan Red, and they just have to make sure that they're used outside of the mission area. Vulcan Red, though, they have Impunity onto the site to try to disrupt it a little bit. Great exile onto Haluk as well to provide some extra disruption.
And then finding where that long-range strategist would be as well. That's going to be Citrus attempting to go far away and help Haluk get onto the site. Fate of Both Worlds is set up and ready, but Haluk uses Banhammer, takes down one. That's two of the strategists gone. Agamotto in return, and the Fate of Both Worlds in response. Impunity and two Vanguards are the only ones left. Solemn has to find impact here, keep alive, but unfortunately a strategist has so little HP. That's Fury to continue the streak on forwards and really come out shining, at least getting the first sub-map.
Yep, and ultimate usage was just perfect from Fury. Vulcan Red just could not catch a break in terms of the barrage of ultimates that Fury were throwing at them. Devil Out used very, very aggressively to draw out some of those strategist ultimates on the side of Vulcan Red, but Vulcan Red, they are able to, at the very least, neutralize the Devil Out, but if it's not used in the mission area, it feels like more of a waste. Solomon even trying to keep the team alive with the Fate of Both Worlds just wasn't enough for Vulcan Red to make their way onto the site. Impunity tried to go for the back cap by exiling Haluk, but it just was not enough. Fury now with a round to their name. How does Vulcan Red decide to approach this next engagement coming into round 2?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Ancient does have Ensong Inferno, which could be a good initiation tool, but I'm watching out on Konuya here to have It's Jeff set up and ready. That would be huge. To get rid of anyone attempting to cap early. Right now, Fury, they like to stack up their ultimates, and if they can just bundle it together, win this first group fight with minimal ult usage, I think they'll be set up and ready to go for the entirety of this map.
It's going to be up to Haluk. If he's able to stack up the ultimate as quickly as possible. Solomon's getting shot in the side, so he's going to be gonna have to reposition for a little bit. Haluk, is he able to get the ultimate down, get a good banhammer onto the back line of Vulcan Red? No, it's going to be Ancient going up sky high, trying to find the elimination. Does find Citrus, so that's already a huge man advantage.
That's right, triple strat comp too. You need to keep those strats alive. Ensong Inferno pierces through the backside. That's going to work well. Impunity and company, though. Vulcan Red, they want this early cap. They got it before, and even though they had lost it and never reclaimed it, they don't want to recreate history. That's Ancient and Co. Finding more on the KO feed. Fury are completely staggered and disrupted. They have to reset.
And they do adjust that. Vulcan Red are able to win out in the first fight. Kanya was able to find the It's Jeff E onto Impunity, who did go into the Hulk ultimate, but neutralizing that just meant that it was a trade of ultimates, a trade of lives even. But Vulcan Red were able to get the upper hand there as ultimates are getting closer for Fury compared to Vulcan Red. It's going to be up to Chronix if he's able to, at the very least, stall out the rest of Fury, or even go for the aggressive option as well, right? Pop it early, zone away Fury, so that if Chronix wants to force Fury into a retake scenario, Fury are going to have to invest ultimates outside of the mission area.
And the goal again, Vulcan Red have plenty of ultimates that can pierce the back line. Rage of Ultron, such a great starting tool. Same with the Ensong Inferno, but Silver doesn't care. Doesn't have to worry about the back line. Really, just anyone that's in the vision of Daredevil has to watch out. Haluk is there for the follow-up though. Hit Scan versus Ultron, not a happy story with a good ending for them. Haluk just keeps the streak on going. Swords and guns, swords and guns. That's another Vanguard down.
And Fury finally complete the retake. All they had to use was Silver. With the Devil Out, Vulcan Red, they did try to force away Fury, but that Rage of Ultron only did so much. And now Vulcan Red, now in the back foot here. Netra does have Eye of Agamotto, Lick even having that invisible boundary coming up soon. Fury, though, they have more aggressive options. If they're able to draw out Lick's ultimate, that might be huge. Netra trying to go for the Eye of Agamotto, doesn't find anyone. And Lick going down, Solomon goes down too. All of the strategists of Vulcan Red are going to go down.
It feels like Haluk has just gotten the most consistency when it comes to banhammers out of anyone I've seen so far in, well, I was going to say playoffs, but group stage and playoffs for both regions.
So now Fury can extend this lead, right? They're going to be able to pass by Vulcan Red in terms of how much percentage they have. But again, Fury, they still have the more aggressive options. Just have to use it aggressive. They just have to get the aggressive moves down. That's why they're holding so close. They don't have any safety options apart from the Fate of Both Worlds on Citrus. And now, yep, job done, right? Fury draw out the invisible boundary. Impunity is going to try to disrupt Fury by going into the World Breaker Hulk. But with Silver going down, Vulcan Red have that man advantage right now. Citrus is forced to use Fate of Both Worlds.
Fate of both worlds brought out again. Lick, no invisible boundary at their disposal. It's going to be again dueling ults, Venn diagram directly onto the point. A battle for that timer needs to continue going up. Ancient and Lick though holding on to the point. Rage of Ultron was seemingly momentarily out. Nope, there it is. It's gonna work now. Doxy's forced to back away. Will there be an opportunity to land on down directly onto the Ultron's Robo's skull? Almost, but instead, completely unidentified. It's going to be Sober from the back, getting all the information you could possibly want. Who did he eat up? Han only got a few different members, it seems, and there it is, a snipe once more. Double KO for both the duelists.
Oh, wow. Huge two-man E coming in from Kanya as well. And that flips the site over. Ancient, thankfully, he's able to get to the Doctor Strange, but look at everyone on Fury. They know that this portal's being channeled, but yeah, too late to even step foot. And that's going to be Fury coming out on top here in map number 1.
Very dominant win coming out from Fury. Again, the team that did not find any success yesterday. So far, no maps won in all of group stage, have just changed it up. They have won their first. They won the domination versus Vulcan Red. And one of the stronger teams, I think, with their showcases back in day 1 too, Dan. If Vulcan Red have shown that they can be invincible, who's to say other teams can't be, right?
I mean, Fury put up a very, very good fight against the Chiefs where, I mean, we argue that Chiefs might just be like the Pirates version of OCE, right? Chiefs coming through MRC. Although they didn't win the entirety of MRC, it was enough to qualify into Ignite, and that was one of their biggest goals, right? Chiefs now coming in, but Fury really did put up a fight against the Chiefs. It was a very close 2-0.
The Pirates of OCE were stopped by Pirates.
Wow, true.
Huh. Who would have thought, huh?
Oh, yeah, Pirateception. But Fury, I mean, after a close loss to the Chiefs meant that Fury really are coming in swinging. They have a lot of talent coming in. Vulcan Red also coming in with world-class talent as well in the likes of Impunity, but at least in this first map, it just was not enough. Fury get it over the line. They're able to disrupt so much of the backline of Vulcan Red, and the positioning, I'd say, from Fury was the difference there because of how much Fury were just being so aggressive with all the ultimates that they had. Whereas Vulcan Red, when they had safety options, they had to use it outside of their own spawn because of how aggressive Fury were posted up.
Yeah, it just felt like Fury overall was a lot more buttoned up coming into this first map than Vulcan Red was. Maybe it's comfortability of Krakoa, maybe it's the fact that they just felt more prepared coming into this matchup. Regardless though, realistically from macro to micro, it felt like Fury just had better positioning and better fundamentals overall. One player I really want to highlight is Haluk. Even though we see ban hammers all the time off of ban pools, it felt like him specifically had the most impact in leading into KOs using them that I've seen, I think, at all this year.
Yeah, Haluk was an absolute nuisance. Sometimes he was playing front to back, sometimes he's there in the dive with IX9 and the rest of Fury, right? And if you're able to provide space for your own back line, so be it. That's exactly what happens. Citrus and Kanya just weren't touched in the backline because, quite frankly, no one was there to, at the very least, disrupt it. All Vulcan Red had was Impunity on the Hulk to try to weave in and out.
Yeah, you could argue maybe that Captain America ban was maybe the big foundational pillar that kept Fury afloat. But let's see if Captain America is going to be banned out or maybe even reserved if it's that important for Vulcan Red going to game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We have a small break. We'll be right back.
Never fall!
Oh, quel dommage.
Will this be our first 2-0 of the day? Let's find out together in OCE. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan once again. Fury, what could have been the underdog team coming into this matchup, looking pretty dang good, Dan.
I mean, they come in swinging, right? I was trying to find the first win in the entirety of OCE preseason. Close loss to the Chiefs mean that Fury are looking to get some sort of win on their belt, maybe even looking for some sort of vengeance as well, right? As we head into Museum of Contemplation, that's going to be the map pick for Vulcan Red. This has been, over in Asia at the very least, right? A very, very popular choice for a lot of the teams that are looking to get a second map, but now with Vulcan Red doing the same thing that a lot of the teams in Asia have been doing, we'll see how Vulcan Red decide to facilitate their composition, because Fury really did come in swinging on that domination map.
Oh, absolutely, my friend. They most certainly did. We're heading straight into game number 2. No time to waste. We're heading to picks and drafts momentarily. Worth noting, too, that neither one of these teams went to Museum of Contemplation. I think you highlighted that a little bit, Dan. We saw Yggdrasil and we saw Araco instead. I will say, Vulcan Red against Bixum did look better, at least in terms of stats, in winning this convoy match. Fury versus Chiefs was incredibly close, but again, Chiefs are a great team. You know, it's I think that 2-point loss against the 3 of Chiefs has a lot more weight than I think the entirety of Vulcan Red's matchup.
And now we head into the band draft. Vulcan Red might look for a different approach. All right, first save onto the Invisible Woman. We saw some teams do this yesterday in the OCE side, and Vulcan Red are looking to do the exact same. Fury, surely they respond with the one-sided Elsa, right?
I just don't see why. Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, it's right
Elsa,
there for the taking. Yeah,
Loki.
They go for it. No questions asked.
Oh, sure, man. I guess so. I guess it'll be good to cover the convoy itself. Maybe Mantis Band comes through, Elsa reserved from Fury. I gotta say, Dan, I'm not liking this from Vulcan Red.
Yeah, I mean, the aggressive first save, onto the Invisible Woman is going to be... There's a chance that it gets valuable for Vulcan Red, but again, if you let Fury get the Elsa Bloodstone, it's going to cause a lot of problems, but... I mean, we saw it. We saw it as well, right? One-sided Elsa versus one-sided Invis, and I believe the one-sided Elsa came out on top.
I mean, you've allowed Wolverine and Elsa to skirt by into the reserves for Fury. You're a Museum of Contemplation. Both of these heroes excel both attack and defense on this map. I'm choosing my words very carefully.
It's a tough call, but at the very least, Vulcan Red will take away the Loki from Fury and look to get the final save onto Ultron. I'm not entirely a fan of that. I'm not gonna lie, but
I like that more than the Invis. I mean, Ultron save. I don't like either save, but like at least I understand you have a little bit more than just healing for the Ultron pick, especially if you want to go wider range, but. Dude, I don't know, man.
This is a very aggressive band draft, I would say, from Vulcan Red as well, right? You get the Ultron, you get the Invisible Woman. You have an idea of what kind of strategist lineup you want to go for.
God.
Fury, though, they take away the portal from Vulcan
give you a hot
Red.
take,
and also the team up between the Invisible Woman and the Doctor Strange. Yeah, like you just said.
I think Fury won. I don't know what else to say.
This is a huge gamble coming in from Vulcan Red. You want to use the Invisible Woman and the Ultron if you need to use the Ultron, because it looks like Vulcan Red don't want to use it just yet, but I'm sure they're going to have to rebound to it if this first fight doesn't go according to plan for Vulcan Red.
You would think they would start off with Ultron, considering Chronix is on the Wolverine. That'll be nice long-range heals and force Wolverine not to focus on health packs as much.
That does seem to be the likely option, but Fury looking to defend first. Vulcan Red did choose to go onto the attacking side, as Doxu will get access to the one-sided Elsa Bloodstone. Vulcan Red, however, still playing around with what they want to go for. Ancient on the Rocket Raccoon is just providing the health packs to give everyone on Vulcan Red just a little bit of that extra HP, even giving Chronix that jump boost that they will use if Chronix does land a good Feral Leap. But now with the countdown going to 0, gates open up. Map number 2 between Fury and Vulcan Red. And with Fury on the defensive side and the upper hand, can Vulcan Red claw their way back?
Vulcan Red have no portals, no Mantis damage amp, and no Elsa to speak of. They have to make this attacking side count in spades. Ancient at the very least does have the Phoenix to work off of, but Silver is sending this tree on a journey straight into extinction. That's impunity gone.
Yeah, you just get straight up uprooted. And back to the spawn room he goes. Vulcan Red are going to have to stall for a little bit. Chronix gets a clapback kidnap onto IX9. So Vanguard for Vanguard. This is so much worth for Vulcan Red because you got impunity already back into the fight. Fury have to wait for this Magneto to walk all the way back to the convoy.
Some distance is being made though. Looking pretty good. Impunity on that group helps create that distance. Haluk is gone. It looks like he tried to go for a backline on the Vanguard pick. Sure. Okay. Maybe a bit of a stagger there. Overall, this is looking a clean and healthy line for Vulcan Red. They're making it work.
The work is being done. Vulcan Red cover as much space as possible. Get into the face of Fury. Bring the fight to them as Doxu does have Glartrox ready to go. When does he decide to pull the trigger is the question. As Vulcan Red are looking to push on forward. There's the Glartrox. It catches up 3. And 3 might go down, but the invisible boundary is there just in time.
That's right, saving the day right there, forcing Doxu to maybe waste all. Does force a reposition. Citrus and Silver are gone though, and Fury are losing defenders quickly. Chronix is out, invisible boundary is there. Vulcan Red have their contingency plan, but Kanuya is there, ready to go with the It's Jet Mold, having 2 of the different.
Oh, my
God, 2 strategists in their line. That was Lick and Solomon gone.
Yeah, no more sustain on the side of Vulcan Red means they have to quickly either hit the reset button or look for any sort of clutch potential, but with impunity being too deep means that he's going to be forced to retreat and get reset. And Fury just barely hold on with the clutch portal.
I can't stress this enough, Dan. There's no portal available for Vulcan Red. 4 ults, 1 minute, 43 minutes left. There's still plenty of time for another ult dump after this, but they gotta be very careful about how they mitigate them.
Yup, and IX9 is now available, ready to go with the Meteor M. Could look for a key one-shot potential, but it's gonna come down to how Vulcan Red decide to use their ultimates as, okay.
Oh my lord.
Don't even use the ultimates. Just win out in the neutral.
Dude, this is the most aggressive ban pool we've seen so far in this group stage, and that's saying something. He is getting KOs out of the wazoo.
Yep, neutral area, neutral fight, no ultimates used. Fury just straight up diffed everyone on Vulcan Red. So Vulcan Red still have another chance to use their ultimates, but with a minute left on the clock, they gotta do it fast, because Netra holding onto the Meteor M to make sure that he has a chance to one-shot, but a huge Eye of Agamotto onto 3. But how much value does Fury get in the end here? They only settle with the 1 onto Lick, but things are looking scary for Vulcan Red. They're still holding onto their ultimates, and now Fury have options to match it.
They've skipped over a whole ult cycle. That was so necessary for them to use early on. 3 ults are used now. Chronix still holds on to his. Meteor M does find Citrus. That's a good start. Barrel leap into the last stand. That looks okay. Things are turning around, but at ult, holding on to them for 8,000 years. Better have turned out well. Ancient takes down Silver, and now IX9 with a meatball at his disposal and Doxu with an Apex Predator. You save that for overtime, you could wipe everybody off the convoy.
Yeah, but can they do it in time before Vulcan Red gets to the first checkpoint? No portal is available. That's still on cooldown. With the walls coming up from impunity, that just allows Vulcan Red to get to the first checkpoint. Great wall coming in from impunity as well to cut off any sort of way for Fury to at least extend the fight for a little bit.
And now Fury are thinking of a way to be more aggressive on the damage front. Silver swapped over to the Star-Lord pick. Again, small rooms to work off of. You could maybe funnel Vulcan Red into a box. Never mind. Go for the Wolverine instead. Everything I just said applies.
Yeah, Silver just swapped over to the Star-Lord to try to get to the fight as soon as possible towards the tail end of that first checkpoint. But Vulcan Red, now that they got the first checkpoint, spawn rooms now a little bit farther back for Fury means that he's just going to go back to the Wolverine. Doesn't even need to use the Star-Lord, although Star-Lord is still a great pick, but
Yeah.
With the Wolverine being present in this sort of meta, right? It's going to be way more influential.
Apex Predator's out, though. Hulk immediately picks out the banhammer as soon as it's proccable. 2 players are gone, and Silver is making this work. It's an actual playground for a Wolverine pick. Kunuya's waiting for the opportunity to use its Jeff. Has not approached it just yet. IX9 on the Arsenal 2, waiting for Lick to use that ultimate, possibly for an Eternal Bond off of Citrus. Still though, no threat, no pressure just yet. Both these players can hold on to their ults as much as they'd like. Silver's close to getting last stand yet again.
But how aggressive does Fury want to be posted up? They're just taking control of as much of the area as possible.
1 minute.
But with Ancient trying to find different angles, different off-angle opportunities, it's going to be a little bit more difficult with how spread out Fury are at the current moment.
And Song Inferno would be great to pierce that back line. Get rid of Jeff, at least for the moment. Haluk loves the rack up, getting Banhammer really quickly, especially against someone like Chronix. Hit scan up against the Ultron. Not a happy combo. He's forced to hide behind the environment and use that to his advantage. Rage of Ultron is out, waiting for the moment Chronix to proc it. They absorb everything at his disposal. But he does take down one. That's Doxu gone. Unexpected. The Jeff a survivor. Impunity's rushing towards the tippity top of this hill, looking to increase that space and allow the convoy to go around the corner. Silver still has last stand. Kunuya the same, and I'm looking at that Eternal Bond from Citrus to create even more denial. But Ancient takes down Haluk instead. Where are the Vanguards? IX9 forced on a stagger.
Yeah, Fury are staggered out. They're going to have to regroup for a little bit. They're now getting ready to go for the retake attempt. As we do go into overtime yet again, everyone on Fury have their ultimates pretty much available and ready to go. IX9 tried to soak up the damage from Chronix's Rage of Ultron, but just wasn't able to get it down. There's the last stand. Doesn't find the mark because of that Fate of both worlds being on the line. The Eternal Bond's going to be used in response. Look at the Meteor. Is it going to land onto the mark? No, it does not. So that Eternal Bond is still available and ready to go. Kanuya, I think, ate up a few members, but is he able to finish off the KOs? But no, a lot of attrition coming in. That was a huge Gartrox.
Huge for Fury! All these ults just for Haluk to pop off! It's a Banhammer once again. Doxu's there for the follow-through. All of Vulcan Rent eliminated with 1 point to their name.
Well, if you can't figure out the ban draft, that's what happens. Fury with a one-sided Elsa Bloodstone means that one good Gartrox just ends the fight completely, and that's exactly what Fury have done. Vulcan Red will be held off of second. Fury now go on to the attack, and my goodness, Fury. Although it was a great hold onto first, Vulcan Red, though, on the other hand, were able to come up huge, especially to secure that first checkpoint.
Yeah, you got to give it to them that they weren't willing on Vulcan Red's end to go for panic ults nearly at all. They would hold them out, wait for 5 or 6 built up, and then just unleash everything at once. But Fury's caught up to that, and they'll stack up their ultimates too. The exception, maybe Silver and Haluk use those Banhammers early to force out maybe early ults and maybe the panic ults that Vulcan Red should try to employ, but they end up not doing that.
Now, how does Vulcan Red even position themselves to
remember no portal?
Yeah, no portal available on Vulcan Red, so they're gonna have to play perfectly. I'm a little surprised they're not running the Loki Atom composition. That's available to them right now.
Maybe they just don't want to play Loki on the defense. Maybe it's too slow and not enough mobility. Lick on the White Fox is a good anti-dive option too.
I mean, I feel like Lick should just swap over to the Loki, right? I mean,
maybe
two copies of the Invisible Boundary are very, very nice. The Loki has one of the smaller ends of ultimate energy cost, but I guess Vulcan Red are just gonna favor more towards the anti-dive, try to keep Silver at bay on the side of Fury. And that's going to be the approach, it seems like, for Vulcan Red. So far, they're doing a good job at keeping Fury at bay, but Fury are still creeping on forward right now.
Yeah, not a lot of stopping power. There was resistance early on when the sides were swapped to get around this first corner. Netra set up and ready. Banhammer is available. Could judge out maybe IX9. Opts not to. Plays for safety instead and for upgrades. Impunity, defensive Captain America, should be terrorizing the back line. We see that a little bit. Banhammer is out now. Ultimates start to go into the wayside towards the back line of the blue team. Will that be enough though maybe. Dark Force is out, Netra's still holding the line. Again, defensively speaking, Fury gonna have to make something work here. Attacking-wise, Fury are doing such a good job. Vulcan Red, Rage of Ultron is out though. Hit scan is available, and there's nowhere to go. Chronix falls quick.
Great awareness from Doxu. He knows that the Rage of Ultron is the only avenue for Vulcan Red to try to get a hold down. Solomon is able to get the invisible boundary down, but with almost half of Vulcan Red being taken out means that this invisible boundary isn't really going to get a whole lot of value. And Vulcan Red, again, no Doctor Strange means that Fury should cruise their way to a first point, and there's the insult to injury.
And then for Vulcan Red, when they got to this point, it took them nearly to overtime. Kanuya and company again, everywhere you go, a mess of colors and still KOs. It's Ancient for a double.
Huge double though, but it's not in time.
Make that a triple.
Vulcan Red just couldn't hold off Fury in time. Fury get up to the first checkpoint, and now with 4.5 minutes left, they just have to walk as far as where that yellow marker is on top of the UI. Vulcan Red still aren't utilizing the Loki. They're staying true to what they're comfortable with, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, quick disengagement tool. Kumio's there for the stuns as well. Around this corner, I expect the initiation to come off of this White Fox ultimate. Freedom charge into the back line, though. Will that force something out? May have Kunuya go for its Jeff? Maybe? But instead, terrorizing this poor little shark. Does some work, but Impunity finds real no damage. Forces it back up off of Fury, but they completely peel and come back into the fight, taking Netra down. Oh no, I'm sorry, Dan. It keeps on going. That's another one to the wayside. Can you find the Ultron? The answer is yes. And all of Vulcan Red is gone.
Well, Impunity's trying to stall for a little bit with the back cap, try to keep the convoy from moving forward, but Doxu on the Elsa, no one on Vulcan Red is able to match the sheer damage output coming in from the Elsa Bloodstone. Everyone on Fury know their job, right? Make sure Doxu is able to find the eliminations as quickly as possible, whereas Vulcan Red, they're just gonna try to handle the aggression as much as possible. And then there's Glartros coming in. Lick is able to transform into the Kumio, but with Kanuya able to swallow up that White Fox ultimate, oh, things are looking dicey.
Got a big belly there, and that convoy does not have many places left to go. Netra's fighting for the life, top of the box. Silver's there for the assassination. Doxu, of course, removes Ancient, the main damage dealer of Vulcan Red. Bodies are falling left and right, and this is the last stand Vulcan Red has inside of this matchup. And unfortunately, the ride stops here. That is a 2-0 for Vulcan Red. Sorry, for Fury.
Yeah, there you go. I was about to say 2-0 for Fury. We're not in that. We're not in that multiverse. Not in this one. Here it's gonna be Fury coming out with a huge 2-0 win. That is a first win for Fury as well. They did have a close loss to the Chiefs. We keep talking about this time and time again, but it really shows how strong Fury are. If you're able to go against the biggest org coming into Marvel Rivals in the likes of Chiefs and being able to go toe-to-toe, that is already a huge statement made for Fury, right? Being able to go up against some of OC's best and then showing it here with a big win against Vulcan Red means that, yeah, Fury definitely are in the conversation to be maybe top 2, top 3 in OCE.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to wait and see how the other teams played out today. I'm sure with each team showing up brand new, hyper-aggressive playstyles, I have no doubt for our next few sets that we're going to be seeing something very similar. But just the way we're seeing Fury play, although it's not too wild in terms of their, overall hero picks, I do enjoy watching Silver and Doxu's duality and playing off of each other. And I will say, a new special spot has developed for me for Haluk on this Vanpool. I'm really excited to see how they continue to have their group stage run.
Yeah, it really just felt like it was a team composition differential coming in favor of Fury, right? Red, they had options as well, and band draft also. Yeah, the band draft also was a bit. Just put it lightly, a little curious on what Vulcan Red were trying to cook up, and Fury as well. Just they knew what they wanted to do. They knew what kind of composition they wanted to run. They wanted to put Kanuya on the Jeff to make sure they get the team up with the Venom and the Deadpool, but at least in map number 2, it was only the Deadpool team up that was complementing the Jeff, but that's still enough. It's a lot of disruption coming in for Fury, and they're able to facilitate Kanuya as like a moving health pack. Shout out to Team Heretics for saying that as well.
I think an important part too from Fury's macro was that they had a lot of disruption denial. We saw the ban, I believe early on for map 1, a Captain America ban that stopped Vulcan Red in their tracks, realizing now that it was Convoy on a map that they haven't played, either one of these teams haven't played yet, focusing on more defensive bans like the Doctor Strange, like all the different strategists, was a really smart move from Fury to keep Vulcan Red consistently on their toes and forcing them to readapt on the fly.
Yeah, and Vulcan Red just didn't have a deep enough hero pool, it also just seemed like, because Vulcan Red, they had access to a lot of these picks, right? The Loki was available for Vulcan Red, but they didn't use it at all. They decided, hey, we're going to use the White Fox instead. I feel like Invisible Woman and Loki would have been a solid backline duo, and with Chronix on the third strategist on the Ultron, probably could have been a little bit better, but I don't know. How does Vulcan Red decide to go from here? Because now you're sitting at 1-1. It's gonna be depend on how the rest of this group stage goes. Because keep in mind, I believe tomorrow will be the final day of groups.
That goes by so quick, huh?
Yeah,
and look,
every single BO3 matters at this point, yeah.
Hey, look, Vulcan Red, they're missing out on Coach Dan, dude. They need you on the analyst desk and helping them out figure out what exactly is going on. And I think the first order of business, lock in the Loki and make sure your Doctor Strange doesn't get banned.
I mean, it's going to be hard because you're going to have to commit saves onto the Doctor Strange, but we are getting word that we are getting Doxu on the phone for the interview on the side of Fury, so he'll be joining us in a few moments' time.
Yeah, I'm really curious to pick the brain of Doxu. We don't normally get a lot of duelists on the mic. We get a lot of strategist players, sometimes the vanguards, but someone who had just an MVP for the last map, popped off 28-3. I'm really curious to know what goes through his head. And another focus point I have. Oh, hold on. I guess we'll have to wait for those points because we got Doxu on the line. How are you, man?
Not too bad, not too bad. Feeling good after that.
I can imagine, dude. You popped off specifically. Just before we brought you in, I was talking about your stat line. 28-3 on the Elsa. You got away with highway robbery on the duelist front this whole series, man. Did you at any point today feel threatened in these matchups?
Not really. I think Elsa's just too strong on her own, and if I'm not being mirrored on Elsa, I feel pretty free to do whatever I want. And I'm pretty safe to just take the risky fights. And usually I'll win with Elsa.
And I also want to ask, right? You guys also banned out the Doctor Strange on map 2. When did you guys consider banning Doctor Strange? Has that been a recent thing, or have you guys been like considering that for a good while now?
We've done it in scrims a lot in the past. It's just like if certain bans and protects that happen, I won't say too much, but like certain bans and protects not force us, but guide us towards a Strange ban. I can't speak, sorry.
Well, now hold on. I'm gonna pull this thread a little bit more. I know you don't want to reveal too much, but are you saying that as we continue the group stage and go into playoffs, we can expect more Doctor Strange bans?
It depends. If they ban the right things, then yes, we will.
Ooh, okay. We gotta solve the puzzle, Dan.
We'll see what they decide to cook up, but again, final thing before we let you go. Is there anything you want to say out into the world? Because right now you had a close loss against the Chiefs back yesterday, and now coming in with a big 2-0 against Vulcan Red. Now it's your shot to tell the world what you guys are made of. So stage is yours, my friend.
I think the nerves got to us yesterday. It was very close, but I think Chiefs were a great team to verse first. I'm glad that the Chiefs game was first. It showed us what people are going to be capable of in this Ignite, so I'm very happy about that. But we have so much more to bring. Like, we've barely played any of our comps. We pretty much only played one comp, and like we have so much more to bring, and I hope we get to show it off. But we're gonna keep going.
That sounds great, Doxu. Thank you so much, man. The way you and Fury played, I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you. I'm excited to see what the growth of you and your team looks like throughout group stage and potentially playoffs.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doxu. Well, we're halfway done with the day, and we get to see going forwards what we can expect going next, because I'll be honest with you, this was a matchup again, wasn't really sure what I would expect, but it went by pretty quick.
I mean, it was two invited teams, but after coming out, we can tell which team is better than the other. Fury just felt like they were just taking over the entirety of Vulcan Red. It just felt like Fury just had the upper hand for the most part, and now they're looking solid as we start to go further and further into the group stage. We're gonna take a short break in order to set up for our third best of 3 of the night, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome in, everyone. I'm Vaudable, one of the hosts and casters for EMEA Ignite, and I have a special interview for you all. Team Heretic's one and only coach, Line Pro. Run us through a little bit of, how things go with setting up scrims and coaching them through matches and getting ready for match day itself. What does that look like for a professional coach?
Part where I'm lucky, I think I just have a very good group, because I did work with a lot of different groups in the past as a player and as a coach, and this is by a long far my favorite group. And the reason I think so, it's because it's really hard to find people that match your passion. It's funny because Heretic slogan, it's you can't teach passion, right? But the thing is, like with previous teams, there's always someone that's like maybe slacking or doesn't want to put the work in, or maybe sees the game differently or has different priorities, which is normal because at the end of the day, you want to have your life as well. But here, I'm not okay in my head, like I dedicate a lot of time to the game, but I'm with other 6 people that they also dedicate a lot of time to the game. So I feel like my job is really easy, and the way I operate as a coach, I don't tell them what to do or force them to do stuff. I like debating. Obviously, I consider myself a very smart person and that I think I understand the game really well, but I think I can be wrong. So the way we do it, it's usually the day starts with like at least 1 hour of team talk before the game, before we do a scrim, where we talk about what drafts we want to run, what maps we want to play, what's our goals for the scrim individually for players and as a team. And sometimes, if we have time, we do a bit of a VOD review on some key moments from the day before, where like maybe we didn't do really good on this part on this map. Was it map? Was it positioning? But as I said, I never like say, hey, it has to be done like this. I share my opinion. I want to hear my player thoughts. Sometimes I even ask them, instead of meeting them, I'm thinking, I asked them, what do you think went wrong here? And I want to hear everyone different opinion, you know, because the more it happens, and every single day we are more and more and more on the same page, where we all think like the same way. And usually after that, we do a few blocks. We do at least 2 blocks a day, and after we finish, like honestly, people can like they can leave, right? They can go, but we always stay a few more hours after because we're just enjoying like our company, and we keep talking about the game. Watch some more votes. Maybe one-on-one with drafts, and we debate which draft is better, why people share their opinion. So I don't know. I'm just like very lucky because my group is really simple to manage. They're all very professional, and they all put the work, which is honestly what matters for me.
We're back again for our marquee matchup of the day. I am energized. I just ate a whole bunch of spaghetti during our 5-minute break. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan. We are here for the matchup that Dan has been waiting for the most. Some say, and I don't know if I should be saying this on the broadcast, it's Dan's birthday present. Because somebody's the birthday boy.
It was a little belated, but
Yeah, like-
either way, this is a great present, right? Gen G, the ex-Chopper Mag roster being picked up by none other than the heavy-hitting org back in Asia in 2025, now pick up an OCE team with a little bit of Chinese talent in the mix of Bobo and Salvation. But man, this team has been so fun to watch throughout the tail end of last year, coming in as Chopper Mag in Atlanta and just essentially just charming the entire crowd with their unorthodox play. Bobo just coming in with what I think is the most goated speech that we have ever seen in Marvel Rivals history so far, and now coming in as Gen G, finally being signed by an org. This team is, at the very least on paper, next level.
Next level, but can they go up against the top likes of Asia? Can they face Pirates?
That's a way later question down the line. But for now, they gotta, at the very least, get through preseason. We're not gonna see them play against Pirates until maybe Stage 1 playoffs, but still, that is a ways away. But for now, we gotta stick to the present, right? They're playing up against Kanga Esports, one of the partner teams, or not partnered, sorry, invited teams coming into Ignite OCE, and they have just recently gotten a win up against JFT 2-1. So Kanga coming in with a win is already a very comfortable spot for them.
Yeah, definitely a strong spot for them right now. Looking good. We'll say that all of our matchups earlier today have been relative upsets and relatively close too. Vulcan Red versus Fury, excuse me, it's the spaghetti, on paper was a 2-0, but I think then we still saw it be relatively close in paper.
Yeah, it was very close on paper, right? I mean, Fury and Vulcan Red have a lot of talent in their roster as well, but I mean, there's a world where Kanga do put up a fight against Gen G, right? Kanga coming in with a lot of talent in their own right, but does that match against Gen G, who have played against international competition as well?
It's tough to say. It really depends on how well this team was able to utilize their off time since they last played an official. We can't even say like the MRC run was really a thing for them. I mean, they were Chopper Mag back then, so they can, but having those Gen G resources at the disposal, will that be a big difference maker?
I mean, back in Atlanta, right? Towards the tail end of that Ignite season, we didn't see the full potential of Chopper Mag, and they still made it to top 6. Top 6 without Salvation, without that synergy between Bobo and Salvation. That just shows how strong Gen G can really be. Now we're going into Ignite OCE. Gen G have their full roster, and that synergy is online and ready to go. And the rest of Gen G, they know that they just have to do their job and make sure that Bobo is carrying. And that's how Gen G have been winning, apart from a few moments from the rest of Gen G roster. I know I'm giving Bobo all the spotlight, but it's really the rest of Gen G as well. being a well-oiled machine, and sometimes, if it ever comes down to, there's the Bobo and Salvation synergy that they can always rely on.
Well, I can't wait to see it, Dan. Match 1 starts up now. We are going to the bans and drafts to see exactly how it's going to play out back on Krakoa.
Krakoa, again, going to be the first map between these two teams. I mean, we saw it just recently in Fury versus Falcon Red, right? It really went into Fury's favor because of how well they were able to facilitate the dive. They win the first fight, and then they just keep it going, right? If you have the space to facilitate dive comp, you just run over the entire lobby, and that's exactly what they did. Now we head into the ban draft. Gen G already taking a page out of Asia's book by taking the Mantis for themselves.
That's right, Slippery was saying that a lot of teams inside this group stage might be, quote, Mantis crutches. And we're seeing Gen G lock in the Mantis early on, so... Okay, double Mantis for both these teams now. Are we going to be seeing a very stable backline of triple strats, or is it going to be one healer and a constant damage amp for the Mantis?
I mean, there's a lot of options, right? You have to take away the Loki. At the very least, deny the Vibrant Vitality. It's already looking like a full mirror potential coming in for both teams. So if it does go into a full mirror scenario, it's just going to be a matter of who can play their comps better. Because you essentially canceled each other out in the ban draft, so you can't really blame ban draft for doing badly.
Ultron or White Fox, decisions. That's a tough call because you don't have the Elsa anymore. Having the Ultron ban might mean that Gen G is expecting Kanga to go for maybe more of a grounded approach, and they don't have to worry about hit scan.
Maybe not. Gen G, though, I like this pick onto the Daredevil. You give yourself a lot of scouting potential, so if Kanga do want to facilitate a dive composition, it's going to be a little bit harder because of that Daredevil being accessed by Gen G. Kanga, thankfully, will also have it as well, so maybe we see a mirror on the Daredevil, maybe we see Kanga decide to go a different approach, try to shred down the Vanguards with that Wolverine pick as well.
And there we go, double Daredevil. That's going to be a scary prospect to go over.
Yeah, and both teams are going to know exactly where each other are, so it essentially accelerates the dive process. Usually, without the Daredevil, you have to scout out the opponent, figure out where they are coming from, and then you start the countdown of the 3, 2, 1, and then you hit them in the back line. But with Daredevil being able to relay information to the entire team, that essentially just skips that entire step, right? You don't have to scout where they are, because Daredevil can just be like, hey, you guys are right there. Let's get in position and then go for a hit there. But with both sides having access to the Daredevil, we could really see very, very fast hits coming in from both sides.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting this to be a very brawl-heavy comp. FMCL can go for the alternative routes. I'm sure Kanga will do the same once they get off the Widow.
2,
No, instead, no Daredevil anymore. We're sticking with the triple
Oh,
strats
Adam Warlock. Okay, all right. So Kanga decided to use the win condition onto Juicy on the Adam Warlock. So he's gonna have to be careful, because one, he's got to get up to the Karmic Revival to make sure that Kanga have something to rely on, and make sure that he stays alive, because Gen G are looking to be very, very aggressive for the dive. FMCL Daredevil, Zenstar Venom, Bobo Psylocke, and then Skittles can choose to jump in with the Symbiote Shenanigans. Duep also has options to dive. Salvation even too has options to dive.
And keep in mind, the Strategist ult's not the best when it comes to blocking damage early on. Dance of the Butterflies only has to watch out for Sectar on the invisible boundary. Early damage and picks have been found. Is that everybody on Kanga grouped up? Revsy's already swapped away from the Phoenix, realizing that some sort of fight might be necessary, but Bobo could shoot them down from the sky.
Gen G realized that they don't have to overextend. They already got capture of the first mission area. Kanga do group up to make sure that if anyone on Gen G decide to go for an engagement, they're able to just focus them down. But with Zenstari and FMCL doing all the heavy hitting, it doesn't matter. Kanga just gets shredded. This is where Kanga are just gonna fall on through. Gen G, they go for soft hits, try to bait out the key cooldowns, this most notably Dusk with the Mantis Sleep, Juicy with the Soul Bond, and as soon as those resources are gone, that's when Gen G go for the finishing blow.
I mean, surely at this point, Kanga need to think of a brand new strat overall, right? They don't want to let go of their ult percentage just yet, though. But once they're all dissipated, I think we need to see something major change up. Your only sense of damage is going to be down to the hands of Thing and Star-Lord. You have to rely on those ults to get those started. But Isaac, of course, is going to be another one of those factors. FMCL does fall, but that's a massive overheat to the hands of the Daredevil.
Yeah, he got a little bit isolated as well. FMCL just couldn't find the line of sight of his own strategist to get himself up and healthy enough as Dusk and Scepter. Oh no, Kanga stacked their strategist ultimates.
It's Jeff, Feast of the Abyss is all out. Soul Resurgence in return, and yeah, you're right. Double strat ults stacked on top of each other. Not a position you want to be in. And depending on how this fight goes, Juicy has to play very safe to use Karmic Revival. It's letting the devil out. Down once again. Salvation is out with the Kumiho, but it's not even necessary. This is a wipe after wipe from Gen G.
They just are locked in. They are on the same exact page. Great catch onto Juicy to deny the Karmic Revival to extend that fight for Kanga. And Kanga had to have been a miscommunication with the double stack of strategist ultimates. Both the Invis and the Mantis using their ults at the same time meant that Gen G just had to wait those strategist ultimates out, make sure they stay alive in that team fight, and then you just go for the finishing blow. Quick as you like it. Salvation, yeah, Salvation just pops the White Fox ultimate. No response on the side of Kanga, apart from Juicy on the Karmic Revival, but FMCL was there to quickly shut it down with the Devil out.
And now you can't even initiate with strategist ults going to this next point. You could with Clobbering Time and maybe Agamotto, but using that Soul Resurgence to give you that extra speed to get into the site before Gen G could have been a mountain of a difference for Kanga.
So now Kanga, they have ultimates ready. Look at Gen G on the other hand. They don't have ultimates to work with, but Gen G surely. They know Kanga have all these ultimates available and ready to go. This is a very tough first fight for Gen G going into this.
It is, but it depends if Kanga wants to use all their ults going forwards. FMCL, if they can find an alternative angle, and Bobo the same, they could terrorize the back line and there wouldn't be much recourse.
Wouldn't be good. Agamotto could really make things a lot more efficient for Kanga if they're able to capitalize. Juicy, on the other hand, shouldn't have to use the Karmic Revival at least for this first fight.
Oh, that'd be such a waste.
But if he needs to, he does have that resource, a little bit of a safety net on the side of Kanga, as that mission area does open up. Everyone on Gen G looking to make the first move with the Banhammer coming into the back line. Zenstar already getting taken out. So when does Revzy decide to go up into the sky with the Galactic Legend? Now would be a perfect time because Gen G don't have any resource to counter it.
That's right, though. Clobbering Time brought out, opening KO going on Kanga's favor. Still, though, no cap for either team just yet. FMCL not long for this world, and still that Galactic Legend's held on up until now. Soul Resurgence on top of the Galactic Legend, looking for all the squishies you possibly can. Once again, though, Duet falls. A big stagger against Gen G for this first cap.
Yep, I mean, this is what we expected coming in, right? Kanga had a lot of ultimates compared to Gen G. Gen G, I think all they really want to do is try to buy as much time as possible and make sure that their ultimates are ready to go for the next engagement. And that's exactly what Gen G did. They thought ahead for this next fight. Juicy is up in the sky. Make sure he stays alive so that if Kanga need it, he does have a way to revive the team back into the fight. Isaac goes in with the Eye of Agamotto, only tags up Zenstar, but do they eliminate him in time? Yes, they will, but there is a trade onto Dusk. Skittles goes in and swallows up the Adam Warlock of Kanga. That is a huge pick coming in.
That's going to be Juicy getting the Cocoon maybe into a Karmic Revival. Hopefully not, though, but no presence really from Kanga, onto the point. It will be the cap back, though. I spoke too soon. Feast of the Abyss is out.
Wow.
Adam falls, and this is the way to dance with the butterfly follow through, cutting up away the entirety of this competition. Gen G, take it back.
Yep, Gen G retake. Juicy was found and eliminated quickly. Skittles takes out the Adam Warlock Cocoon. And then Bobo with the Dance of the Butterfly was able to finish off Juicy. And Kanga, this win condition of the Adam Warlock just doesn't work right now because everyone on Gen G are able to find the Adam Warlock so fast. And Kanga just can't help him out.
You can't even go for the Karmic Revival in a safety net. You're going to be found by FMCL, and the Devil will be let out. Back into a small little mushroom house again. Everybody tries to survive. Kanga goes for the Karmic Revival. At least one player gets revived. Everyone's in a small room. Devil has been let out directly in the house. You don't want to knock. You don't want to let him in. But he's going to force entry, and that is a complete team wipe.
Like, Juicy, yeah, he got the Karma Revival down, but he only revived one member on Kanga. Juicy is still staying on the Adam Warlock. It's trying to stick onto this win condition. Because quite frankly, Kanga don't really have any other option. Revsy does have the Galactic Legend. Tinny could come up huge with a good clobbering time, but if Genji are just bringing the fight to you, Kanga don't have room to breathe.
There's just no counterplay to FMCL.
Okay. Wait.
I don't know what Daredevil, I don't know what FMCL was trying to do there. Maybe I see the vision a little bit. Agamotto is out. That's going to be helpful. Isaac has been a silver lining in a composition that has been making me very scared in not the right ways.
Oh my.
Skittles a duet, dueling it out, finding impact any which way you look. It's the entirety of Kanga gone. Maybe a chance of a portal. Yeah, you have no choice.
No,
though. 94%. Oh my god.
Skittles.
He's gonna eat Isaac. He's gonna eat that portal. So comes out though. Okay.
Oh,
a blessing
so close.
in disguise. That's gonna work well, but FMCL takes down Juicy, who is now swapped from the Atom to the Daredevil.
Goodbye, Sector.
You won't see it though. Dance of the Butterfly is out and gets rid of everybody outside this portal into a blender. Genji handedly take map 1.
Wow, what a burst coming in. Oh, okay. Hello, Zensari. Just hanging out in front of Kanga's spawn, but Genji, what a stomp coming in against Kanga. We thought Kanga might have a chance here against Genji, considering the amount of talent that they have at their disposal, but Genji just looked to be next level. Great ultimate from Bobo to force Kanga into a position where either you hang back and let Genji take the map, or you jump into the blender of Bobo towards that end of the fight. And Bobo deservingly gets the MVP, 22 eliminations, 9 final hits, and didn't go down a single time.
I mean, the lack of KOs against Bobo is a ridiculous stat line. 22-0 might be the best dividend we have seen so far in all of group stage. For Kanga, I mean, the through line that you've kept mentioning, Dan, is that they were just so inflexible with their team comp. Penny stuck on the thing from the very first fight. We saw Revsy and Juicy have some swaps, but Adam to Daredevil came out far, far too late to have effect.
Yeah, I mean, Juicy staying onto the Iron Warlock after committing the Karmic Revival probably should have swapped out as soon as you used
the Karmic Revival should have come out 20 minutes earlier.
That too. I just felt like I mean, to be fair, Genji were putting way too much pressure onto Juicy, because Juicy literally didn't have a safe moment to use the Karmic Revival, quite frankly. And that's just the power of Genji, like the awareness, the macro plays coming in to make sure that this Adam Warlock doesn't get the value that Kanga want. It just shows how strong Genji are as a team as a whole. And on the side of Kanga, you can't really swap out of the thing because Genji literally running full dive, and if you swap out of the thing, that's one countermeasure gone out the window for Kanga.
You say countermeasure, and I think in a vacuum you're right, but the fact that Bobo and FMCL were never ever contested. I mean, Bobo going 22-0 is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
But every single time we saw FMCL get KO'd, it was always because he overheated and lost a 1v1 to either Isaac or Tinny, which can be good for those Vanguards. But the fact of the matter is that these Vanguards failed to protect the back line for Kanga.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different dives coming in from Genji, a lot of threats to the backline of Kanga. There's only so much that the Vanguards could really do to try to stall out, or at least take some of the hits, but Genji, though, looking stronger than ever coming into this series against Kanga. Can Kanga find a way to respond in map number 2? We'll find out after this break.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. The
ancestral sword! Strike!
A gift from touch.
Taste cold steel!
Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Genji had a pretty good statement for game 1, but can they do it again, Dan? I think so.
I think so. I mean, this is a world-class team coming into Oceania. They get picked up by one of the biggest orgs in Asia, and now they're looking to show that they are the partner team to beat here in Oceania. Now, Genji, what do they decide to go for? Kanga now have the map choice here, so right now Kanga seem to aim towards the Museum of Contemplation. We've seen that map a little too many times. It got to a point during group stage back in Asia where we didn't know what second and third looked like, because every time that the losing
Always
team
spawn
picked
hold.
Museum, they choose attack first and they kept getting full health.
So many spawn holds coming out on the Asia side, but OCE, at least so far, the times we've seen Museum of Contemplation, the runs have been pretty deep, and they've mostly died out on that second point rather than the first.
And thankfully, Kanga. Actually, no. Is it really thankfully? Because Kanga chose attack side first. We've seen this. I mean, we've seen this movie a little too many times. I don't want to give any shade to Kanga. This is a great team in its own right, but Genji just are essentially in a different plane of existence, right? This team has been through so much ever since back in stage 1 of 2025 when they were under the Ground Zero Gaming banner and then getting dropped by Ground Zero, forming Chopper Mag, then bringing in Bobo and the Salvation from Nova Esports over in China. And this two sides of the China side and then the OCE team that got dropped by one of the big orgs in Oceania now joining together in Chopper Mag and then getting that crazy run in the grand finals in Atlanta, now getting picked up by Genji. There's a lot of story behind Genji as a whole. This is one of those teams that you just have to root for. This is a great story that has been unfolding for this team.
Well, I'm a big fan of stories, Dan, and here we are going in the map 2. We get to see, starting on the attacking side, Kanga. Can they survive their attacking side of Museum of Contemplation? I think it was you who brought up for Asia that most teams that start off on the attack end up losing these matchups, specifically in spawn holds.
And yeah, that's been the story, at least in the group stage. In the playoffs, it hasn't been that of a case, which is good, because we want competitive matchups. We want very close maps and a showing of how well both these teams can run their competitions. Yeah, make sure we don't sleep, because we're not trying to start snoozing on live, because that would be really bad. But either way,
I've got my spaghetti.
Yeah, I mean you got food to work with. I I unfortunately didn't make food before this, but either way, we got the band draft cooking up and ready to go. So Kanga will get the Elsa save as both Genji and Kanga do what we've been seeing every single time, right? Take away the Gambit.
Do we think the Elsa save is a massive threat to Genji for how they like to play, assuming it's Daredevil Psylocke again?
It depends. Do they want to match it? That's really the big question. Genji are thinking about the Invisible Woman instead. Maybe it's a little more towards the ego side. Genji might be okay dealing with Kanga, who might go for the one-sided Elsa if Kanga do commit the Elsa ban. There we go. It's going to be a one-sided Elsa confirmed for Kanga Esports. Now both sides look to get a ban going. Genji needs to just ban out stuff that enables the Elsa Bloodstone. Whereas Kanga, you're gonna have to figure out what Genji want to go for. There's a lot of different ways Genji can go in this ban draft.
And banning out the Wolverine, that's going to be a solid start from Kanga's side. We did see FMCL hover it over. Duap is also hovering the Daredevil. I imagine he's not going to end up playing that and probably go for the Vanpool instead. So far, so good. I would say still for Genji. I think the Daredevil being a through line for them in their domination match could work out well. This next ban, if it's Daredevil, no Vanpool. So the onus comes down to Duap to see what he's going to swap to instead.
I mean, I'm not sure if the Vanguard Deadpool is the greatest ban.
Okay.
Because maybe you could argue, yeah, you could get early pressure onto the backline of Kanga. Then maybe that's the reason why Kanga are going to take it away, so that they don't get instantly pressured from the get-go. Because that's really what happened on Kanga in map number 1. The sheer amount of pressure coming in from Genji with the Band Hammer, with the sheer amount of dive potential that Genji were utilizing, just meant that Kanga just didn't have room to do what they wanted to do.
Oh, double looks like.
Alright, but we'll see if Kanga's ban onto the Vanguard Deadpool is because of the pressure, or it's because to try to deny Skittles from using the GIF. But if Genji already saved the Loki and the Invis, that you essentially know what they're running.
Yeah. Genji showing a lot of their hands early on. I will say, compared to the domination matchup for Genji, yes, they are defending. This is not a very damage-heavy comp. They're playing mainly for stall and draining that timer.
Yep, that's exactly what Triple does. You don't have much damage, but you do have a lot of tankiness. You have a lot of healing potential because of the 3 strategist, 3 Vanguard lineup. And Genji also get access to the Loki and the Atom, so chances for a double Karmic Revival could be massive if Kanga aren't able to break through early. Kanga need to come in insanely aggressive in this first fight.
I mean, they have the composition to do it. Daredevil, Elsa, and of course the Vanpool to do so. Yeah, this would be the comp to have that work. Bobo of the heroics of the Psylocke in that last match. I'm expecting, I can't believe I'm saying this, Dan, to frag out on this Atom.
They're gonna have to. I mean, Bobo is usually the man on the Atom Warlock for Genji if Genji do go for the Loki Atom composition. So it's going to be up to him to make sure that he gets the ultimate ready to go as soon as possible. But Skittles with a lower ultimate energy cost means that he's going to be able to get closer and closer to the ultimate. Oh my goodness, everyone
I can't believe they survived that.
Dangerously low, but a clutch of lamps coming in just buys a little bit of time. But with FMCL going down, Genji are going to have to reel back for a little bit. FMCL even switches over to the Venom so that he's able to get to the team as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is a lot of distance being swept under from Genji's speed. Juicy swapping to the away from the Daredevil into the Punisher worked wonders to prevent Starry from using those balls to make space. There it is, Meteor M to Skittles. Meteor M does not connect. Eternal Bond still finds impact. I don't think it was a bubble. I think it just missed. But Juicy brings out Final Judgment in the middle of the hole. Has the timing down perfectly. 2 of the Vanguards now from Genji are gone. And through it all, Sektar close to getting that Eternal Bond. Opting to maybe be able to hold on to it, depending on what this invisible boundary does from Salvation.
Oh, no!
No! Double Eternal Bond! Oh, Kanga, you were looking so good! Not now!
I mean, there's a chance that Genji aren't able to defend this, but Kanga utilizing 2 strategist ultimates at the exact same time is already bad news in terms of ultimate economy. Yeah, Juicy is going crazy on the Punisher right now, and surely that's going to be enough for Kanga to get to first.
I imagine now Genji needs to opt to get a duelist at some point. 9.89 meters left before this convoy reaches P1. There it is. Very sound and very secure from Kanga's side. Juicy. My God, dude.
I mean, that's exactly what Kanga had to do, right? Go in aggressive, guns blazing, literally, and make sure that Bobo doesn't get a chance to use the Karmic Revival. Kanga do exactly just that. Gets the early pick onto FMCL so that Genji are a little bit disjointed. And then Kanga, I mean, they use the double stack strategist ultimates again, but this time it wasn't punished. So they're able to get the first checkpoint. And now Genji, they're going to have to go to a more traditional kind of a team competition. Putting Bobo onto the Phoenix, so that he's able to provide some damage for Genji, as Zenstarry does threaten the Strangling Prison, and he has been very, very good at it, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, the double-double could have worked well for most teams, but just unnecessarily putting Bobo on a leash like that certainly did not work for Genji's defense. Having now the damage amp onto the Phoenix is working wonders. Put everyone inside of a box. Duop does not care if you have final judgment. You did not judge him, and he's your executioner. Everybody else tries to survive the box of death. But guess what? They don't survive. Kitty falls and Juicy's now onto the respawn. Revsy does have Apex Predator available. You might have to panic ult here with how much distance Genji made.
I mean, Kanga do have 3 minutes to work with, so they could try to get as much neutral area as possible. That is a great Strangling Prison to buy a little bit of time. That's a lot of key cooldowns used by Kanga.
Okay, looks like a potential Eternal Bond, I believe, from Dusk's side. There it is, leading that leadway in. Meteor M is out.
Wow!
Straight in the skull of Dusk. Revenge is out.
The mechanics, yeah, the mechanics of Kanga, or not Kanga, Genji, just shining on through. Great Meteor coming in from Duop to shut down the Eternal Bond as soon as possible. FMCL even committing the Soul Resurgence to provide some space for Genji to work with. Kanga now with the Eternal Bond from Dusk running out. Kanga needs to, at the very least, hold back and wait for their ultimates to come back up. 2 minutes left on timer. Kanga have time to charge it up, but with Genji getting closer and closer to their ultimates, means that Genji really could make that aggressive move.
And Song Inferno out. Salvation's been holding on to this invisible boundary to counter Juicy's final judgment, which will assuredly come out momentarily. There it is. Meteor M.
Wow!
Sunday! That's Bobo of an FMCL gone. That's the entire tip of your spear for Kanga. That should be a confirm for P2.
Might be. Genji just have to walk on through. Salvation does have the invisible boundary, but if he's able to make it onto the site in time, surely, yep, everyone on Genji now regrouped and ready to go. So Skittles also going to get a chance to use the God of Mischief. No Meteor M is going to threaten Skittles from getting shut down here, as everyone on Genji are just going to bunker down into the small room for now. Salvation now committing the invisible boundary because of the Banhammer being used onto himself. So Genji have a little bit of leverage, and with Bobo clicking away, that's going to signal a domino effect of KOs for Genji.
Duep, no Van Pool available, no problem. Shields are out, and he is still fragging like a monster. It's Bobo for the revenge, though. That's Timmy gone. Duep can still do whatever he wants.
Do as he pleases. Clutch meteors, clutch frags, you name it. He can do it all. And Revsy on Kanga has to come up huge with his Gartrox ready to come out. Dusk is also close to the God of Mischief, so he's able to get the Cloaky copy. Whereas Genji, though, they do have Duep on the meteor, so that Eternal Bond surely will get shut down if Duep is able to... We got a little bit of a time freeze.
Oh,
but we're back.
There we go.
Bobo's there.
Somewhat back. Okay, there we go. We are back into the fray. 15 up now. We need to see how this plays out. A lot of ult for Genji available, waiting for overtime. Revsy's been holding on to this Apex Predator for 1,000 years for this moment. But Dusk starts it off. Eternal Bond out. Portal underway from Tinny. That's going to be the part 2 of the plan. Make sure everyone... them to come through. A freeze again. No, not now. We need to see how this plays out. Skittles brings the revenge, and there's so many ults all at
Oh,
once.
big.
2F takes down Sakthar. That's the second Eternal Bond. That bus is not moving, Dan. Apex is sending everyone away. The Glar Trucks is finding impact. The people are still directly on time for the bus. Dude. Next, Bobo looks like they might be out for the count, but no, they've been healed during the freeze. Zensori's back into the fray, and Genji go for the hold.
The current score is 0.
Genji counter it perfectly. Duep again coming up huge with the Meteor M, shutting down Sector, who is trying to lay down a path for Kanga to work with. But that carpet of healing is going to get shut down immediately because of that Meteor one-shotting the Cloak and Dagger. And with Kanga losing out on that resource means that Genji were just able to hold and hold for as long as they can, and then got that FMCL Soul Resurgence down, and that essentially was the nail in the coffin for Kanga's push.
I mean, it was so scary at first for Genji. They were getting somewhat rolled over on that first point with the double-double, but Bobo being elevated on that Phoenix with the help of FMCL's Mantis. Now you have Bobo on the Punisher too. We don't see an appearance of Kanga bringing the group. He's been banned out. I think that was a big reason why we... Okay, Juicy was a big reason why we saw Punisher find so much impact early on.
Yeah.
But Bobo wouldn't have to worry about Groot or the hard counter on this swap.
Yeah, I mean, Juicy had to pop off on the Punisher, get those eliminations quickly, make sure they get the momentum that they need in order to shut down Genji's initial plan of going for the Karmic Revival win condition. But now the Kanga, they're not going to resort to the triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup that Genji did. They're going to go a little bit more aggressive with Revzi on that Elsa Bloodstone. Keep in mind, this is one-sided, but Bobo just diffs Juicy outright.
Yeah, I like this change. Having a duelist there with Revzi is going to be huge to see. Don't need the triple strategist, but instead Bobo and company, they have to watch out for everyone on the back line. You have so much HP. Isaac goes for the displacement. Bobo cannot find any attacks early on, and although it doesn't land into a KO, may have still done its job just a little bit. The Genji are finding so much impact, shoveling Kanga away entirely off of P1.
I mean, if you don't want to deal with ultimates, this is exactly how you do it. Play very aggressive, get the early picks, and go from there. No strategist ultimates to shut down Genji's momentum, at least for now. And if Genji are able to keep on going, Kanga are gonna slowly run out of room, run out of options to defend them from this first checkpoint. Dust, thankfully, is able to get the copy down, and that will let Kanga move on forward.
I love the CCTV camera we have here. What about the security guard thinks about the museum being under attack like this? Double cloak coming out, though, from Dusk's side. Back to the Loki we go. Skittles does have the option to go for the CYA. Salvation loves to hold on for the counter invisible boundary. Not necessary to use either yet. I spoke too soon. That's invisible boundary out. As soon as Sektar does the same, Kitty brings out Meteor M just in case, and that doesn't work out. And it's just a litany of ultimates, one after another, clearing space for this bus to get the P2.
And I think Genji will, quick as you like it, get to that first checkpoint. Juicy's channeling the portal, but it's not going to be in time. So great push coming in from Genji, and keep in mind, first of all, Kanga still commit the portal. No, that's going to be Genji actually. Either way, is it? Is it Genji?
No, that's
it was
Kanga.
No, that was Kanga after all. Yep.
Oh.
But anyway, Genji though, they complete the push. But something worth mentioning, they still have another win condition at their belt. Kanga don't have many options right now. Dusk still has to navigate 40% to his God of Mischief. Genji, on the other hand, they have Skittles having the CYA and could use it with Bobo, who can use the Final Judgment as well. So Genji do have a chance to just rip apart Kanga.
Look, my eyes are on Juicy and Isaac here. They have to take these off angles and try to terrorize the back line. FMCL and Bobo, they're going to find everything they can to remove the front line on the opposite end, and let me tell you, they do. That's Bobo and FMCL. Double ults, double damage, double destruction. Bobo for the double KO. And Zensari does the same. That's Kanga gone, and there's no portal, Dan.
Yep, no portal already used by Kanga. Genji are getting dangerously close to a map win. Kanga need to get a move on, but still, Kanga losing out on Dusk is already bad news. Not only is he going to get staggered out from the rest of the team, he's not going to be able to stack up the ultimate. There's a chance that this God of Mischief doesn't come out in time.
I don't think they touch
Actually,
it all.
no one is even there in time.
Hello? Where is Kang? Okay, now they touch onto the convoy. No room for error whatsoever. Apex Predator is out. Duep and Skittles, of course, they're finding their own impact. That's the BRB for Skittles to help out FMCL bring it back in. One duelist available, though. That's Bobo gone. So FMCL is going to have to take on the reins all by himself. And Bobo can. Okay, invisible boundary. Salvation could easily bring it back out here. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Ult economy is healthy for Gen G. They can bring it all out here. Force Kanga to go for the release of their own arsenal. Dusk goes at once. That's Eternal Bond gone. Bobo hold on to Isaac, and that's the back line decimated from Kanga's side. Kenny, where are you going to bring this Meteor M? Salvation already used invisible boundary. There's nothing else to counter with, and yet Kanga still hold on.
Kanga are holding, in fact. 2 minutes left on the timer means that Genji still have a lot of leverage to work with. They can wait for the rotation of Skittles to use the CYA. Here comes all the ultimates coming in. Tinny tried to soak up the Strangling Prison and is able to snipe down Skittles, who was threatening the CYA. But then again, Genji have a lot of time, so they're okay with losing out in this fight.
Yeah, back away, reset, calm, cool, and collected. FMCL close to the end song Inferno. Every single one that he's unleashed so far has had at least a double KO. Bobo's not too far behind. Final Judgment. You could say both those sold at once. CYA too loves to go in tandem with Punisher.
Yeah, but with Skittles putting out the CYA, FMCL is going to try to utilize that 40% damage boost. We'll take out Juicy, Salvation, and the rest of Gen G just rip on through. It was about time Gen G get the push down. This was the win condition, and they play it to perfection every single time. Gen G, in a flawless manner, take a 2-0 win over Kanga.
Wonderful work from Gen G. Again, the top dogs, it seems so far for OCE, have shown why they are here to play. Wonderful work from the team. And I gotta say, first appearance, at least for us to watch Kanga live on stream, like what we had seen. They had their appearances yesterday, but for you and I like how they play their style. It's just unlucky they had to go up against Gen G today.
Yep, unlucky. I mean, Gen G are just next level when you compare it to all of the talent in OCE. Keep in mind, the last time we saw Gen G in any sort of Ignite stage action, that was back in stage 2 of OCE, back when they were still Chopper Mag. They completed a flawless run.
Yeah.
If that doesn't tell you how strong this team is, if all 6 members are ready, like what can you do? No one on OCE were able to take a map off of them last year. And now coming in, they're looking to do the exact same. Now, Gen G, 4-0 in terms of map score now.
Yeah, they're looking dominant so far. I mean, really, the through line for us has been Gen G and Chiefs being the dominant forces when it comes to the OC line. And if it's anything like we've covered with Asia over the last month, they've had dominant teams, they've had some not so dominant teams, but there has been room for plenty of upsets. Playoffs has been enough of an answer of that today too, with Triple AD being one of those 2 teams eliminated early. Who's to say how this all fills out, Dan?
First of all, let's go EXO. I never doubted you for a second.
Yeah,
and 2, Twitter made me look like a fool for a little bit, but no. EXO just needed a little bit of time.
Yeah,
so, huge win. Okay. All right, enough of XOXO glazing. We're gonna go back to the present. We're gonna go back to what we just saw. Gen G, 2-0, Kanga. Gen G, world-class talent. They just looked to just be on a whole different level. I literally just said that, but it really is true, right? Gen G just... Like, what can you do to stop Gen G at this point?
Yeah, it seemed like all the bases that Kanga wanted to cover were destroyed back in the ban phase. A lot of potential for maybe backline disruption, that was gone. Maybe frontline decimation. We'd seen the double-double from Gen G. That looked honestly like the weakest aspect of their whole arsenal the entirety of this series, and that was quickly rectified by putting FMCL and Bobo back on aggressive roles.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G play aggressive. Kanga did the same as well, at least in the early stages of Museum of Contemplation, realizing that Genji were playing towards the win condition of the Adam Warlock Resurrection, and Kanga were able to quickly identify that. They were able to get to the first checkpoint, but then once Genji decided to run a more traditional composition, that's where Kanga started to fall through a little bit, and also a little bit of that communication as well on the side of Kanga. There were multiple times where they double stacked their strategist ultimates, and you can't be doing that in the Big 26.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side too, Genji, they would double up their ultimates, but in the best way possible. DYA into Final Judgment, that looked good, and Song Inferno would be milliseconds behind, and that would alone, all three of those ults would wipe out the entirety of Kanga.
And yeah, that's the power of Genji when they're playing together, right? They're able to just figure out, hey, we should use this for our win condition, let's follow through on it. And they do it flawlessly as well. Shout out to Zed Starry as well, staying on the Groot, making sure that he gets really good isolation picks with the Groot walls, but also some really well-placed Strangling Prisons. I know most of them didn't result in key eliminations, but still it was enough to draw out the key cooldowns of Kanga and make sure to allow Genji that if they want to go for the next engagement, Kanga won't have that resource to counter it.
Hey, speaking of Genji, our interview is set up and ready to go. Let's see who we have on the line and pick their brains.
Hey,
hello.
Oh, hey, it's Mr. Skittles. Hello, friend. Welcome first of all, how you feeling after that big win against Fury? Or Fury, not Fury, Kanga.
Good.
I'm getting messed up.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was a good match. We're expecting it to be a good match, but I think we're well prepared, so took care of business.
Talk to us about that preparation, because we haven't seen Copper Mag, Genji, whatever you want to go by right now. Your team composition is something that was a bit of a mystery to us up until coming into this group stage again. What was the preparation time like coming into this next stage?
We do scrim a lot. We scrim like 4 hours a day against try and scrim NA as much as we can. But yeah, we play a lot against the Asia teams and a couple of the Chinese teams. So we adjusted our ban line in scrims and decided what we wanted to play. But we have practiced every save between the Gambit and the Elsa and the Mantis first save, so we can play every iteration basically.
Yeah, I was about to ask, right? In map 2, you let Kanga get away with the one-sided Elsa pick. Were you guys? I assume you guys were just ready for it. I know you guys tried to run the Adam Warlock at the first, the Loki Adam composition. Tell me a little bit about that. Do you still think that's a strong composition, or was it just the fact that Kanga were just playing a little too fast to your liking?
No, that was us playing bad. FNCL fed first fight, and then I copied Cloak when I shouldn't copy. But yeah, that squad holder is really strong still. You just need to chill and wait for your copy, and then your Loki just needs to copy Adam. But I entered and copied Cloak, so yeah, we lost first point.
Okay. Yeah, that's
but generally, we always full hold on that map with that comp. Every time we get that comp, we always full hold. So we just trolled.
Well, I'm sure we'll see it next time. So again, not a biased caster moment, I promise. We've seen some very strong teams in OCE and Asia so far. We are coming in with the expectation that Genji is probably going to be towards the top. I mean, right now, there have been some upsets, so who knows? Which team would you say you fear the most in the entirety of OCE?
OCE-wise, probably Chiefs is probably the second best, I would say. They're pretty good. They've improved a lot in the past month. And then Asia, I would probably say Reject or Pirates. Reject is probably our closest scrim partner, so yeah, I believe in them. Even though they did pretty weak in groups, I think they'll still win preseason for Asia.
Very nice. And one more thing, right? I mean, you guys are the only partner team in OCE. You guys got something in the game. Maybe if you want to put it out there, maybe do a little bit of marketing out there. If you want to just show the world what you guys got cooking up.
Yeah, so the Genji bundle does do more damage on tank pool. So if you want to win your rank games, you should buy the Genji bundle. And Gen Rank is the best icon. So yeah, rep the Genji bundle, please. Thank you, guys.
Can't disagree with that. Thank you so much, Skittles. Really appreciate having you on here. And like we say, as always, I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you either, man. Genji's looking so strong right now. We can't wait to see how y'all play through the group stage.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much, Skittles. Well, okay, so Chiefs are looking like maybe the scariest team to Gen G, at least a little bit. They don't seem that fazed by it, but if there's one truly worthy competitor, seems like it might be them. And guess what? We have Chiefs next.
Oh boy. I mean, Skittles said that they improved a lot, and now we get to see them play again here in day 2 of OCE group stage. I'm excited to see what Chiefs have to offer. We saw them cook in day 1. Now coming into day 2, can they cook just as hard? And now we're gonna have to go to a break. So get your drinks, get your snacks, because we got the final best of 3 of the night coming up just after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from Touch. Taste cold steel.
Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Little love.
Last matchup of the night, here we are. We have ourselves a potentially another banger alert. We've seen so many teams so far for Oceania today, and I gotta know how this one plays out. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by my superhero, the one Dan himself. What's going on, man?
I mean, it's the Chiefs up against Baxium Japan. Chiefs, one of the MRC teams that had to go through that tournament in order to get into Ignite. But this is a big roster with a big org behind them. And if you have been watching Ignite back in 2025 in the Asia side of things, maybe even OCE as well, there are a few names that are a little bit familiar. You remember Donald, Reno, Beast Node, Bubblecup. All of these names that you've probably seen in the past year are now joined together on the Chiefs roster. Donald being the captain here, leading the charge, has allowed the Chiefs to get to an Ignite spot. That's already step one. Now step two is just try to, at the very least, get themselves in a respectable finish here in preseason.
Everyone's been saying that the Chiefs are like the Pirates of Oceania. Can they live up to that title? So far they have. They dominated yesterday. Can they come out with a 2-0 today?
That will be the big question, but right now the Chiefs' next opponent in their group will be Baxium. This is a team that ended top 8 in MRC 6, and they do get the qualification in. They used to be called Baxium Japan because they were predominantly filled with Japanese players, but unfortunately, because they were forced to go to the Oceania side of Ignite, they had to do a little bit of roster changes, and this is the final product, at least for their preseason run.
I mean, it'll be curious to see if they stick with this going through preseason at the end of group stage, if they want to switch off and maybe potentially for a playoffs run. But I think, considering the talent on this roster, I don't want to discount them just yet. I enjoy watching all of these players. We saw them in the MRC run. We've seen them do well historically on other teams. I could see a reality where they stick together.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta shout out CB, right? CB said that when she was casting Baxium Japan back in MRC Season 6, her two favorite players on Baxium Japan are no longer with us on this roster. I forget what the other name. I know one of them was Neil with the silliest strange portal I have ever seen on Quintar. But either way, we're going to Hell's Heaven for map number 1. So domination going to be always the first option, the first map, because it's randomized. And now Chiefs and Baxium will be locking heads here in Hydra's hideout.
Yeah, both these teams unfortunately did play Krakoa yesterday on their domination side, so we haven't seen their Hell's Heaven just yet. But if it's anything they go off of, we know how snowball heavy domination maps can be. Hell's Heaven is the poster child of that setup. I can only imagine it's going to be even more heavy like that than usual.
Yeah, it really depends on what kind of sub-map you get as well, right?
That's
Each
true.
sub-map inside of Hell's Heaven is wildly different from each other. Super Soldier Factory, the map moves at 50%. You get a Super Soldier Factory, you have the lava to get some environmental KO potential. And if you get Eldritch Monument, you have high ground, you got low ground, and it switches at any given moment every time the site flips over to another team. So a lot of different map movement elements in Hell's Heaven as a whole, and if you're able to navigate through all of that with good macro play, good positioning, and maybe even good ability usage, you could get the upper hand here.
Well, we wait no longer. Hell's Heaven is on its way. We descend down to the 9th layer to see Chiefs versus Bixum and figure out exactly how they're going to play out these bans and drafts, because I gotta say, each series that's gone on, Dan, they've gotten wilder and wilder.
I mean, we saw strange bans, we saw interesting ban draft approaches, like the first save, Invisible Woman. That hasn't gone according to plan, but still, lots of time, lots of room and opportunities to try to figure out what you guys want to go for. Although this is Oceania group stage, we are in 2 separate groups, single round robin, so every single best of 3 will matter if you want to qualify into playoffs.
That's right, and I believe Chiefs are the top of their group right now. Maybe that changes after today. We'll have to wait and see. Chiefs do get the early Elsa lock-in, though. That's a blessing for them, but double Gambit ban. What is Bixum's response going to be off of that?
I mean, it's going to be the Mantis, right? If the Elsa is going to be first saved by the Chiefs, surely it's going to be Baxium taking away the Mantis to prevent Elsa from getting access to that 12% damage boost, and then Baxium would probably want to go either for the Elsa save or the Invis save. We saw Kanga do this back in their series up against Gen G, but now Baxium are looking to do the exact same. Chiefs will make the Elsa one-sided.
Invisible Woman does have a lot of good get-off-me tools in case there's pressure in the back line. We see Beast Node and Zhong locking in onto the Daredevil before we get in. Well, that's unfortunate. They're not going to be able to rock that Daredevil anymore.
Nope. Well, that's a lot of dive being taken away from the Chiefs' arsenal. Also, a lot of scouting potential as well. That Daredevil, man. It's not damage. It's not mobility that makes him broken.
Info.
It's always the information, being able to scout. Chiefs are banning away the Doctor Strange. This has been rising in popularity in Asia in the current playoff stage that they're going through right now. And it looks like OCE are looking to follow that same pattern.
Do you save the Doctor Strange here?
Ooh, to make it one-sided? Maybe, but I feel like the Invisible Woman is just a little more valuable. Like, Baxium, if they do commit the final ban onto the Strange, it's fine, but it looks like they're going to go for the one-sided Ultron instead. That is a very unpopular move, but Baxium
Pick your hero.
don't really care about that. They're going to do what they're comfortable with, and they're going to do just that. Ultron and Invis going to be the saves for Baxium.
Hey, look, you lose out on the Strange, but at least now you're banning out damage amp opportunities against Zhong, who gets the Elsa reserve. There is the chance, though, we could have maybe the Luna Snow come out later with the Fate of Both Worlds damage amp. That could be a possibility. It's been mostly a desperation move if that does happen. Dietrich on the Jeff, you still have Bubble on the Invisible Woman. That's a solid back line. And Beast Node, excuse me, if he can terrorize with this Captain America for the backline against Bixum, that's also really scary.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what the Chiefs decide to cook up. I'm sure Beast Node would want to use the portal ridiculously early to make sure either to get up into the high ground or at the very least cut off the main area. We are, I believe, starting on the frozen airfield, so lots of options for the Chiefs in terms of which way they want to go. Whereas Baxium still trying to finalize their composition. It looks like Dylan will be rocking the Namor, which hasn't been shown up all too much as
first time today.
Donald. Yeah, I think that is the first time today. So Donald charges up the portal. At the very least, we'll scout out where Baxium are going towards, and then they just get the jump onto them.
There we go, jump is out. Remember too, Bixum do not have a Strange Portal of their own. They cannot because he is banned out. That might have ripple effects all throughout the rest of this matchup. We'll have to wait and see. Chiefs on point directly. It opens up in 3 seconds. Beast Node, though, from behind. Bamboo is out, looking to rack up that damage, get the early ban hammer if possible to hurt the front line.
Spawns are flipped right now. Chiefs are effectively putting their opposition at a very, very disadvantageous situation. If they want to retreat, they have to go the long way around. Baxium quite literally backs against the wall in the wrong side of the map. Chiefs are gonna look to accelerate with that ban hammer. Can they find the value? Because right now Reno will find first blood, but Sambo is there to quickly trade.
There we go, quick trade. Spanhammer went on the deep impact, forces disposition just for a few extra moments now. Reposition again, 2 seconds, has to back away as the Jeff can now risk being caught in a 1v1 up against Reno. There we go, finally a cap in Chiefs' favor. A Rage of Ultron for the Age of Ultron is out. Unfortunately, not long for this world. Donald shuts down deep impact mid-ult. Reno on the other side, though, does remove one of the vanguards. One by one, Bixum Japan are losing their members.
And there you go. Chiefs get the early cap, and they will keep on going. How does Chiefs want to facilitate their composition at the current situation, Reno is closing in on the Dance of the Butterfly. Baxium do have the invisible boundary, but if the Chiefs are able to find some sort of surprise KO onto Axolio, that could prove to be beneficial for the Chiefs, not only in keeping that site for themselves, but also in terms of keeping their ultimate economy healthy as ever.
It's contingent on whether or not you can force out Axo to go for a very early invisible boundary. Proteus out. That doesn't find much. Dylan, in fact, gets taken down because of it. Dance of the Butterflies was waiting for the invisible boundary. Unfortunately, shuts down Reno's ult. Information's gathered. 5 ultimates still left, including the Jeff. It's Jeff is out. Is there environmental damage right now? The answer is no. Forcing the mag into a corner is going to allow Jong to get not 1, not 2, but a triple to start off this match.
I mean, great awareness from the Chiefs, right? They use Reno because Reno knows as soon as he presses that Q button with the Dance of the Butterfly, it's going to be responded with the invisible boundary, and that's exactly what Chiefs wanted to do. And with that key strategist ultimate gone on the side of Baxium, they really don't have any safe options. You could argue Crime is the only person that has a defensive option with the Meteor M to soak up as much projectiles as possible. But the Chiefs, with so many ultimates at their disposal, Baxium need to find a way to stall out and make sure they get it online and ready to go.
Agamotto's out though. It's Jeff going for any sort of heal that they can. Meteor M on the way. Not sure where it went. Doesn't matter because it found no impact. Apex Predators out. Jong and company using all the ultimates they can to force overtime into their own favor. 2 strategist ultimates. Any impact found. Deep impact again. Shut down mid. Oh, Donald for 2. That's Pixum gone and Crime to the wayside. That's a clean 100-0.
How in the world did the Chiefs hold? Baxium had a Rage of Ultron to get themselves onto the site, but they just weren't able to follow through. They just couldn't find the eliminations. The space was made, but if you're not able to get the key knockouts, the Chiefs can just claw their way right back, and that's exactly what they did in the neutral. Donald coming up huge with the double Maelstrom of Madness. And Baxium, they had their chance, they had their moment to try to extend that first round, but unfortunately it just was not enough. Chiefs get away with the round, and now with Reno getting closer and closer to that Dance of the Butterfly, I don't think Baxium have anything to respond in time.
No, the best thing that they would have possibly is just the invisible boundary, but even then, like you mentioned, that 10% difference in how fast we know Reno can rack it up, that's going to be a really tough challenge, and frankly, I don't know if it's worth using invisible boundary against it.
I mean, if it's not going to come up in time, it's better to not use it at all. Baxium will roll out, try to take control of as much map space as possible. Dylan going up into the high ground to try to find some sort of flank opportunities. It looks like the rest of Baxium are also there, but Donald is channeling the portal, so he sees all of this.
Here we go, information's out now. Everyone descends down directly onto the point, forcing everyone onto a very awkward funnel. There's no environment to hide around. Portal's out though. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, they literally they have to go through the same path. A little unlucky, but the mission area does open up. Thankfully, the Chiefs are able to be there to contest for a little bit. Almost flips in Baxium's favor, but it's still going to be neutralized.
What's Reno to do? He's up and above. He's trying to set up for Dance of the Butterflies, taking this 1v1 up against the enemy time lock, but unfortunately ends in a draw. No one's able to get the KO off of each other. Reno chooses to re-engage. Invisible boundary brought out. It looks like that might be on Vixum's side. I'm not entirely sure, but through it all. Yeah, that's huge. That means Reno now has free utilization for an ult here. Reno, Dance of the Butterflies, as soon as it falls, destroys the back line. That's 2 gone, 2 strategists down. All of the strategists for Vixum are gone, leaving just the vanguards, and the team that they are meant to protect have been sent to the grave.
I mean, shout out to Baxium. They made it a little close in that first fight, but unfortunately, with Axolio's ultimate getting used by, I believe, Beast Node going crazy into the backline of Baxium, just forced out the invisible boundary. That allows Reno to go absolutely crazy with the Dance of the Butterfly, and now it's Dylan's turn onto it, but there are countermeasures. Great ultimate coming in from Zikrig to get himself out of danger, and Reno with the invisibility to make sure that the slashes don't connect.
It's not a crazy amount of heals that the pool Jeff leaves behind, but it's enough to dissuade away from Dance of the Butterflies. Ultimates are out once again. Meteor, and can the snipe happen? No, lands directly in the Donald's shield. It's a flurry of colors directly onto the point, and even then, Chiefs are still racking up those numbers. It's Jeff. It looks like once again might be a possibility as we go to the CCTV camera. Banhammer's out. Domble's still holding the line. Unfortunately, though, I don't see many strategists there for the heals.
no.
And when I do, it's Beast Node from behind looking to pressure them out. Domble's good for one, and so is Dylan. That's Vixen Japan making a turnaround.
Huge turnaround for Baxium. Signs of life coming in as well. But there are a lot of ultimates used from both sides. Bubblecup went for a very, very passive invis boundary to keep the Chiefs alive. Donald almost got into safety with the invisible boundary, but just wasn't able to get there in time, and he gets eliminated in the end. Chiefs, though, they still have chances to retake, but with the lack of ultimate economy, it's going to be a little bit difficult. If Donald is able to draw out Axelio's invisible boundary, or maybe even try to find a way to draw out the Kumio Unleashed as well, Chiefs could have a way to come back with Zikrik coming up huge with the It's Jeff Eat.
Such an aggro. Agamotto being brought out. Beast Node good for the 1v1 against Sambo. Another Vanguard gone. Big Eat. Spit out your fellow brethren. And that's going to be Donald back to safety. Everyone on Chiefs get the cap back. No doubt now going to match up to the 60%. You know what would be really helpful at a time like this, Dan? A Doctor Strange portal. But there's a problem. It's been banned out against Vixen.
You can see it on the top left. The Chiefs decided, hey, I think it'd be funny if Baxium didn't have access to a portal. Reno looks for the dash into the Dance of the Butterfly, but he got stuck on something on the map, and he couldn't find the best way to get that ultimate down. Axelio finds Jong. Dylan goes down as well, so it's a 1-for-1 overall. Invis boundary now drawn out by Axelio. Chiefs could come up huge with Jong on the Elsa, but that Elsa still has to make his way back onto the site.
Invisible boundary goes down. Not a lot of heals left. In fact, I don't really see a lot of Chiefs on the point. They're barely holding on. They're playing for overextensions. Beast Node barely clinging to life at the same. Prime loses out, brings down the Doppelganger. That's Beast Node gone. Donald from up above. Don't think they have, no Agamotto available just yet, but Jong is popping off once again. Finds these moments of sublime aim, but Jong does fall to the hands of crime. That's a recap back from Vixen.
Ooh, this is looking competitive for Baxium. Chiefs are going to get held back for a little bit. Chiefs kept using ultimates, but they just couldn't find the value that they wanted to. Bubblecup has the invisible boundary, but Baxium do have ways to shut it down. Sambo with the Meteor M. Dylan trying to get something with the Dance of the Butterfly as Bubblecup uses the invisible boundary. Zikrik isn't able to find refuge in time as Bubblecup. The invisible boundary will expire, but that is a good Jeff Eat onto Donald. He's going to go down to the abyss. He immediately switches over to Captain America to at least get some sort of mobility back onto the site. Zikrik channeling the portal, quick as you like it, will be able to touch in time.
97,
so the Chiefs
98.
still have a chance to at least, they will go to overtime, but Baxium are still holding strong.
Holding strong, portal is out, just enough time to go for another. Everyone's using the environment, a pillar dividing out the site for a chance to hold on through. Crime is overextending, no one's around to help him. He has to back away. Invisible boundary, it's a corner. It might be enough to hold the line and bring out a litany of ultimates thereafter. Donald's close, Loki is out, Jong with the Apex Predator could be huge with the Swade out of the invisible boundary. It's an Agamotto from the sky, and Donald's there to crush it down. Another invisible boundary to do the work, and let me tell you, strategists are the new duelist, it seems. 2 in 1 second does the same. It's gonna be a big comeback. A reclaim is out. The Chiefs, there's one left. It's Deep Impact. The Spider-Man cannot find much, and Chiefs take map 1.
Hey, that's the power of taking away the Doctor Strange, right? Baxium, once they lost that overtime fight, there is nothing that they could do. Do what you want with the Spider-Man. Do what you want with the Venom. You're not going to get there in time. And the Chiefs, huge win coming in as well in that final fight. Donald going over to the Loki of all things. Something that we have not seen ever, but he had to because Zikrik was channeling the portal. Donald switches over to the Loki so that if the Chiefs jump onto the site, they at least have the regeneration domain to at least bring them safe passage. So the coordination and the adjustments coming in from the Chiefs is absolutely perfect. And Baxium will have to lose out here in map number 1.
I will say both these teams played incredibly well. I think the Chiefs' ult management was sublime. I really liked the fast swaps we had seen from the team too, just in case. And like you mentioned, a lot of those quick strategic-oriented swaps helped out extremely well. But when it came down to it, Bixum Japan, they struggled to find picks when it was necessary.
Yeah, I mean, they had opportunities when the Chiefs were a little bit exposed, right? There were times where Chiefs didn't have any opportunities to use ultimates. And Baxium, they have capitalized a few times, but they didn't really capitalize every time.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There were some mistakes that Chiefs had made. We expected maybe a little bit more dominance. Bixum Japan woke up a lot in that second point. The fact that they could hold their own and take those 1v1s when necessary was good on an individual level, but whether it be the Doctor Strange ban, whether it be not having enough pressure for the back line against Chiefs, the individual 1v1s looked good, but it was bigger picture stuff that made them struggle.
Yep, and the Chiefs, I mean, you can see that they have the world-class talent that they have at the ready. And the Chiefs being able to consistently perform like this means that, I mean, despite Baxium putting up a fight, the Chiefs know that they are the better team. They know they're able to be like, hey, we know that we're going to lose out in this fight, but we have options. We know how to come back from this. And that experience alone just allows the Chiefs to take over Baxium and now get a win to their name. Now Baxium, what kind of map did they go for? I believe Baxium chose Araco the last time they had to choose a map. So maybe they decide to rebound to that same option. We'll see what the option does become.
Yeah, I'm really curious about what options are available here. I'm going to quickly look at the stats before we go to the break and see. Yep, last time for Bixum it was Araco, and then for Chiefs they also went to Yggdrasil instead. So, different options available. We haven't seen Chiefs on Araco just yet, if that's where we go. But we find that out in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What could very well be our final map of the night. We see if Chiefs can live up to the hype that everyone in this region has been saying could be the most dominant team in OCE. We'll have to wait and find out. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan once again. We get to see if Bixium can change things up.
We'll see about that. I mean, Bixium don't change in terms of what map they decide to go for. They do, in fact, go back to Araco, so Nothing new there for them, but the Chiefs, I mean, even Skittles shouted them out, right? The Chiefs might be the second best team coming out of OCE. But for now, that's the claim on paper, right? It's gonna be, we're gonna have to be put into practice, right? Can the Chiefs really perform to the hype that they have been providing for themselves? I mean, it's a team with a big Oregon OCE right behind them, and Baxium are going to put themselves in a more comfortable map, you could say.
You know, it's surprising that Bixium would consider this a comfortable map. I feel like Araco might be one of the toughest challenges you could take a team like Chiefs to. It could work, but honestly speaking, I think the most confident teams we've seen in both of our pack regions, Dan, on Araco have been the teams that are willing to take more diverse individual roles. So I'm talking like Black Panthers, Spider-Mans, God forbid, Daredevils, Wolverines, Angelas work really well on the attacking side here. I didn't really see that from Bixium outside of Dylan Psylocke.
Yeah, I mean, Psylocke is just one of the more consistent options. If you want to dive, you can dive with the Psylocke, but if you have to resort to a brawl style of gameplay, right? Psylocke can do just that as well. Can just start attacking the vanguards, stack up that ultimate, and then look for those opportunities to go for the Dance of the Butterfly and then go for those key eliminations. But Baxium, right? The dive composition just doesn't quite work out for them. They tried to make it work, but then the Chiefs were just able to come in with the counter punch, it felt like.
Yeah, I will say the counterpunch was there. It wasn't as strong of a counterpunch than I was expecting in this matchup. Especially on that second point for Hell's Heaven. There was a moment where it looked like Bixium could have maybe taken it to a third. I don't know. Maybe there's a chance we could see this go to a long-range holdout for Convoy.
Yeah, we'll see, but Baxium do also choose the defensive side first, so Chiefs do have a chance to set the tone here. And then Baxium, if they see how well Chiefs push, maybe they can, at the very least, match it for themselves as well. But, you know, that's still the theory. We gotta wait until they actually load into the map and get through the band draft. Because, again, band draft is very, very important in terms of how these teams want to facilitate their compositions.
Boy, do I have good news for you, Dan. We're heading straight in the map number 2. Chiefs, can they make this another 2-0 for the night, or will we be going to a third and Bixium could be changing history? We'll find out momentarily, Dan, as we head to Araco.
Can't wait to see how these teams decide to cook on the band draft. I mean, so far, one thing's for certain, right? The Gambit going to be mirror banned from both sides. You don't want to risk having to deal with the Gambit Rogue Magneto team up. You don't want to risk a coin flip style of fights, because if one team has the Gambit ultimate and the other one doesn't, it just becomes a little bit of that tug of war. And both teams really don't want to do that, and neither does literally the rest of the professional scene in Ignite.
Also reserve coming out from Chief's side. Jong pulled wonders. Many rabbits out of his magical hat with a utility back on Hell's Heaven. Mantis has been banned out for Bixium. They don't have to worry about the Chiefs rocking that anymore. To be honest with you, if you have an Elsa, I'm going to give you a hot take, Dan. I really don't think you need damage amp on Elsa. I know.
That is true. I completely
blazing
agree.
Hot take.
Yeah, I completely agree. It also already does way too much damage in its own right. Thankfully, it's toned down a little bit in 7.5, but right now we're still on that Season 7.0 patch, so this Elsa still has insane damage, insane mobility, and the Chiefs will get as much value of it as possible before it inevitably becomes a little bit less of a threat in Stage 1.
Do you think the reserve here goes to Doctor Strange after Hell's Heaven? Oh my god, it does.
You're a prophet.
I can't believe that.
You knew it. I mean, Baxium literally struggled without the Doctor Strange, so they're gonna, at the very least, save it. So the Chiefs thought about potentially taking away the Doctor Strange, but now with Baxium saving the Doctor Strange allows the Chiefs to go for something different. They will take away the Wolverine on Baxium's side so that the Vanguards can breathe a little bit on the Chiefs as they round out their final save almost onto the Invisible Woman, but instead it might just be onto the one-sided Wolverine. A different approach coming in from the Chiefs.
Okay. I mean, Daredevil's not available. There was some uncomfortability for Chiefs, it felt like, on the duelist front momentarily. Jong, of course, Elsa, that was fine. Maybe this is more for Reno, just to have flexibility. And if the Wolverine doesn't work, well, you can't fall back to the Daredevil. So you have Psylocke, which could be a really good option. This final ban, Loki, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing
that's
too crazy.
Yeah, completely understandable, right? You deny the Resurrection composition from the Chiefs. You also deny the Cloak and Dagger Loki composition that the Chiefs potentially could have gone for. But at the very least, the Chiefs do have the Invisible Woman to rely on. Whereas Baxium, all eyes are going to be onto them as in terms of what kind of composition they want to go for. They have access to a Loki one-sided on the side of Baxium. So we're going to have to see how Baxium decide to play out this defensive side. Loki Adam has worked out pretty well in matches past, but yeah, we're gonna have to see. Do Baxium go for the triple? Do they go for a more aggressive option? It looks like it's gonna be 2 Vanguards, 1 Duelist, 3 Strategists kind of setup, putting Dylan on the Namor yet again here.
I think the Namor could be a good way to put the Wolverine in check. It's not too wild to assume that Reno's not going to be playing the Wolverine, considering it was reserved. I think Deep Impact sticking with the Namor, the Ultron just happens to work right now with the meta progressing, being more damage amp heavy, but I think, honestly, Homie just likes playing Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, Ultron provides a lot of damage, and now provides a lot of damage amp. And that's likely going to be put onto, yep, Sambal. It could be put on either Sambal or Crime. Dylan surely will have access to the drone so that he has the damage amplification if he so needs it. But right now, the Chiefs scouting out what Baxium are setting up with. They have a general idea of what kind of composition they're working with. And the Chiefs will take full advantage of it, or at least try to, as Zikrig is going to get walled off by Beast Node and Sambal. And the Chiefs, they're just cruising on forward. No one got eliminated just yet.
Bixie may have gotten rid of critical spacing from this defense, and that makes me nervous. The damage output, I don't think that Namor is going to be enough for this position. Deep Impact with the Ultron will help from behind. Prime, the Doctor Strange, can be surprisingly a heavy hitter at times. That can try to help, but adding that all together and you still have an Elsa behind you, that's a hard pill to swallow. Beast Node and Donald, the first to find 2. Bubble Cup from behind as well. Everybody but this Elsa finding picks.
Yeah, even Crime going to the Doctor Strange just couldn't. Or he respawned as the Doctor Strange. He was Doctor Strange in that first fight, but with how fast the Chiefs were cruising on forward, there just wasn't enough time for the portal to come in through. Chiefs are just literally just forcing their way in onto Baxium, and Baxium are giving them a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, why? This is a team that should be getting a lot of stall potential. Sambo on the Groot should be enough thereafter, but maybe it's the anti of the Wolverine that the Groot's worried about. You have the shield there that could be taking a lot of these Elsa shots. Invisible Boundaries out early on. Plenty of ults now for Bixium to use in return, and it seems like it's all going to be used at once. Okay, it's Jeff is out. Invisible Boundary. And unfortunately, I know it's a little different this time, Dan. That's still a double up of strat ults.
Yep, still indeed. Deep Impact uses the Rage of Ultron. Donald now uses the Meteor to try to soak up extra projectiles, and the ultimate combination coming in from the Chiefs is just way too much for Baxium to handle. They all go down. Crime might have a chance to use the portal, but if Chiefs are playing heads up, they could try to CC him down.
Yeah, portal's out now. You need to do whatever you can to stop this. Portal into instant Agamotto is the only solution I see here from Crime. No, okay. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Holy.
You portal one side of the map, you're forced to go towards the other, but if that lane is perfectly placed for a comically large Gartrox, yeah, that's a recipe for disaster for Baxium. They kind of just put themselves in an unfavorable position. Having the pressure, the lane pressure in particular from Jong on the Elsa Bloodstone just meant that Baxium were just at that point in a single file line to let Gartrox scoop him up and take him down, but Baxium showing signs of life at least here by taking down 2 thanks to a 3-man Eye of Agamotto from Crime.
Yeah, solid Agamotto from Crime's side. Good to remove that top vertical angle. Dylan's taking control. Beast Node falls. The Vanguard's now straggling a bit on Chief's side, and that could work out well to maybe deny some of this space. The unfortunate reality, Dan, is that 4.5 minutes on the clock. You have to fight tooth and nail to make sure this convoy doesn't go on the upper end of this dip.
Yeah, the issue right now for Baxium is they're still giving too much room to the Chiefs. Dylan going in crazy, aggressive Endsong Inferno to take down Zikrik, but Dylan is going to get traded out in the end. It's fine from Baxium, but there wasn't much follow-up coming in from Baxium. It just felt like Dylan just went in on his own.
I will say Dylan has been a silver lining in this matchup. I've been a big fan of how he's been playing this Phoenix. He's been getting critical picks that have been keeping this defense alive. And let me tell you, we are in hospice mode right now with the convoy getting so close to the very end of P3. Heals are out. Bixium finally have a stable defense. Just a matter of Chiefs playing for this lower angle, not quite vertical, in their favor to push the convoy up and out around this final choke. Rage of Ultron is out. Invisible Boundary in return. Cutting it down, though, Axel Leo unfortunately does fall to the hands of the Meteor M from Donald's side. It's Jeff out, looking for the aim, looking for the fire. Couldn't find much. No, I don't even think it detonated. Okay, Apex Predator in return. What?
I mean, they're trying. Chiefs are able to shut down the Eye of Agamotto with the Fate of Both Worlds. Axelio is there to counteract, but Axelio being dangerously low, he's spotted out. He almost gets eliminated, but I think somehow, some way, he's able to escape getting knocked out in the nick of time. But the Chiefs are already so close to that final checkpoint as a 2-man last stand is able to shut him down, maybe even put a Strangling Prison on top of it to boot. That's a full push for the Chiefs.
My God, what a dominant convoy. That might be the most dominant one we've seen tonight.
Yeah, it just felt like it was quiet for the most part because of how much space that Baxium were giving to the Chiefs. We haven't seen a lot of eliminations, it felt like.
We really have, and the timer didn't have nearly as much left as you would have thought for the Chiefs inside of OT. Bixium drained the timer towards the end, but they weren't consistent about finding eliminations. What a bizarre defense coming out from them.
Yeah, it just felt like Baxium really didn't want to make the first move. There were rarely times where Baxium went for the aggressive plays. Sometimes they went for the heads-up Eye of Agamotto onto a few members, but sometimes it worked out. Sometimes the Chiefs had their countermeasures, but those countermeasures only really showed up because Baxium were playing way too passive.
Yeah, I mean, passive is definitely the best way of putting it. I was just really shocked that we didn't see the group play aggressively with those walls. I mean, to be fair, though, you do have the hard counter of the Wolverine against you. Jongs, of course, the hit scan shots from Elsa is going to work wonders to help destroy that wall. Like, I get that. But even then, I expected a much larger aggressive team fight. And now we move to an attack. No shields outside of Captain America. Sombul and Crime, they may opt to try to find backline control against Bubblecut and Zittrick. The problem, though, is that you're going to be exposing the entirety of this front line, especially Axel Leo.
We'll see how Baxium decide to play this out. They're going to take the right side of the map, try to spread themselves out, give themselves as much leverage as possible in terms of where they want to move to the map. But with Sombul getting taken down, that's already a huge chunk of that front line gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Big chunk gone. Sombul falls, dagger on the Vanguards, and still no movement of this convoy whatsoever. Crime, I don't know where Crime is. Oh, he's in the back line.
Oh, there we go. He finally goes for the hit with Sombul, but Sombul just gets immediately blown up, not even giving himself a chance to use that armor to get a second health bar, a second chance to get himself out after committing onto that dive. As the Chiefs creep on forward, now they're getting closer and closer to the spawn room of Baxium. And this is looking a little rough for Baxium. They just have to find a way to stack up their ultimates to make sure that they have a way to force themselves in. That's a good step in the right direction. Exolio is able to use the invisible boundary to try to give Baxium some space, but Zikrig is quickly there to respond. And,
I mean, that will be the saving grace, right? Trying to utilize these ultimates. And Song Inferno is out, jumping above the fire and flames. Jong gets away with highway robbery. Another 1v1. Jong removes Sambo from the equation. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock here, and virtually no movement from this convoy.
How do the Chiefs decide to keep on going? Bubbleca even has the fate of both worlds. Zhang finds the isolated pick into 2 in 1 second. Great Pharaoh leap. Great directional movement coming in from Reno as well, making sure he doesn't get knocked out himself. And this is just brutal. It is just brutal for Baxium to try to break through. The Chiefs are just playing to absolute perfection.
Yeah, anything that Big CM try to counter-adapt, there's an answer for it. Try to go for the back line. Reno set up and ready. Try to go for the front line. That's Jong and the rest of the team ready to take you down. Bubble's getting protected non-stop by the shields of their teammate, the Invisible Woman, Zikrig. Daredevil's out, though, and this could be the answer. Prime and Deep Impact finally help break the seal of this attack. It's a strong start. I'm liking this. Zombo the same, no longer on a hyper-aggressive Vanguard. Goes to the Groot and finds impact.
Hey, you gotta give a shout out to Baxium. They kept switching around, figuring out what sticks. And off of that, Baxium will settle with the Groot from the likes of Sambo. Deep Impact going over to the Daredevil as well, so... And Baxium, they have the Daredevil one-sided, so Deep Impact has ways to scout out where the Chiefs are coming from. In terms of how they are grouped up and set up, Deep Impact gets the tag onto the back line. Does he find the mark, though, as Reno might just shut down the Freedom Charge?
Oh, no. Unlucky there. These ults are valuable. More valuable than gold for Bixium. 45 seconds left on the clock, and they won't have a chance to regenerate again. Meteor M doesn't connect, but no, one does get eliminated by the hands of 2 in 1 second. That's what you want to see. Bixium again are creating that space. They don't need ultimates to use it. And the Chiefs, they've been holding on tight. Bubble's going to go for Doctor Strange, and the portal will come through with a single strategist to boot. It's down to this invisible boundary, down to the wire. 1 minute, 1.64 meters. Invisible boundary, twofold is over for both of these teams. One will outlast the other. Letting the devil out will reign supreme, and Song Inferno as well. Jong falls and down momentarily. Bubblecust is barely holding on. 7 seconds left. Still, though, the convoy hasn't moved at all. It has been a war zone for everybody. Prime just barely holds
Beast
on.
no clutch. Beast no clutch.
Oh, 1.67 meters. It's being pushed back. The overtime beam. It's down to Spider-Man.
Oh my God.
Blasting away. It's Reno again. Jong's back in the equation. A secondary portal. 2 meters. 2 meters is all you have to work off.
Oh no.
I don't even know what's happening, but Jong is there to clean it up. This could have been a highlight for Bixium, and it's now becoming a low light. Prime is the only one left, hopping, jumping, skipping around, straight to the wings of Angels. That's going to be the Chiefs taking it 3-0.
Beast Node, holy clutch on the Groot, walls himself out of line of sight, is able to put himself in an isolated 1v1 against the fellow Captain America of Crime, and that's the difference. No one was able to heal the Captain America. Beast Node was able to shut him down. The cage formed by Beast Node was all it took for the Chiefs to clutch and get the full hold down. Oh my God, what a play from the Groot of the Chiefs. I'm at a loss for words. That was the reason the Chiefs were able to full hold.
Yeah, wonderful work coming out from Chiefs. The fact that you have micro like this really goes to show that, yeah, this is the competition you have to deal with at the top level. I loved how Beast Node played from the very beginning to the very end of this series. Really superstar, stellar, aggressive Vanguard plays. That's what you're looking for.
I mean, that's exactly what the Chiefs need. They need that X factor. We saw it right then and there. If you have that clutch factor, there are chances for your team to get themselves over the line and put themselves in a much more simpler position in terms of how you want to win out on the map. But I gotta give shout out to Baxium as a whole as well. They were doing really, really well, at least during that push as well. And there were a few times where Baxium had those heads-up plays looking for those eliminations, but again, they don't look for it every time. That might be a slight issue, because if you recall, when they were on the defensive side on Arako in round number 1, it just felt like they just gave too much of that space.
Yeah, I mean, I think this whole series was a battle of the vanguards. The fact that we saw Vixium willingly give up so much incremental space, the constant swaps to the vanguards, trying to make something work. There was a moment too where you were starting your attacking side of Arako, no shields. I'm not going to count Captain America as a shield vanguard there. Having no shields, leaving everybody exposed, playing hyper aggressive, that failed, unfortunately, miserably. Luckily, though, we started to see the gears finally, or sorry, the puzzles, I suppose, the pieces start to click into place. I think this is a very valuable lesson for Bixium, and they could use this to carry through the rest of the group stage.
I mean, this is already a great look for Baxium, right? They're trying things and figuring out what sticks, right? They're doing their best in terms of what they want to use, what they want to work with, in terms of figuring out what they really want to roll out on. And that's already a great look, right? Being able to be a little bit flexible, making sure that they're able to utilize what they want to do in order to get through certain situations. And it's also the band draft being... I would say Baxium have been doing pretty well on the band draft. Maybe the first save onto the Invisible Woman might not be the best, but other than that, it's been so far really good looks coming out of Baxium.
Well, let's figure out what the perspective is coming out from the Chiefs side. We have an interview coming right up momentarily with our boy Donald. Donald, how are you, man? How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, boys. How are you?
Doing fantastic after watching you play, man. So walk us through the journey that the Chiefs have gone through between our last professional run that we had seen y'all back in MRC to now. What does the prep look like between then and group stage?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. A lot of us have a lot going on, so we can't, hit the doubles or triple blocks that we'd love to do. But yeah, it's, I don't know, probably like 6-7 scrim blocks a week. What the heck? And yeah, I don't know, just playing in our own time when we can. And yeah, I don't know, nothing special really. Just play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I always personally, I've watched you play ever since like back in stage 2 in Asia when you were on down payment way back. What feels different? I know you played in down payment, that whole international roster that did pretty well in going into the later stages of Ignite.
Big Z10, it was crazy.
Yeah, that was a crazy matchup. But talk to me, right? What feels different now that you're the captain of the Chiefs compared to when you were being that little bit of an IGL on down payment?
I mean, there's no language gap, which is wonderful. I think that's like the main thing, man. It's comms are super duper important. I mean, obviously I'm on 40 ping instead of 140 as well, so that helps a lot.
That would help a little bit. Yeah,
makes the Groot ult eats a bit easier. Yeah, I don't know. It's there's not much changing. Just playing the game, trying to win. Yeah.
We interviewed Gen G when they won their last matchup 2-0 just a few, I guess, hours ago at this point, and they said you and the Chiefs are the scariest team for them to face up against in the entirety of Oceania's group stage. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, I built this roster from the ground up. I know everybody's a strong individual. So yeah, I'd hope everyone else thinks that we're like the second scariest ones out there. Yeah. I don't know, man. Gen G are incredible. 5th in the world like twice. It's like no one from O should be able to compete with them. But we're trying our darndest, mate. Like, yeah, we'll do what we can.
All right, Donald. Final thing before you go. Is there anything you wanna put out there? You got the spotlight right now, right? The stage is yours. If there's anything you want to say out into the world, out to the fellow fans of the Chiefs, is there any final words before you move on forward in the group stage?
Yeah, I want to thank the Chiefs guys. Like they're amazing, super helpful. I want to thank Coach Chopper. I feel like he's not going to get any spotlight to win this. And yeah, I mean, just everyone that scrims us. Thanks FL for the warm up today, and thanks OG for yesterday. Yeah, just keep watching.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Donald. A pleasure to interview you, man. And we say this every time. I'm sure it won't be the last time either. You guys have played wonderfully, and this group stage is only beginning. I can only imagine what's going to happen from here, dude.
Yeah, things are looking up. Should be good.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Donald. And we have gone through the gauntlet. 4 best of 3s today, each match in its own ways, bangers after bangers after bangers. And I believe word on the street is that this group stage is smaller than Asia, so we're almost done with group stage.
Yeah, tomorrow will be the final day of group stage. So I believe top, was it 2? I believe we'll move on into the playoff bracket. It's going to be a very small playoff bracket overall, but still, it's going to be a fun one to watch to see how the Chiefs and Gen.G and the rest of the teams that qualified to playoffs, see how they do as a whole when we go into those playoffs. But still, we got another day of group stage to navigate through. So until we figure out what teams are cemented for playoffs, what teams are knocked out from playoffs here in preseason, only time will tell to see how these teams fare up against each other.
That's right. And we got to look at our scoreboard to see where exactly everyone falls in line. I feel like there have been upsets out of the wazoo today. I don't know who's at the top of the leaderboard anymore. I think we have it ready. We'll see momentarily. Even just like mentally in my head, I think there should be some pretty major changes coming through from at least one of the groups.
I mean, something that was a big question mark, right, was JFT up against DXA. That was the first best of 3. There were a lot of question marks in terms of who would come out on top there. It was top 3 MRC Season 6 versus, I believe it was top 8 going up against top 3. So we weren't sure if that result on paper would translate into the current season of Ignite, because keep in mind, they were playing on MRC Season 6. That was a very, very different patch, if you remember correctly, because it feels like ages ago at this point.
I'm just looking at Group B right now. The stats in front of me, yeah, there have been major changes. Gen.G, of course, is going to remain at the top. Henga and I believe JFT are going to be swapping around. JFT, if they can continue to look as good as they have, we might be seeing them go in playoffs against Gen.G. Maybe, but another look at the results today. We talked about it for a little bit, right? JFT taking a huge win up against DXA. Vulcan Red, unfortunately, will lose out to the likes of Fury, who are looking pretty dang hot. Gen.G and the Chiefs, this is about as expected, right? Coming out 2-0 wins against Kanga and Baxium respectively. But these are the 2 teams to watch, right? Gen.G and the Chiefs, both of them arguably the top 2 of OCE. And I feel like it's just a matter of time until they beat each other in the playoffs. Yeah, I really don't know what to expect between the Gen.G Chiefs matchup. That is going to be a certified Omega banger for sure. I think, I don't know, my favorite matchup of the day might have to come down to Vulcan Red and Fury. I think even though it was a 2-0, I really enjoyed our first match today too. That was cool. It really felt like that was one of the most nail-biting matches we had seen. But this is Group A right now. We see Chiefs now the first and only team with 2 points to their name. Unfortunately, Bixium 0. Everybody else littered in between with 1.
Yep. Baxium still searching for their first win. It's not over until it's over. They still have one more chance to, at the very least, make it a little bit competitive inside of Group A as we slowly but surely navigate towards what things are looking like at the current moment for Group B.
Yeah,
but right now the Chiefs, it's already looking really spicy. Gen.G, almost as expected, right? Coming out with 2 wins under their belt. Kanga, JFT coming up huge with 1 win apiece. JFT beating out DXA as well. So DXA, they've got 1 more chance to get a win on the board up against Kanga. We'll see if they're able to pull that off.
I gotta say, I'm surprised that JFT and Kanga aren't swapped around. I thought for sure we would see JFT in that 2nd place slot after a dominating performance, but we're gonna have to wait and see if day 3 can maybe break up that tie and if Kanga's gonna fall below the playoff threshold.
might have just came down to the map score, it feels like. But either way, there's our schedule. Final day of OCE groups at the ready. Fury and Baxium going up against each other. This is going to be an important one for Baxium to win out on if they want to stay competitive inside the group stage.
Oh man, I just said that JFT. You know, if they want to have a chance to go to playoffs and defeat Kanga, this is not the day to do it.
This is rough.
They got to go up against.
I mean,
they have to go up against Gen G, dude, and then Kanga goes up against DXA. Like, I'm sorry, DXA enjoyers in the chat. They're a fun team to watch. That's rough for JFT.
Yeah, it's tough, but I mean, where there's a will, if there's a will, there's a way. You know, if JFT can find a win, that would be huge. But in the end, it's going to come down to how well they perform in the final day of groups, because we are soon enough closing out here for day 2 and then day 3 before we head into playoffs. But before we sign off for the night, we gotta do our due diligence. We gotta show you guys what we got in the game that we all know and love. We got the alluring Ace Gambit skin. We got the Netherworld Noble Magic skin coming at your way, because the Hellfire Gala is for sure so back.
And believe me, you have been completely addicted to the Blood Hunt mode. It has been
oh my god,
favorite thing in the whole wide world. You know, I'll do the ad read. I want to do it. The Hellfire Gala returns. Capture the epitome of Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's alluring Ace costumes. Available now at 7 p.m. Pacific, then May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific. The cameras are flashing, Dan. Are you ready? I know what you're ready for.
I'm ready for a Blood Hunt, the new PvE game mode. The Vampire King is free. Monsters are lurking in the shadows and roaming the city, because Dracula decided it was a good idea to come back right here, right now. So you're gonna have to team up with 4 players to save New York City in our latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt. Test your limits with different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night into his undead doom. Available right now. You can literally boot up the game and play it right now. And this is the new chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. Will you hunt or be hunted?
I could never be hunted. I refuse to let that happen to me. And because this stream is just about at 5 hours, you could have gotten so many Twitch drops by watching us. Brand new Twitch drops arrive with our Ignite Preseason. Tune into participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and exclusive costumes for Daredevil and Gambit. Daredevil is available until May 15th. Gambit, until May 17th. So support your favorite teams and follow the road to victory as the Ignite Preseason heats up.
I mean, hey, if you've been watching from start to finish today in OCE, you probably have access to every single Twitch drop available.
True.
Gambit, maybe you're getting a little bit closer, but you still got the main channel on the Marvel Rivals Twitch channel that is still going on. Currently, Reject are up 2-0 up against Pirates. That is a shocking sentence to say, but either way, you still got more chances to get those Twitch drops right here, right now. And oh boy, what a day it has been. Not just here in OCE, but also over in Asia as well on the main channel.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you know, Dan is thinking about staying up, never sleeping again, actually. He told me in confidence that...
I mean, I gave up sleep for the entire weekend.
That's true. Yeah, same here. But Reject is now 2-0 against Pirates. This is the first team really ever in Pirates' run to lose to a team that's not AAA. That's looking pretty good, dang good, Dan. And I think I know what I need to watch now.
Yep, I mean, we're going to go tune in over there, right? Be sure to go check them out. It's going to be Metzi and Diatonic on the mics at the current moment. So be sure to check them out and support our fellow casters as we will sign off here on the OC channel for tonight. So everyone, make sure you guys have a good night. Keep igniting the battle, and we'll see you guys on the final day of OCE Group Stage tomorrow.
높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해